Breaking news. There was an announcement for everyone to see. Someone with blue eyes opened their eyes. It was 8 in the evening, and the announcement went out that the S-rank mage, Lee Soo-jin, had been killed while on a mission. Oh, this was terrible news. The person could not believe the news that he was watching. Lee Soo-jin was not supposed to die. That particular S-rank mage was fighting the evil dragon that appeared in downtown Seoul Cruise when he was caught up in the incident. The 25-year-old Lee Soo-jin debuted as a mage in the year 2034, and he was a beloved mage, known to have solved countless incidents. He had earned the love and adoration of the public. So this was indeed very tragic news. Memorial altars for Lee Soo-jin would be set up all over the country, and people who heard of his death were currently suffering in deep shock. The boy had to turn off the television because the terrible news was getting to him. The boy stared in disbelief because this could not be happening right now. The protagonist was not supposed to die. At this point in the story, this had to be some kind of sick joke. Unfortunately, it was a joke that was not even slightly funny. The Lee Soo-jin that they had just shown on the news was a 25-year-old genius mage. He had amazing monster-slaying talents, cutting down multiple beasts at once with his exceptional skill. He was the young hero that everyone in this era was watching. However, what mattered even more than that was the fact that his old classmate also happened to be the main character of the novel that his world is based on. It is called The Modern Wizard. That awe-inspiring mage was the protagonist. If everything had followed the original plot, it was supposed to end in a happy ending, and he believed that he would be able to return to his original world. However, that huge dragon had suddenly appeared in the dungeon, and it had cut off the normal life that the main character had planned for. He could not understand why the protagonist would die. At this point in the story, even scarier was trying to figure out what would happen to this world. Now that the protagonist had jumped ship, that dude was supposed to, at least, stick around long enough to keep everyone alive. The fact that he was gone now was troubling. The main character feared what would happen to the story. He had been looking forward to seeing his friends again once the novel ended, but with the protagonist gone, could there even be an ending? The main character recalled how easily and casually he had laughed with his friends. Back in the past, one of them said that if they possessed a background extra in a novel, then they would either hug all the lucky chances, or they would not touch them at all. He asked which side the others were on, as they laughed over mugs of beer. The beautiful lady beside him giggled, and said that the obvious path was to go for it, the brunette side, and said there was no way that he would do that. For instance, if they stuck their nose into the story's plot line, then the main character could end up dying, and everything would fall apart. His friend laughed, asking if the brunette would truly never step up in the story ever. The brown-haired boy insisted that they would have to go through every hardship imaginable if they did that. That was not an easy thing to suffer through. Besides, the brunette was not confident that he could work as hard as the main character. All of that effort to grow stronger and fight more demons sounded like something that would tire him out. Even the blonde had to admit that was true. It seemed they were coming to an agreement. Even when he was right, he had to say it in such an annoying way. As expected of Kim Seon-woo, the friends happily raised their glasses in a toast and drank down. That was when the brunette got the message that he had won some kind of award. The friend beside him was excited and asked what event it was. Apparently it was some kind of weird message from the author of Modern Wizard, and Seonwoo had won a very unfortunate event. This was a travel ticket to a very special place, and he could choose to claim it or not. That was interesting. The boy excitedly showed his friends this lucky win, and even his friends celebrated that he was going on a trip. This sounded like so much fun. It was insane for him to cash out from so much luck. They asked when he had even entered something like that. Excitedly, the boy clicked yes. As his friends tried to guess where he would be sent to, they were about to get the shock of their lives. They were thinking the boy would get to go abroad, and they happily cheered and drank in his honor. After he hit the accept button just like that, 7 years ago, the atmosphere around him began to get brighter, and he found himself transported into the middle of a magic circle. As a young teen, some of the teachers were yelling that students should not climb on top of the magic circle while it was being drawn well. Our boy had now fallen into the novel that he had loved, reading The Modern Wizard. Fortunately, it was a book he loved, or that situation would have gotten ugly pretty fast. Still, he could not believe that his favorite novel could not even follow the script that it had designed for itself, or at least the path the author had created. Since the original plot was not allowed to change, the boy had only been acting outside of the main story. He had ignored all the major characters, and had made sure not to draw any attention to himself. Now he wondered where it had all gone wrong. If everything was supposed to unfold according to plan, thanks to his minimal interference, then how on earth was the protagonist dead? Suddenly, the television in front of him started to glitch. He was sure that he had turned that off. It seemed the glowing picture box had a life of its own. Leaning forward, the main character wondered what on earth was happening. Now he waggled the screen a bit, trying to see if the television was just having an average malfunction issue. However, he was soon surprised by a sudden loud noise, and the universe breaking apart in front of him. Now that was terrifying. Anyone who looked out the window and saw the sky falling apart would naturally be terrified. The main character looked outside and was even more horrified to see that the people out there were legit, just melting away, like they were no more than an illusion. Of course, the death of the protagonist meant the death of the world. Now that the axis that the world spun around was gone, then so were the extras, created just to support his story. The poor victim of the travel ticket was horrified and screamed, wondering what was happening and why he was powerless, and had no understanding of what he was seeing. Quite fortunately, an error message popped up to explain everything to him. See, the problem was that Lee Sujin had died, and now all the main scenarios were considered to have failed. Since the scenario could not proceed, the world would be reset now. This was terrifying news. The boy was sweating as he saw the world around him start to shatter and crack, everything rearranging itself like a resetting game. Except that he was not an element of the game. His eyes widened as he began to crack too, and he was in for a very painful and earth-shattering surprise. This poor kid also immediately reset. Everything went dark for a bit of a while. In the darkness, a voice called out to wake up the student. More voices called out calling for the student to wake. He had to wake now after all. They were at the school. The powerful voice took on a shout, and our dude yelled right back, as he was startled awake from the worst dream that he had ever had. The bus driver was concerned by this reaction, and he apologized quickly, but he had expected the student to wake up and get off the bus by now. The teen blinked and nervously stood, apologizing for causing such a ruckus. Meanwhile, the main character's head was reeling. The bus driver had just called him a student. Come to think of it, he had definitely been in his room when the world fell apart, but now he was on the bus of a disgruntled bus driver. It had felt like the world ended. The brunette was still a little shaky on his feet when he descended the bus, trying to stay sharp, even though his legs felt like jelly. He wondered if he had suffered some kind of dream. The light in his eyes was so bright, and he winced, raising his hand to block off the light. This place was the Grand School. A rather nostalgic sight posted on the board outside was a congratulatory message, congratulating students on their admission to the Korea Magic Academy, class of 2032. This was the school that he had graduated from. In the game, something was off. The year was 2032. The realization made the main character gasp. That was 7 years ago. They had gone back 7 years in the past. He touched his chest just to make sure, but it was just as he feared. He had small hands and a small chest, and he was a teenager once again. The main character had regressed, a nice and special skill, and he had gone back 7 years. The announcement continued to ring out to all the students entering the Korea Magic Academy. They were wished a warm welcome. The entrance and opening ceremony will begin shortly. Students should please take their seats. Our dude was expected to repeat high school, the true embodiment of madness. He felt like he was going to lose his mind. Everything was exactly the same as it had been those 7 years ago. Since things had come to this, he had no choice but to accept it. At any rate, it was much better than dying indefinitely. Now that he had gone back to the past, he had to endure everything that he had been through before. It really sucked the excitement out of school, but maybe he could get better marks this time. Of course, our dude had a much more pressing question right now. He needed to know why Lee Sujin had died. According to the original story, there was absolutely no reason for him to die. The protagonist was strong and talented. Crew was going berserk, was exactly what was supposed to happen in the story. At that time and after a brutal fight, Lee Seojin was supposed to defeat it. If so, then there had to be some other reason behind the hero's death. The main character thought about it, but he really had no idea, since he had stayed as far away from the main character as possible. How could he know when he didn't get close? Suddenly the boy looked around as they sat in class. His new fear was the protagonist somehow dying again in this life. If that happened, then he might get regressed to the past once again. Xianwu had already suffered through high school twice, and he was not dying to do it a second time either. There was also the fear that the world would just end and not come back. Nothing was certain, but there was one thing that was clear. Lee Seojin must not die. It was an unacceptable result this time. For sure, the main character could not just sit back. This time he had to play as part of the story. If he ever wanted to get back to his original world, then he had to stop Lee Seojin's death and see this novel through to its ending. To do that, it was time for our guy to start getting close to the main character. Of course, the first one he targeted was a girl. Our dude was laser focused. It was like he had just been waiting for the opportunity to chase down pretty girls. He watched as one of the main characters sat beside him, and then he waved at her with the brightest smile that he could muster. He figured that the best course of action would be to start growing close to the main characters as soon as possible. Yuera, the second year, ranked second in the story. She was one of the people that he needed to start getting close to right now, or so he thought. Unfortunately, our Navi regressor had just targeted the cold, serious type, who immediately asked if he knew her. She did not even wait for him to answer, scoffing that she did not recall meeting him. For him to act so familiar with her, right? He knew a lot about her. but she knew next to nothing about him, so this kind of reaction was expected. The boy waved lightly, still caught between shock and the half-assed, friendly gesture before he could take back his greeting. The girl asked if he had something to say to him. It seemed she was the thunder type, as cold and as frosty as ice, but hopefully, she had a bit of an agreeable side somewhere. He admitted that he did not have anything to say. He was just saying hi instantly. She dismissed him and told him to look somewhere else. It seemed that starting with the nearest pretty main was not the best of decisions. After all, he was making her uncomfortable. Why that rude little child? Our dude was quickly realizing that this situation was not going to be easy at all. They were all seated in class in neat little rows, and each grade representative was asked to come up to the stage. The grade representatives then stepped forward. There were 3 of them immediately. Everyone recognized the main character and clapped at the presence that he had. Some of the students had even heard that the boy had trained under Chairman Kim Jin-chul. His talent had to be on a whole other level. This was Leo Seojin of the 2nd year in rank 1. Despite being a student, the protagonist of the story was already soaring and famous. That was as expected. Modern Wizard was the kind of power fantasy novel where the main character did everything. They celebrated and clapped for the freshman top student, some of them thinking that she was really pretty. She did look like a happy saint. The pretty and flower girl turned out to be the kind that was calculated in all her gesture. Even that little smile was calculated. Her goal was to build connections at school. After all, that senior had also been ranked the first for 3 years straight. He did not look that impressive, but that was still an awe-inspiring feat. In the face of all of these really amazing characters, it was understandable why our main character had though. It would be fine for him to just enjoy his background. He did not know much about the hero of the 3rd year, but the guy seemed pretty impressive though. Even in the original novel, the guy had barely had any screen time. Now they would have the student oath. All the present student representatives raised their hands and took the oath. However, for some reason, the girl beside our dude was vibrating. He had to glance her way, just to check if everything was okay with her. Everything was not okay. Her fist was clenched. She had a whole doom and gloom presence going on, and her feet were tapping with so much rage. Only a few seconds after meeting her, he had at least found someone whom she hated, quite as passionately as him. Now that was really something. The boy wondered if he should try scoring some points with one of the protagonists, now that she was emotional for some really dumb reason. His choice of words was telling her that it was too bad for her. She had come in 2nd place to the protagonist. The girl was heated and asked if that little, insignificant rat was talking to her right now. He really needed to learn how to know his place. Of course, he doubled down and said yeah. He was indeed talking to little Miss Stick in the Mud. Now she wanted to know what he meant by saying that it was too bad. The boy sighed honestly. He thought that the girl was surely much better than those 2 up there. The girl with the dark hair was a snob, but she was not taking any empty compliments from a stranger who was very clearly just trying to score points. The girl scoffed and asked what he knew anyway, and if he was trying to be funny. If he had ever seen any of those 3 use magic, then he would not be confidently spouting the brain dead nonsense that he was telling her. Right now, so much for cheering her up. He had just redirected her anger towards him. Now the boy admitted that he'd maybe seen their magic, and that just made her even more heated. He had no ground to judge their talent when he did not even know how much power they had. However, the boy doubled down on his nonsense. It was either go big or go home, and he refused to retreat. The brunette made the claim that he could tell just by looking at her. Apparently he had really good instincts, and he beamed with a self-confidence that was backed up by his aura alone. That faker was only digging himself deeper and deeper into a very ugly pit. Now she was extra heated and asked if he was messing with her. Right now, it was time for our guide to pick the go-home option. He could not believe that it did not work, so he thought to try a different topic. It probably would be more sensible if he tried not to talk at all. He then asked the girl if she had been worrying about her future lately. Well, that much was true, and she wondered how he knew that. The boy was moving like a charlatan fortune teller. He had disturbed her peace enough times that he finally decided to check out his name. He was Kim Seon-woo, and she was going to remember his name. That sounded like a threat. Then she added that he should not dare to open his mouth and spout any more nonsense today. She was quite tired of him. All of our dude's efforts had been painfully in vain, and now the protagonist girl was stomping away from him. That was definitely not the reaction that he had been going for. When he had started the conversation, he had already messed up, and he had just started his mission. The Magic Academy's new semester began with an evaluation test. On the first day that determined everyone's ranking, it was an initiation ritual, where students revealed themselves in front of the entire student body. Some of the students were already panicking about the test. After all, some of them didn't really have the skills and all that. Meanwhile, our dude was smirking and calling those kids cute. His new goal anyway, was to rank in the top 10 of the 2nd year. In his previous life, he had gotten offers to be promoted to B rank several times, but he had ended up staying at C rank, though it would be embarrassing if she could not at least hit average. Against these kids, however, he was starting from the beginning of this story, so he would not be a slouch. The main was so excited to show off his professional skills at the evaluation, and his number one hater was already hating his guts from a distance. Our dude had not even successfully made friends, but he had succeeded in gaining a hater. Hilarious, of course. The top 3 students of each year were exceptional. Little Miss Polite Smile shot out her magical power with a shout, and fogged off the running maniacs. One by one those earth-looking golems got shot down. The gathered students watched the exam go down, praising anyone who showed exceptional talent. They also watched in awe, as the talent from the first years proved that she was a top ranker. Her skills were insane and incredible. Yes, it was none other than the girl who was praised at the assembly, and was happy to show off her obvious exception. The second years were up for testing next, and they had to come up when their names were called. The blazing fury that was our dude's number one hater, of course, took the opportunity to show off her exceptional skills. She blasted her power forward, and obliterated the targets before her. The other students gaped in awe, thinking surely a girl that powerful could not be the same age as they were. It was insane, as she had professional level flame. That fire was impressive, but of course, since they shared schools with Leo Sujin, the hero boy overpowered the light of those flames. Then again, Yura was legendary too. The hero boy stepped up, and within seconds he had zoomed to the targets. Those little stone creatures tried to run, but in an instant they were cut down and defeated, sliced to pieces in an instant, with the golems fallen. The hero beamed with satisfaction. The boy sure was impressive. So impressive that the heated girl could not stand him. Our dude had sense now, so he was not going to try to offer her any comfort, when she clearly did not need it. The brunette thought that Yahello was pretty good too, even though she did not care about his opinion. It just so happened that Lee Seo-jin earlier was basically on par with a professional. Active mates, the girl had always been in first place, but that had been snatched by the pillar of natural talent that just happened to shine brighter than hers. Her frustration was understandable. Then it was time for the second year class. Kim Seon-woo to show off his power. The boy was told to come up and display in front of all the other students. The boy stood with a proud smile. Now that it was his turn to play, the others gathered to watch, wondered who Kim Seon-woo was. The lady had been in charge of last year's first years, but she did not really remember the name. A man smiled because he remembered. The boy was in their class, but he did not have much of a presence, so it made sense if people did not remember him. Looking at last year's records, the boy had a talent for reinforcement magic. Reinforcement was great, but the boy had come out to fight empty-handed. That was curious. It looked like the boy had switched to manifestation magic along the way. Well, sometimes they have students like that. Now our main character stood before the golem dummies and prepared for his evaluation. He stretched out his hand, and a portal opened up in the palm of his hand. Because of course it did. The ones who specialized in what they loved, rather than what they were good at. The boy was more ordinary than he had expected. However, a lady at the back recognized the boy before her. It was not that she recognized his face, but she recognized the magic swirling in his hand. That child was using the compression manifestation technique. The first stage of manifestation magic was, of course, materialization. Compressing the materialized mana slowed a person to finally control the next stage. Projection. That advanced technique was also called the compression manifestation technique. It was a technique that only veteran mages would use. Both the hero and the protagonist girl stared in awe as the boy used that magic. Now it made no sense for a second year to be able to use a technique like that. However, this second year also happened to be a regressor, and he could not wait to wow them. With a bright smile, the boy fired out a blast of something right at the golems, and it shot out in a large boom, flowing around the standing mannequins, into something that wowed the class in a way that was different from what was expected. Everyone was speechless, and for a moment there was silence in the class. Then rang out the painful, mocking sound of laughter. It seemed there had been a collapse of what he had tried to summon. Due to mana exhaustion, the students laughed, because he could not even use his own powers. There was no point to materialization if he could not even project. Those awful jerks. Our poor dude was already going through a lot, but now he realized that he was well and truly in trouble. He was just wondering what the heck was going on with his abilities, when multiple system windows popped up at once. The boy stared in shock and then horror, wondering why it was opening. Now there was a very tired side, and our dude sat sulking in his room, wondering why the window had opened so belatedly. The last time he had opened, it was at this time of the day. Something had changed with his power, and our dude, Seon-woo, needed to understand what had gone wrong. Back then multiple windows had opened at the same time, informing him that outsiders' benefits had been unlocked. The main scenario had now begun. The windows also communicated that the second time around achievement had been unlocked, and he was going to receive a 3,000-point reward. He had also achieved the Talent of the Clown award, as if he wanted anything to do with that nonsense. However, the Talent of the Clown somehow achieved way more awards than regressing. He got 5,000 points for being laughed at. Now 232 people remembered his face as the class idiot. They laughed at him, booted him and told him to get off the stage, while the system gifted him a 1,000-point reward. The system was cruel, however. For some reason, the protagonist of the story was now interested in him. It was hilarious that this even happened, for the worst possible reason, but our main character got 1,000 extra points for that one, too in fact. 4 main characters had taken notice of him, and he received 1,000 points. For each of the characters that had noticed him, our guy had wanted to make an introduction. It was not a proper one, but it did get him noticed by the important people, and that was necessary in such a very short, but very humiliating time. Our dude had made 10,000 points. However, to use any of these points, the outsider's benefits had to be unlocked. That was such a bummer. At least he had an idea of what the outsider's benefits included. This magical point-driven system has apparently been reserved for special privileges alone. So basically only Xianwu could use these points. The achievement system is now active, but the talent he'd achieved had been cut off. For some reason the brunette pondered his new situation. Points were earned by stacking achievements. Through the system, he could also get points as he became more well-known. The points shop was one of the best things about the outsiders. Benefits: he could literally use points to buy traits, skills or items. It was a totally overpowering setting. Having all of these points was great and all. However, our dude had been labeled the class clown. On his first day at school, he had legit only gathered all these points because he turned into a circus performer. Plus, calling it the talent of the clown was kind of harsh. Back then when he had attempted to use that large range and impressive attack, our loser had completely forgotten that he did not have enough mana to use such high-grade skills. Just yet, honestly, he had never been this much in the spotlight in his life. Even if he had made so many points, he was not thrilled about it. The important thing was knowing how strong he was now. The boy called up the system to check his stats. The window popped up and informed him that Kim Xianwu, owner of 10,000 points, had good health, alright strength, okay mana, average speed, good reflect, and an average dexterity. He was not maxing out in any skills, but at least he was not garbage level. Still, this kind of sucked. After all the points he had dumped in, his stats had gotten reset after all of his work, and now he needed to raise them all over again. Then the boy realized something. In this life he got to reallocate his stats. The window explained that in this system, there was enhancement, manifestation, support and summoning. These were the 4 branches of magic here. Enhancement was for boosting weapons on the body. Close combat magic basically. So those mages needed more health. Manifestation was where a person could cast actual spells. The classic mage vibe. Then summoning and support were, well, for bringing things out and backing others up. For the record, our dude had totally chosen manifestation as his main skill on purpose. He figured that if he was going to get a skill, he would prefer something nice and flashy. He was laughing at the situation now, but it was not very funny, considering how things were going right now. Since he was in manifestation, he would have to start by maxing out his mana, so that he could actually use his chosen power. The statue's window popped up, and our man was informed that another 50 people just been added to his circle of influence. How wonderful. News about him was already spreading like wildfire, for all the wrong reasons, but that was good. He could use this popularity to max out properly. When he finally acquired some actual good skills, Xianwu was starting to understand that just that one silly moment was racking in so many points. This was such a huge payout that he almost did not mind being the class clown at all. Actually, it was crazily amazing. Now 400 people remembered his face, and he got a 2,000-point reward. 400 people were insane. He would never have a normal school life now. Well, he'd had to kiss that goodbye anyway. Since he decided to save the protagonist, that was still an overwhelmingly ridiculous number. It felt like even more people knew him than the whole school body. Someone probably recorded him or something. There had been all of those guests on the balcony. Our dude instantly whipped out his phone, just to check what was going on. In the Korea Magic Academy website, just as he feared, someone had uploaded the second year's last place test video. So many people were dragging him in the comment section. Bro had never been more clowned in his life. Some people were even asking how he managed to get into the school. This was so unfair. Xianwu had never imagined the day that his test video would blow up like this. It was embarrassing, but the points were pretty nice. Since he had come this far, he might as well cash out from the attention. And now our guy was wondering if there was a way for him to get even more attention and points. Suddenly, his eyes shone as he came up with a pretty cool idea. With this, he would really pull all of the attention to himself. He would finally be able to buy the thing that he had always wanted. After catching it in the next day, people were still whispering about the class clown. Some of the students stared in awe and asked if that guy was truly him. The video from yesterday looked just like him, so that likely was the guy they were looking for. Someone with shame and lots to lose would probably hide their face after becoming the class disgrace, but not Xianwu. He had money to make, and he would make it in the most shameless way possible. He needed even more people to keep talking about him as he paraded himself before them without fear All night he had played up the incident for attention, and it had paid off. Now his failed video was trending with over 1,000 views. Lots of people had a lot of criticism about his pathetic academy performance, even judging the academy scandal. Bro even went as far as calling himself an S-rank mage. At the shocking scandal situation, thanks to all of the hate that the video got, he made another 5,000 points. Racking up hate like that sure felt great. Then the boy walked into class that morning, acting all cute and everything. As he stepped inside, all of his classmates were of course waiting for him, and all eyes were on him. Someone even outright pointed at him. It was a blonde. The bro looked like every stereotype of a bully that usually featured in these kinds of stories. However, surprisingly, the boy came over to cuddle with the brunette, laughing loudly about how hilarious yesterday had been. After the boy came out, everyone could no longer stop laughing. The other kids were in high spirits too, and they kept asking how the boy had run out of mana, like that his family had to have money. Well, he would never have been able to get into this school. It was funny that they thought that, considering his involvement in this school was a total unfortunate accident in his life. Well, the main character at least recognized yet another of the protagonist. The blonde, his name was Park In-won, and in the novel, this dude was the resident loon in the beginning. It was never good to get involved with someone like that, so our dude would just not get involved and keep quiet around him. Unfortunately for the main character, the blonde now had his eyes fixed on him and he grinned. From now on he would be calling the boy a blockhead, and from now on whenever he called, the boy would come running. Otherwise, it would be tough to survive in a school like this. However, a voice dismissed in one's bullying immediately. Of course it was none other than the star of the second-year students. The glorious protagonist stepped forward, and he scolded the blonde, telling him not to bully others. The blonde scoffed in annoyance at the dark-haired hero, the genius that the world was watching. Lee Soo-jin, now that genius, wanted to play hero, even inside the classroom. Naturally, good guys made fake losers like the blonde feel sick, because he could not comprehend being an actual kind person. Regular guys like him just had to go along with whatever the hero wanted. The hero spoke back in a warning tone to Park In-won. At any rate, the bully knew better than to push his luck, and he walked away from the hero of the second year, taking his stupid goons with him. With those guys gone, our dude was finally free. The hero asked if he was okay. He was such a cute, nice guy. Our dude was grateful for the support. Without even trying, he had gotten the attention of the person that he needed to protect the most. Now the hero looked at him, recognizing the boy as the class clown, who had debuted yesterday. The clown tried to assure the hero that he was fine. After all, he had really cashed out, thanks to all of that attention and laughs. He then figured that he should at least have some shame. Normal people would have shame about things like this. So, he sighed and whimpered that he just had to accept it, since that was how things were. That video was everywhere already, so he had to accept his fate. The hero reassured him, telling the clown not to worry about it too much. The person who had spread that video on purpose was in the wrong. Yeah, Si-in-woo had sort of helped them spread it too, so he was hardly one to talk about people who were in the wrong at any rate. The hero wished him a great day and was about to bolt. However, our guy could not let a good opportunity go. Just like that, instantly, he latched onto Lee Soo-jin, and he started mumbling as he tried to figure out the correct way to make his request. See, he needed to stay as close to the protagonist as possible to keep the boy from dying. So our main brightened up with a sparkly smile as he asked about the semester's dungeon class. He wanted to team up with that hero for the dungeon class. That was a cute offer, but he was kind of a liability. The hero had no idea what to tell him and asked why the boy was asking him. Well, with the sweetest expression that he could muster, Si-in-woo explained that it was because it would be really good for the hero too. The hero considered the pros and cons of taking dead weight like the class clown into his team. After a moment of thought, he hit the poor guy with a bolt of instant rejection, like a shy Japanese girl rejecting a romantic letter. It turned out that he had never really thought of Si-in-woo as a teammate. However, fortunately, our guy was the kind who did not back down when he made up his mind about something, which was why he had successfully done an entire run-through of the game without ever interfering in the main character's life. There were two things that the hero needed to know before he made the rejection official. Alright, the hero agreed to hear him out, and it was time for our guy to market himself for all that he was worth. The first thing that the hero needed to know was that he was dead last in the entire second year. Yeah, that was not really news. Everyone knew that our dude was garbage, and honestly that should not even be a talking point. In this conversation, the hero was stunned by the boy's shameless audacity. He could at least pretend that he had some level of self-respect. The hero asked if this was really his reason, because our dude was really making it hard to buy into the case. The main character explained that everyone knew that every group test had an adjustment score. This meant that if the top student in school teamed up with the very last place, like him, then the hero's score would surely come out higher. Well, the good boy had not expected for the class clown to be pushing for this level of self-sabotage. His words did make sense, but the risk was too big. Considering that the guy beside him had shown no skill whatsoever, it felt like he would only be a burden. In a place like the dungeon, the second reason was sure to make the hero agree. You're the second best in their class. Had already picked low-ranked students for her own team clearly. She was thinking about the score balance as well, as the hero knew. The girl specialized in some wide area of magic. Even with 2 low rankers, she would manage just fine in the dungeon. This was a statement that even the protagonist accepted as true. Third, because it turned out that there was a surprise. Third reason, even if our dude had said that there were only 2, the boy beamed and then happily pointed to himself. He was the third reason for someone in last place. He was still a pretty decent fighter. Well, there was no actual combat proof to back that up, but he had been about to use high-grade summoning magic, which was the only thing he had going for him, coinciding the wild stunt that he had tried to pull. The hero could not help but laugh at this whole display. The protagonist was such a sweet and jolly guy that finding motivation to protect him was going to be so effortless. This class clown was really, seriously funny. He had seen his potential right from his debut. Alright, since the boy had amused him so much, the hero agreed to team up. However, he also had one condition. Because he was a nice guy that actually cared about his teammates, the protagonist smiled and said that he would pick the remaining teammate, with the high chances of him picking other main character. That was a highly acceptable part of the deal. The hero was still sweet enough to check with the class clown and ask if he minded. Our boy did not mind at all, and he shook hands with the character Lee Seojin, who had now taken a deep interest in him. Our dude gained 2,000 points as a reward. He was so happy to have gotten this far. Alright, so now it was back to serious topics, like class and study. The origin of magic goes back to the 14th century. Back then it was divided into 2 branches, not the 4 that they have now. However, it did not take long for that solid 2-branch system of magic to collapse. Now the teacher paused to see if anyone could tell her the reason. Our boy surprisingly raised up his hand. Of course, no one was expecting much from the class clown, but he'd done this entire class before, so he knew the answer quite easily. The 2 magic systems broke down because of Bloodsword, the first enhancement type mage to appear. In the 18th century, Xianwu might have been a background character, but he had done his homework well surprisingly. The teacher and the students. The teacher congratulated him on a good job. For manifestation-centric medieval mages of the time, Bloodsword's appearance was a huge shock. Manifestation mages back then couldn't even stand up to Bloodsword. From that turning point, research into manifestation magic exploded. The teacher continued to give an important lecture about the history of magic, while our dude listened on, with a bored look on his face. Even for someone like Lee Seoyeon, classical magical theory and complex formulas were kind of hard. However, that was not the case for him. This was because of the outsider's benefits that had been bestowed on him. It fed him all of the basic info on the world, so when it came to written subjects, he was way more confident than anyone in class. Happily, the boy used his cheat skill to take down notes. With joy, the other students in the back started to whisper and call him the class Hermione. He had gone from class clown to basically the class no. It all in just the span of a day. They even giggled that there was no point in his listening so hard in class if he was still the last place student. This pissed off the brunette. It was one thing for those guys to mock him for his mistake, but now they were calling him a bookworm. If they were that jealous of his skill, then they should go ahead and answer questions in class. Too well. The class ended and it was time for everyone to enjoy their lunch break. Our dude had not really made a lot of friends, so he sort of lingered. As most of the students filed out of class, he was just figuring out what step to take next, when someone walked over and called out to Kim Seon-woo. That was him. So our dude turned to see who it was. It was the sweet hero, who grinned that they were a team now, so they should eat together. That was so cool. They went and got their trays of food, and they walked together in the cafeteria to find a nice place to eat. Honestly, the hero was so jolly and smelly. He was quite an easy person to like. As they searched for a place to eat, an excited boy waved over for Seo Jin to come and sit beside him. That dude was Shin Young Jin. The hero happily headed over to that guy, and they both laughed and teased each other. So for some background, Shin Young Jin was one of the main characters in this world, and he was Lee Seo Jin's best friend. If all of the top rankers teamed up, their scores tanked, so it looked like most of them had split up this time. The Shin guy then noticed our brunette hanging around. The boy beamed, saying hello to Kim Seon-woo. Of course he had recognized him on sight, since everyone had seen that stupid video. Getting points was one thing, dealing with the aftermath of all that attention was another still. Our guy took his seat and the best friend happily asked when the loser suddenly became so close with the protagonist. The hero explained that it had just happened earlier, and they would be going into the dungeon together the day after tomorrow. The best friend had never heard anything crazier in his entire life. He was so shocked that he nearly stopped smiling. Bro had to slide right up to the hero's ear to whisper if he was that confident that he would get first place, even without the last place buff. If they were that strong, then there was no need to carry this dead weight with them into the dungeon. The hero sighed and explained that you Era looked like she was out for blood. The best friend was surprised that she was a motivation point. Apparently the second place hero was not playing around with the battle for first place, and she had put two bottom rankers in her team. That made the best friend flinch. That girl really was not playing around with how much she wanted to win. At any rate, they had already decided that Xian Wu would join the team, so they should just eat for now. The best friend agreed that he had been starving anyway. Ardu did not particularly appreciate the way the entire conversation had been had about him but excluding him. But okay, they continued to eat together. And the gossip around them grew. Students were talking about the person who posted in the forest of the great sage. Asio Yuna, the poster-perfect girl for the first-year class, had been staring in their direction. When her classmate called her attention, the girl was surprised and quickly dismissed the concern. She insisted that it was nothing. However, the first-year fairy was still curious. She had no idea how the class clown had suddenly gotten close to the second-year hero. Later that day, a bunch of the students were training in a little center with dummies and other practice tools. This time, our dude was going to have to practice his magic so that he would not become an inconvenience to the protagonist who had been so kind as to take him on. He would work with the amount of mana that he could control right now. Carefully, he generated that power in his hands, preparing to manifest slowly. The blue portal opened up in his hand just as before, and magic began to bubble in his hold. Now that he had a decent amount of mana, he controlled his project and then controlled, raising his hand at the nearby dummy. This time he actually managed to hit the target, and the other students who had been watching were kind of impressed. It was not something top tier, but it was not the worst attack that they'd ever seen. The boy was doing better than they had thought. He could totally hear them gossiping, and they did not even have the decency to gossip at his back properly. He could totally hear what they were saying. Well, that did not matter as much, because he was finally making progress. Before regressing, he used points to buy stats, and he had happily bought whatever he wanted, while living his own jolly life by himself. On the sidelines, however, he eventually got a warning that the more he bought, the more the cost of buying things would ramp up, so he had to spend a bit wisely. Base stats went up in price by 10 points for every 10 purchases. Our dude considered that situation. It was the same logic as how level UPS got harder in games once a player was on a high level. In the long run, instead of dumping points straight into stats, it was better to use traits for items that boosted mana growth and could build stats over time. Our dude decided to use the search function. He opened a window and searched around for the skill that he wanted to learn. He needed that one trait that showed up mid-novel right now, since he had increased the difficulty level on his life by teaming up with the protagonist. Finally, he found the blessing of great nature, which was a skill that absorbed mana from nature. Now this was about to be excellent. When training mana, our dude would be able to gain mana. Depending on the environment, he could gain up to 150% of additional mana, and his mana recovery speed would increase by 50%. That was a whole promising bargain. He scanned through the passive effects to be sure that it was what he wanted, and everything lined up then. The boy looked at the wristwatch that he had on his wrist. The returner's wristwatch was the kind of equipment that boosted health and mana regeneration by 200%. Bro was just buying cheap codes left and right. In this life, he sold and bought skills, trading lesser skills to gain even greater skills. He could sell traits to earn points too, but it was such a shame to let some amazing items go, like the Master Chef skill that he had sold to buy the watch. He would really miss being able to cook that well. However, thanks to buying the blessing of great nature and the returner's wristwatch, his starting point was way better than before. The regression suddenly. His phone began to ring now. This was odd because bro had very few friends, so he couldn't imagine who was calling him right now. He picked up the phone and stared in on at the screen, wondering what he was looking at. This was a group chat for some reason. Yoon Jin-tae had invited Liu Sujin, Kim Seon-woo-yoon, Hee Young and Shin Jae-yuk to the chat. Yoon Jin-tae happily told everyone to do their best for the next 2 months, and Hee Young happily agreed. A whole group chat. Now this was curious to the class clown. Apart from Yoon Hee Young, he didn't really recognize the members of this group chat. He wondered if they were all somehow low rankers. Yu Yeon was the kind of girl who would become an important character later on, but she had not realized her own ability yet, so right now she shouldn't matter much anyway. It would make it easier if all of these low rankers just said what their speciality was. He already knew a few, but he was not sure about the others. Jang was in support of the subspeciality of manifestation. Yu Yeon was in manifestation with the attribute office and the subspeciality of support. Jinto was an enhancement with the subspeciality in manifestation, but he sucked at it apparently. Yeah, it was definitely a team of low rankers. Our dude also admitted that he was in manifestation with no elements, since he was still at a beginner level and all. The jerk Jion laughed that there was no one at the school who did not know the class clown's specialty was manifestation. The boy growled because he had just been trying to be nice and to make sure that everyone was on the same page. There was no need to be blatantly rude by bringing up his failures. He was well aware of them. In that case, it would be the best bet to put Sujin at the center, and the rest of them would focus on supporting him. If they were aiming for first place, they had to do better than Yura's team. First things first, he needed to find out who she had put on her team, so the training continued. As everyone prepared for the dungeon raid, it was very important to get ready, in order to score the best in the evaluation. As they trained together, some of them had training guides, advising them on whether they were focusing too much on control and neglecting projection. They needed to put a bit more power into their mana, and then release it faster. The girl followed the advice, and gathered the energy in the palm of her hand. With a wish of her hand, she released the great blast, and it swung, taking down a huge load of enemies before her. The people who gathered and watched were amazed by that level of firepower. They were truly in awe of a genius, and watching her was amazing to them. This person was really skilled, and anyone could see the obvious natural talent. Then again, maybe it was because she was still young, and the boy was still a bit rough around the edges. Her mana control could use some work, but exceptional talent was still amazing to see. Then the teacher turned around in awe to see someone else training on the grounds. It was that one clown from the manifestation exam. Almost anyone would be able to recognize him, and her eyes widened when he saw him shoot a blast to obliterate the target in front of him. That was not bad at all. It surprised her, especially since most people assumed that kid was just a failure. The boy was beyond excited about his growing success. Too, it was kind of cute. Back then the young clown had gotten so hung up on materialization that he could not even manage a proper projection. Now with the bare minimum mana that he had, he was being sure to balance two skills, managing both projection and materialization. He was even pulling off perfect projection and control. Figuring out his own weak points at that age was no small feat. The lady was impressed. She could not help but smile as she watched the children working hard at training and growing around her. After some time passed, the special lessons came to an end, and the happy lady thanked everyone for trying their hardest. In the training they had all done pretty good work. The students all thanked the teacher for the hard work that she had put in for them. As well, it was much appreciated. All of that training had really helped them to blow off some steam. Honestly, this was what class should feel like. It seemed most of the students preferred blowing things up with magic, rather than sitting in a class and actually learning. With that being done, most of the students were going to rest. As the students were leaving, the student Kim Seon-ho was called back. Before he left, the boy had worked pretty hard in class, and she wanted to know if he had been keeping up with training lately. The boy admitted that he had been squeezing in some training every once in a while. Then she asked how his mana training was going as well. He was doing extraordinarily well with it. He was not about to admit that he had been high-key cheating with that one, and he was just buying some extra mana off the market and borrowing another half of it from nature. The boy was a bit hesitant, since the teacher had definitely noticed that his mana pool was lacking. For his current level, the boy admitted that he was definitely growing it well. There was no rush, and the teacher assured him that he was doing well. Overall, in fact, his mana was really on the low side. There was no shortcut to building mana, so they just had to keep at it. The boy beat his chest and happily said that he would do his best. With a happy smile, the lady gave him a chain bracelet, telling him to take this. It was an item that helped with mana breathing and keeping their condition stable. The boy had not expected the sweet gift. He did not know if he should accept something like this. There was no need for the boy to feel pressured. It was just an F-rank practice item. It did not cost much to make, and it was not a big deal that she was giving this to him. The boy was excited and happy, saying that he would make good use of it. The class was over, so it was time for him to hurry along now. The boy could not believe the unexpected score that he had gotten, and he smiled with joy at the bracelet he held. As he was walking home from practice, he could not help but pause when he saw a lady lingering around near the wall. It was a dark-haired girl with laser-red eyes. She greeted Kim Seon-woo, and he wondered why she was even talking to him. She had made such a big deal about not speaking to him before, but now he seemed worthy enough to talk to. She was the one who told him not to talk to her ever again. She clearly remembered that, and she was clearly pissed that he was even reminding her. At any rate, she had heard that the loser had somehow joined the same group as Lee Seojin. This time the boy asked how she even knew that. She just scoffed that he was very clearly clinging to the thighs of the top student like a shameless leech. It was too bad, because the first place for this exam was going to be hers this time, so he should wake up from that dream. It seemed that she had come all this way just to poke fun at him. The girl turned away and scoffed, stomping and leaving. That was truly all she had come to say. What an aging sunder! The boy could not believe it, and wondered why she was touchy all the time. Later on Thursday morning, a few of the students had gathered outside the dungeon entrance, and our dude raced over with excitement, happy that he had made it in time. There was the shining hero, who was also happy to see him. It was the first time that all of the team members would be gathering in person, so it was best for them to do their best this semester. Everyone agreed that they would work hard and do their best, much to the hero's joy. However, there was always that one guy who tried to make a big deal out of everything, and he scoffed saying that their team was kind of weird. They had got together with the top student, and the very last of the class. The main character was wondering if that was supposed to be some kind of jab at him, or if the idiot just did not know how to talk. It was very clearly a jab, and that piece of nonsense was jabbing even more, asking the loser of their class to actually pull his weight during this exam. Alright, that was very rich of this dude, who was barely a memory in this class. He had the nerve to tease the brunette for not being able to fire a single spell during the last test. No one could even remember this guy's name. Seon-woo could not care less about some loser who was making jabs at him, and neither did some other guy who quickly jumped in to defend him. The other guy said that it did not matter if the class clown had failed so hard in the first exam, since Seojin was the one who brought him along. So he was fine with it since the hero brought him, then the hero would carry him. It was that easy. It was very unfortunate that our dude's defense team was made up of a dude who was clearly just trying to ride on Seojin's coattails. He started to wonder if there was even anyone useful on the team. Well, there was at least Yoon Hee-young. Her big moment in the story was still a long way off, but at least she was actually useful. She was happily asking the hero if he had slept well. The boy was wondering if it was because he had joined. The team that the hero had formed was completely different from the one he had formed last time in the story. Yoo Hee-young was one thing, but he wondered if the rest of this group would really be okay for this test. There were not a lot of heavy hitters around after all. As they walked, someone in front of the gate caught everyone's attention. It seemed to be a teacher, and now he would explain the day's dungeon exploration. This class would run twice, in the morning and the afternoon. Since it would be the first day, they would only explore the basement level 1. Next, he would explain how their dungeon exploration score would be calculated. First, they would be measured by their dungeon clearing speed. The faster they cleared through difficulties, the more bonus points they would get. Second, the rank difference adjustment score. The more low-ranked teammates they had, compared to their rank, the more points that they personally earned. The final contribution was, of course, the most important. This artificial dungeon used a special contribution system. This meant that they would get extra points based on how much they contributed to their team. Above all, they had to prioritize safety. Then the teacher checked if all the students listening to him understood the rules. They yelled that they indeed understood all right. If all of that was properly established, then it was time for the teams to enter the dungeon. Most of the kids were so hyped, and the others encouraged them to have some fun. In there, the monitoring room was full of teachers, keeping an eye on the students. They were not joking about safety first, and they would make sure that every single member of the dungeon would succeed. Teacher Jung was also there, and he waved, saying that he had come right after sending the kids in. The other teacher had been waiting for Mr. Jung to get there. They had to place their best on which team would get the highest score, though they did have to pick different teams for it to be a proper bet. Everyone was going to bet on Yuira's team. Most of the teachers had indeed picked Yuira's team, so it did not look like betting would do any good. This time, however, the spectacle teacher said that there was clearly a way for them to bet. She beamed and said that she was going to put her money on Group 3, the one that had Lee Seojin. She was plenty convinced that his team would be able to do pretty well. Actually, the teachers were in disbelief. Of course, they knew the teacher was just being nice. Even if both Seojin and Era packed their teams with low rankers for the bonus points, they had both done that completely differently. Seojin's team was pretty shaky and filled mostly with enhancement types. There was a limit to what the boy could do alone, and he could not carry the weight of all of those pathetic people on his team. The teacher with glasses admitted that this was true. Enhancement specialists were built one-on-one, so without backup it was hard for them to handle groups of enemies. Now if they looked over at Yuira, whose specialty was wide area magic, she had already reached the middle of the first floor. In the dungeon raid, that girl was moving pretty fast when it came to clearing speed. Even so, the teacher giggled and said that she still believed in a bottom ranker uprising, so they would all see who would actually win this bet. At the end of the day, it was her funeral if she lost, so everyone was just going to accept it and see where this took her. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, the hero was progressing as usual. He charged ahead, taking down lots of monsters who came to attack them. Slowly and surely they advanced through the dungeon, felling monsters as they progressed down. They were making great progress so far, so much progress that most of the others in the team barely had to do anything. Lee Seojin fought really well. The happy coattail riders were really fine, with just hanging around in the back, while the other boy led them to victory. There had to be a limit to how shameless a person could be. They were already halfway through, and they had barely had to lift a finger. As they continued, they wondered who the first floor boss would be. No one was sure, but they figured the boss of the first floor would probably be some kind of trash mob. They were busy gossiping and guessing if it would be a trash rat or a dog or something. Even if they wanted to underestimate their opponent, the girl was wary after all. It was still a boss, and it would be as strong as a boss. Then Haeng turned to Seon-woo and asked what he thought it would be. Well, he'd already done this whole exam before, so he told her that a giant wolf was going to show up. Now that was a bold claim to make. Immediately, the bully in the group tried to poke fun at him, and asked how he would know that a giant wolf was going to show up. The boy was not about to argue, or reveal that he knew more than he let on, but he just said that he had his ways. A giant wolf was gonna show up, so they should be prepared. He had been here and done this many times before, unless this part of the exam had changed. Of course that shameless bully just scoffed at him, and called him a compulsive liar. It really made John Woo want to beat that trash up. That jerk could believe him or not, and the bully said that he did not believe the clown at all. In fact, he was going out of his way to be annoying on purpose, and it took all of our dude's willpower just to resist reacting to that filthy piece of trash. The hero laughed, and told his teammates not to fight now. He wanted them to keep moving through this dungeon as fast as possible, so the fighting calmed down and they kept walking. Before they progressed further, someone asked them to stop. It was the hero and the team, who wondered why they were stopping now. The bully jerk even teased that the top of the class was scared. That was hardly the case. There was something on the floor in front of them. They all looked forward, and sure enough, there was a large magic circle on the floor. They had no idea what kind of magic circle it was, but it would likely activate something. As soon as they walked through it, the other students were hesitant, because they could sense the danger. From the magic circle they worried that the teachers would throw something really dangerous at them. When they were just students, Xiaowu came a little closer and bent to study it, though the hero warned him to be a little careful. They did not know what could come out of it. The boy said that he was fine. He was just taking a look at the runes, and stuff like that. He studied it carefully, trying to remember why a magic circle would appear on the first floor. From what he could tell, it was not anything major, just a simple barrier. However, there had to be a reason a barrier would be here at this point of the test. Of course the clown recognized it, because he had seen this exact same barrier trigger. In his previous life he stretched out his hand and touched the barrier that surrounded the little magic circle. They could all clearly see the shifting magic of barrier air. Then he turned to look at them very pointedly. The bully was very annoyed that the clown was correct, and he muttered that he knew that too. Alright, since all of that was established, they could not pass like this. The coat-tail rider wondered if they would have to turn back. It would cut their time in half, and there was no other way through. The hero prepared his weapon, deciding to just cut through the barrier with his sword. He got ready as he summoned his magic, his power growing and glowing, and he charged at the barrier in front of him. The others who watched were excited, thinking that it would surely work. However, only a small dent had been made in the barrier. They had been so close. The others had really hoped that would work. The hero sighed and wondered if they could do it. With the right approach, it seemed that it was now the bully's time to shine. The boy smirked and said that he was a support-type fighter. After all, so he just needed a little time. He bent before the magic circle and started generating his magic. The bully touched on the magic circle, and it looked like he was actually going to be useful to this group for once. However, something was not working. Oh, how embarrassing. This was pretty complicated, and he realized it was going to take a while for him to solve this problem. Like 40 minutes too. Even if he tried his best to hurry up, 40 minutes was crazy. Our dude grabbed his hand immediately. If he was going to spend all of that time trying to fix one problem, then it was time to try some other ideas. The class clown said that he would just break it. A crazy statement from Xianwu, who was seen as the weakest member of the group. The bully, of course, was not having it and tried to challenge Kim Xianwu. The clown ignored the bullying entirely, because they were wasting time. He placed his hand on the circle on the ground, and got busy as he put some work into it. The unique trait Outsider's benefits was activating. The magical formula of the barrier was decoded, and it was pulled up before our dude for him to read. A collection of magical characters that he could rearrange and decode. Since our dude was so good at reading, he easily got the gist of what he was seeing in front of him. Once he rearranged the right letters, he tapped the circle in the right way, and it glowed. The barrier dissolved right in front of the team. It felt good when the deemed useless one was able to solve a problem that the bully insisted would take 40 minutes. The clown was done in like 5. Happily, the brunette turned to his team and said that he had won it. Even the hero was surprised that it had really worked, and was very fast too. The bully was in such shambles that he could not think of a thing to say. The protagonist Li Sujin was now quite astonished by him. In fact, the protagonist interest in him had increased. Our dude could not help but smile. Now that the protagonist interest in him had gone up again, our bro got a reward of 5,000 points for his hard work. It seemed this relationship was benefiting my way more than the 5,000 points. Even our dude was stunned. He now had an interest level system, and the protagonist's interest had been stroked all the way to level 1. Suddenly, there was the sound of great chaos ahead of them, and the echoing sound of a large paw hitting the ground. Just as our dude had predicted, the big boss had emerged, and it was, of course, a giant wolf. The boys and their one girl all stared at that terrifying creature, and the boss stalked forward, growling and drooling, as it targeted the boys before them. The coat tailor was beyond impressed now. The class clown had been right about the boss too. It was a big wolf just as he had said before. The large creature charged right at the hero, but the hero was ready and stood to fight the beast. The wolf roared and attacked, but the protagonist's eyes glowed a brilliant gold, and he sliced through the big boss creature in front of him. His attack was merciless and immediate. The hero had a different look on his face when he was fighting monster. Even though he was a pretty good guy, he also loved the praise and he beamed, blushing as his teammates praised him for his good job. He had taken down the boss in one swing, like it was any regular mob. The door opened immediately and the students cheered. Happy that it was over, they came out of the dungeon, and the teacher congratulated Group 3. They were in second place for week 1. The hero was in shock and asked who was first. Of course Group 7 was in first. They had cleared the dungeon 30 minutes faster. Of course that was Yura's team. The others could not believe it. Yura was truly a monster. She had beaten through the dungeon in 4 hours and 11 minutes. They could not believe that was even possible. They were only 2 minutes ahead of third place. At this rate, they were going to get overtaken pretty fast. Well, the number of useless people in the group definitely did not help still. Thanks to Seon-woo, they had been able to take second and not third. The hero happily smiled at the class clown, still grateful for his assistance. Even if they came in second place, the class clown could not help but blush at that. It seemed our guy also liked praise. If he had not removed that barrier so fast, then they would be even further down, and stuck in a really bad place. The hero sulked that he had been the one who dropped the ball. They should have secured first for sure. If he had only been faster at clearing the dungeon. The only girl on the team protested that assessment. They had only gotten this far because of the hero on their team. Besides, it was just the first week on the first floor. Their run was not over yet, so the main character told the hero to cheer up. They could still turn things around, but the rest of the team members had to start pulling their weight around here a bit more as they started to head back. Someone called out to the student. Seon-woo, the boy, turned in surprise and noticed that the support type instructor was looking at him. The teacher had come to make a proposal to him. The boy wondered what sort of proposal was being made, and the support teacher asked the kid to transfer to a major in support immediately. Now this was a shocking request. Our boy immediately said no. Obviously she was not having it. She could not believe that little brat was going ahead to reject him, without even hearing the terms. He should just listen to her first. With her authority, she could offer him a special talent scholarship of 50 million won. Now that was interesting, however. It was not something that could move our boy away from the flashiness of manifestation. She found no takers. The teacher was so upset, and one of the other students had to admit that it was crazy to reject 5 million scholarship. They had to check if he was out of his mind. The boy sucked at manifestation anyway, so switching majors should not be such a huge deal. Anyone else would take such a deal and transfer immediately. The other weaklings around him admitted that they would switch teams too. Someone then asked if he truly was not switching. Our guy looked up and sure enough, there was his no. One hater. The girl was nearby again, and she pointed out that special talent status came with way more perks than just a scholarship. Everyone was surprised that Yuera had taken an interest in this conversation. The boy smiled and said that he appreciated the talk from everyone, but he was a manifestation type. No matter how many people tried to stop him, he was not about to change or turn tail. When he loved manifestation so much, the girl could not believe the blind confidence that the boy had. Later at school, time passed, and the talented first-year student was just casually walking through the halls. She paused when she saw someone also walking around the halls. Wondering who that was, she paused and said hello, almost instantly recognizing the class clown. It was Senior Kim Shin-wook, and she said hello. Obviously his name was Seon-woo, so he corrected her immediately. She gasped and acted like she had gotten that wrong by accident, but he could already guess that was on purpose. The girl wanted to know why her senior was cleaning the halls like a cheap servant. Well, it was dirty, so he had just done it. When people had hands and they saw dirt, they tended to clean it. That was what good people did. The girl giggled and laughed, saying that the senior was so nice. She happily waved and told him to keep up the good work. Of course, deep down inside, she thought it was such a pointless thing to do. Our dude had now unlocked the fairy housekeep achievement, and he had gained 1,000 points as a reward. This was great. It was not like the boy could actually tell them that he had worked so hard at cleaning the halls, just so that he could unlock something as silly as the fairy housekeeper achievement. Anyway, now that his cleaning was all done, he was gonna take the bucket and put it away. However, someone had noticed the boy doing some cleaning, and he smiled with pride back in class. The teachers taught the students about all the different types of monster. There were humanoids, animals, flying monsters, and all sorts of things. The most dangerous of all, of course, were the mains. Then the teacher asked if anyone knew why the mains were so dangerous. Our bookworm took the pass button and explained that, except when they willingly dropped their disguise and were on the verge of going berserk, mains were almost impossible to tell apart from humans. The teacher smiled and said that this was correct. Mains fed on human blood and they controlled monster. They were the root of all evil, and they had already deeply infiltrated their society. Due to the fact that there was not a lot of physical difference between humans and mains, it was almost impossible for civilians to identify mains without any equipment. However, in the situations that he mentioned earlier, the main eyes would turn black. Our dude listened to the lecture about mains, and his eyes widened. Right. This weekend was when the episode of the first main appearance would happen. It was the story where Lee Soo-jin, despite being a student, would defeat a man and get attention again. Soo-jin would handle it just fine on his own anyway, so there was little reason for the main character to interfere in this part of the story. However, considering how disastrous the cruise incident had gone, he would check in just in case there was any danger around him. If he wanted to go out with Seo-jin, he would need a bit more money, and he wondered what to do. Later that day at the training center, the boy was busy working on some of his mana training. This was essential for him to upgrade his skills. After all, a bit of meditation helped grow the man that was already within him into a growing pool of green that circled through his whole body. As the boy sat and meditated and worked hard, his mana slowly increased by 0.02. The Great Nature's Blessing effect granted an additional 0.03 mana. Great Nature's Blessing proficiency had increased by 12%. All that training, whenever he had a spare moment, was finally paying off. The boy had now built up quite a bit of mana. Suddenly, the boy paused when he saw an odd pop-up window. The Great Nature's Blessing had been upgraded to rank 2. That was great. The active effect of the trait Great Nature's Blessings had been unlocked. They could now suit Great Nature's heart. The boy beamed. He had known that buying Great Nature's Blessing was the right call. Even though the cooldown was long, the mana recovery speed increased massively. For 1 minute, he could not freely use it whenever he needed it. Thanks to this, he was built of the manifestation type. He recalled the teacher's call, asking him to transfer to the support department immediately, and he washed that off like the bad juju that it was. The boy had no intention of abandoning his clear-cut passion for manifestation. Honestly, breaking barriers was just him riding the outsider's benefits. He was not cut out for support. He could not actually create barriers either. Support was completely out of his league. Still, the truth was that losing that scholarship money kind of stung currently. His bank account is suffering, and he was truly dreaming of transferring. He just would not work well on that side of the department. It made sense that he was broke. Most students were broke. Well, he picked himself up from the floor. There had to be a way to make some quick cash. He had been going into dungeons, hunting monsters and selling dropped items. Was way too dangerous otherwise. There was the option of climbing the tower. He could handle the lower difficult towers, but he was still a student, and he would get wiped out once he so much as touched any higher floors. Our dude was in a very difficult position. Since he was still a minor, he could not get a license to go to any significantly higher floors. Our boy rubbed at his head as he considered the options available to him. Suddenly he got a pretty good idea. The sky shone with bright stars, and the teachers talked about the really admirable student that they had seen in the dungeon that day. The trash student Kim Seon-woo, from the second year, was proving to be more than just trash. After all, he had come to school early in the morning to clean too. The other teachers admitted that the boy focused well during theory class as well, and he answered actively in class. His attitude to studying was excellent, and it really motivated the teachers to do other jobs. The teacher with the glasses, of course, was happy to hear people singing praises about her student, and she beamed that this was just how manifestation-type kids were. Someone had tried to poach her precious student, but they had failed woefully, and she threw her head back and laughed. It seemed the lady could be malicious in her own ways. Of course, the teacher had always believed that her precious student, Seon-woo, was not the type to fall for something like that. Anyway, it was such a relief to have a student who was so diligent and upstanding. These days, most students were entirely focused on nothing but power and money. However, our dude was not really a student now. Was he? The class clown was beaming today. Feeling like an absolute genius, he had achieved the student, beloved by the teacher's achievement, and he had gained 2,000 points. This was amazing. He had barely even been trying to get this achievement, but it was his now. He was so happy to have extra points now. He immediately entered the point into the shop, activating the search function. The price to purchase the item that he wanted was the 1,000 points. Now he was going to get his money's worth and make some great cash too. The beloved student, so loved by his teachers, was now cackling madly at the back of the class. It was making the other students feel very concerned. Later on Saturday morning, someone in gear marched out to meet another, who was dressed in uniform. The man in uniform stretched out his hand to ask for a mage license. The person reached into his pocket and pulled out the license. It seemed there was a visitor to the tower. It was clearly our dude, dressed in the shoddiest and fakest disguise ever known to man. He just slicked his hair back, wore some fake glasses, and called himself Kim Jin-woo, age 25. And it was really amazing that the person in the ID was dressed in the exact same way as the idiot standing beside the security guard. The guard looked at the card, and then he ran it through his checker. The student had not at all prepared for the chance that there would be an actual verification item. At the gate, however, much to everyone's surprise, the seat-ranked mage Kim Jin-woo, who was 25 years old, was somehow confirmed as a legit hunter. That had to be some kind of crazy glitch. The security politely greeted him and handed him back his card. No way, security was really lax around dungeon areas. The boy had known that he would not get caught, but he had still been super nervous. Wow bro, really trusted in a faulty and corrupt system just to get access to what he wanted. This was the new identity that he bought from the points shop a few days ago. So apparently he could just buy an identity too from his silly little shop. That was crazy. He had even been given the opportunity to set the details of his new identity as he liked. A mage license could be issued together with it too. The price was, of course, 10,000 points, so that was what he had spent all of that money on. Now that he had the points he needed, he got the fake identity card immediately. And now he was sneaking into low-tier dungeons. The mage licenses in this world were pretty special, and they contained a unique magic formula, so they could never be forged, except through a magical cheat system, like the one that he was blatantly using right now. Plus, he had gotten these amazing color-changing glasses on, so his disguise was pretty flawless. Now he would go ahead to clear the tower and go straight to the Han River. Lee Seojin's fight with the main would start at 9:30, and he needed to be close by when that went down. Our dude hurried into the dungeon, admiring the nice decor around the area. Kim Jin-woo was welcomed to the Tower of Proof, and he was currently only allowed up to the 27th floor, given his current power level. The boy stepped forward and the tower asked him which floor he would like to go to. Our dude was ambitious, but he was not an idiot. He asked to go to the 10th floor. Unfortunately for him, the 10th floor had already been cleared. Even if he cleared it again, the reward quality would be lower. However, the main character surprisingly did not mind. He would go to the 10th floor anyway. He had a different goal anyway. The portal was pretty convenient, as transport devices were found in every tower. There were several types of towers in this world, and the monster's strength and the difficulty of the traps were mostly determined by the level. In the side story of the original The Tower of Proof, they had both entered the 10th floor. It was a place that most guilds would avoid because of its unusual difficulty. The brunette appeared there and found himself facing a strange, wolf-like creature with many eyes. He stepped inside the tower, and the creature growled at him. Of course, it immediately charged, but the main character was ready, smacking that thing with a good blast of mana right in the face. The monsters that appeared were usually on the weaker side, but they made for good practice points. The main character had now achieved the extra title of the first hunt, and he had gained 1,000 points as a reward. The floor was packed with traps and great difficulty. Magic formulas. This was practically a tailor-made tower for him. At this rate, he had plenty of time to clear it. Alright, our dude prepped himself and he was ready to keep going. Later, near the Han River, people were going about and doing their daily business. There were so many people there, and the hero was hanging out with his best friend. It was not even a festival, but so many people had gathered around the area. Since they were here, the best friend excitedly wanted to take a picture with his friend. The hero was a little hesitant about taking a picture, but his best friend insisted that this was an important part of making memories. The hero did not buy it, but since his friend was asking, he did not see why not, so they came close together, and they prepared to take a picture together. As those two were busy having fun, our dude had knocked down the latest monster. He had even been able to get a magic crystal. It seemed that luck was on his side today. Well, that would cover the ride money, so it was time for him to get going. Carefully, the brunette walked around, searching for something that should be close by, his hands running over the surface of the door before him. Sure enough, he touched on a bit of gold before him and beamed. He had found what he was looking for. The gold on the door began to expand and sparkle as he placed his hand down on it, and his eyes widened when he saw the change happening before him. The main character had achieved the Barrier Breaker achievement, and he had thus earned 2,000 points as a reward. The door opened wide before him, and he had now entered the hidden floor of the Tower of Proof. The inner world, the Tower of Proof, focused on him as mystical mana filled the air. The room that he had just walked into was rather nice, to a very beautiful looking area. He had now achieved the Mystery Explorer achievement, and he gained 5,000 points as a reward. Our dude grinned because he had hit the bullseye, and he had found exactly what he was looking for. O challenger of the Tower of Proof, the statue before him spoke and made a request. She wanted him to prove himself. An immense aura suddenly blasted from the statue and hit our dude full force. He groaned as he struggled to deal with that immense pressure. Such strong heat directed right at him was indeed a lot. Suddenly there was a lot of giggling as the flowers soared around him. Then there was the flutter of wings, and little fairies made themselves known, laughing and kikiing around him. Flower fairies had appeared. They were only C-rank monsters, so they were not that strong. A bunch of tiny flying C-rank monsters sounded like they could be very troublesome though. Immediately these seemingly sweet fairies suddenly bared their teeth, and they flew right at our dude, with the intent to cause harm. These monsters were not very strong, but they were the crazy type that would lose at the moment they saw a human. Fortunately, they were tiny and they flew. So Xianwu got to work, blasting them out of the air as fast as he could, before they were able to close the distance. It would be way too annoying, having to fight those ants in close range. After all, he didn't want to shoot his foot by accident. When it came to taking down these annoying little bugs, speed was everything. At least one of them would get hit. Instantly, he fired shot after shot at the little flower monsters, taking them down with merciless efficiency. One by one they faltered and fell, until the other fairies got spooked. The boy summoned up a magic circle, because he was not even done just yet. Even if he defeated every fairy, he would not be able to clear this floor. The statue had asked him to prove himself, but that was a little difficult. His individuality was not something that he could prove by just taking down all the fairies. So he activated the unique trader, off the outsider's benefits, and decoded the magical formula before him. The formula popped up on the screen once again, like a god-given cheat code. And our dude read through what he had to do. All he had to do was prove himself after all. And he was going to do just that. The magic was read all through the garden, and he read the secret to the room. That was highlighted in all the blue mana around. It was time for Xianwu to fulfill the room's request, and he grinned with excitement. His individuality was the same as decoding this formula. It was every ability that he had gained as an outsider in this world. So using his special power, he proved himself and thus achieved the recognition by the Tower of Proof. Achievement: the boy gained 10,000 points as a reward. The garden cleared away, and he found himself before the pillar of two female statues standing together. The Tower of Proof bestowed its blessing upon the main character, and the adaptive trait Proof of Tower D had been added. The gifts that came with clearing this level included the Red Dragon Soul, the Magic Imbued Book, the Sacred Herb Seed, and 5 Sacred Herbs. Our dude was also blessed with plus 5 mana, a 20% mana recovery speed, and spell power by 10%. This was great news to Xianwu, who cheered at these results. The tower congratulated the main character. There was a huge spark that shone through the environment, and a firework exploded, telling him that he had successfully cleared the hidden floor. In the inner world, the two boys who were chilling at the Han River looked up and realized that the festival was starting. Then, the hero asked his best friend to check something out. It was the photo that they had taken earlier, but there was something else that the hero was pointing out. Behind them there had been a dangerous-looking man who had watched them with dark eyes. The best friend gasped with shock when he saw what his friend identified. Those eyes, there was no way. And yet it was true. There was a man among them right now. As they looked around, they soon discovered the man walking around like a zombie from an apocalypse movie. No matter how things seemed, that thing was definitely not a human. The clock chimed, and our bro realized that it was almost 9:30. The main character was walking around, and he could clearly see it. So where the heck was the hero supposed to slay the monster? However, for some reason, the hero was late. The wait was driving our dude crazy, and he wondered if he would have to step in. However, this was a major event, and a no-name loser like him was not supposed to complete it. If the hero did not show up now, he would end up like all those other losers in transmigration novels that ended up becoming the accidental protagonist because they had done too much. That being said, this was still a monster disguised as a human, walking around in public. If it were left alone, that bad boy was going to cause a lot of serious damage. So naturally, the boy found himself facing a very intense dilemma. Xianwu did not want to mess up the plot, but there was already an idiot passerby heading straight for the main to check if it needed help. That tossed his opportunity to be an onlooker right out of the window. He had to do something or that idiot would die. The main character was horrified, but he was not moving near fast enough. Blood splattered the grass, and the poor good Samaritan had only himself to blame for being an actual decent person. His eyes widened in horror as that merciless creature gutted him. It truly gutted him, had its long claws inside of his chest and everything. The mane was kind of hot, but that was hardly the point right now. Its formerly black eyes had gone red, and it tossed aside the body of the poor first victim, splattering blood all over the scene. The poor trash spat blood as he flew, bleeding and regretting a lot of his life decision. Now that it had tossed the trash, the mane suddenly had the great idea to tear off its shirt and roar like it was the king of the festival. Maybe it was because it did have a nice set of ABS to back up that idea. All the blood and the roaring had definitely caught the eye of the other people who had just been enjoying the festival. And it was at this point that they understood that shit had just gotten real. There happened to be one idiot lady standing way too close to that monster, and she was frozen in fear because she knew that she was dead meat. The time for standing and observing was over. It was time for Xianwu to do more than just watch this madness go down. The poor people around had started to panic. There was a mane among them, and it was very clearly going berserk. Someone was saying that they needed to call someone and tell them that a mane was at the festival. Meanwhile, our dude finally took action. With those fake glasses on his face, he rushed forward because, story or not, people came first, and a lady was about to die in front of him. He could not just keep standing back. Apparently the hero was being delayed, because he had done the responsible thing of reporting the spotted mane, and the authorities were telling him the results. After looking through the picture, they were sure that the creature was a mane. Young Hyunsu, and an agent of the Anti-Terror Special Task Force, was the one investigating the situation. He worked for the Mage Association, and he was still asking some really dumb questions about when they had taken the picture. Yes, the picture had been taken nearby, and the agent worried, because this creature had been spotted during a festival when the area was crowded. The more blood that the creature absorbed, the stronger they would get, so they had to move carefully. The hero was worried deeply about this news, but suddenly, he turned when he felt an enormous bolt of power. Just then the agent rushed forward, because he was also thinking the same. There was no mistake about the situation. They had to get to the scene immediately. The rest of the crowd that had gathered around the mane, because they did not have the common sense to run away. We're wondering why a dude was running straight at the monster. John will use the opportunity of the thing's distraction to toss a big orb of shiny blue and white power at it. He was going to hit the weak point at the back of the head. It seemed that his huge blast did make contact, and the creature stopped. There was a pause, and the two froze for a moment. The boy was wondering if he had really been able to get the creature. However, there was no way it would be that easy. Our dude was sweating buckets when the ugly behemoth suddenly turned, with half of its face fallen apart. Now it was really ugly, and its mouth cracked into an angry grimace. This situation was really bad. It was already bad before, but now it was getting worse. The boy had not been able to destroy its brain, and now it was targeting him. He was great at fighting a few fairies on his own, but he did not want to deal with a giant, roaring monster that was making its way right for him. The beast was boiling at getting hit by that weak attack, and our dude was not in the best mood either, because now he had to turn tail and run. Unfortunately, that ugly beast had no intention of letting him get away, and it leapt right at him. This was the kind of situation where the main character had to put himself first. He was planning on saving his secret move, but now he had to use it here, in front of all these people. What a pain. Now our dude activated the great nature's heart, and for 1 minute, his mana recovery speed would increase by 1000%. Not a bad deal, charging his hands full of mana. The boy knew that he might not be able to finish the creature in a minute, but he could at least half kill him. With that logic, he shot a gazillion fireballs at the annoying creature. This made the main rethink its decision to chase the guy. He had thought that he was chasing after easy prey, but easy prey was raining mana balls at him. Naturally, he was not digging the situation at all. A lot of the creature's body got fried and it fell back, landing on its feet, as more and more mana balls came soaring towards it. At this rate, it looked like the main character could take care of the situation without the protagonist's help. Then the big bad guy got into a boxing stance. For some reason, our dude grinned and told that big monster to keep trying to block him all that it wanted, because they were going to be doing this back and forth. For quite some time he pushed mana ball after mana ball, trying to at least stall the monster from attacking any more innocent people. He was going to smash its head in no matter what, or so our dude thought. Fortunately, who would appear but a hero swinging a master sword? It was amazing. The story had unfolded just like in the book, but with an extra twist. The main's head went flying, its mouth open in surprise, because it had not expected an enemy to come in from the back. John Woo's eyes widened when he saw the protagonist enter the scene. It sure had taken SEO Jin long enough to get here. The main was cut into pieces within an instant, and the agent they had contacted sighed in relief. Now that the situation had been resolved, Young Hyunsu, the agent with the Special Task Division, stepped forward, and he thanked the random stranger who had aided in making sure that thing would end much more easily. The man even asked to see the dude's mage license for a moment, as he needed to verify the man's identity and issue a reward. Fortunately, Seong-woo had a fake license, so he just offered that one up. The agent stared in surprise that a C rank had been able to hold on this long. He had thought for sure that he would at least be a B rank. As the agent spoke with the mysterious mage, the other boys from school were also watching in their direction now. This made the brunette a little nervous, because he was worried that the hero would recognize him. He had used magic to change the color of his eyes, so hopefully the protagonist would not notice. However, Lee Seo Jin and Shin Young Jin were standing quite close to the scene. He could not believe those two jerks had shown up at this time near the end of the final scene. He'd had to step in and do their work when this should have been their job. It was a good thing that he had come, or more people would have died. However, the hero was staring at our dude from across the room. It felt like his imagination, but he could swear that he had seen that shady guy with the glasses somewhere before. The boy just looked very familiar. The hero stepped forward, and the main character started sweating. Sujin asked if by any chance this strange hunter knew someone by the name of Kim Seon-woo. The hero's memory capacity sure was incredible, but that was hardly what would help them right now. Yeah, the protagonist could have sworn that he had seen that face before, so he asked by any chance if the boy knew someone who went by the name of Kim Seon-woo. a pox on the hero's great memory, because he had actually taken enough interest in our dude to remember his face and name. The hero explained that the boy he was referring to was a student at the Magic Academy. Now that he mentioned it, his best friend could definitely see the resemblance. He wondered if this strange hunter was somehow related to Sian-woo. The main character behind the glasses laughed awkwardly, as he tried to figure out which lie would not ruin him. Right now he chuckled, and said that he had never heard of that boy in his life. Well, this was news to the hero, but the agent insisted that this random mage probably just looked so ordinary that they had mistaken him for someone else. That burn had come out of nowhere, and was so uncalled for at any rate. The agents told the boys to stop bothering the nice stranger, and go on with their day. The agent then thanked the random stranger, but the hero did not stop staring. It was crazy that the protagonist was really this observant. Usually they were just goody two-shoes airheads. His golden eyes were really fixed on our guy. He should have dismissed this whole thing by now. Who would not have even gotten involved in this mess if the hero had just shown up on time. He had just done what needed to be done. That's all first. The agents will be heading off. He informed the mage that more agents would arrive to handle reporters and take care of the situation. The boy bowed and thanked the agent for saving his life. Back there while the evening continued, and our dude was able to retreat into the shadows for a bit to check out his stat window. He had now participated in defeating the B-rank villain. Janghyun the brunette was surprised to learn that he had participated in the subjugation. Of course he had participated. He had kept that monster stalled long enough for the main character to run at it. This was changing a bit too much from the original story, but perhaps that was how things had to go. Unfortunately, that very small shift in the plot had been detected by the system, and our dude gained 5,000 points as a reward for shifting the story. It seemed that it was a good thing. However, the causality rate had gone up by 0.2. This really interested our guy, and he wondered what the causality rate was. Stuff had definitely changed because he intervened. Causality was earned by resolving major events. In the main storyline, the more the story changed, the more the causality he could gain. They could then spend causality to activate powers. Hot dog, that sounded like a banging good deal. Then, he realized that if Lee Soo-jin died in his unaltered first life playthrough, then he wondered if it meant that he could have intervened and saved him by getting involved. Under powers there was a whole list of possibilities, and even the opportunity to achieve whatever he desired. This meant that our dude could get whatever he wanted, and he was rather excited about that. The DSX Machina 100 causality meant that he could achieve anything that he wished. There was one desire that the main character had. He wanted to go back home to the real world. He wanted to laugh and joke around with his friends. Again, our guy was one of the few people who actually enjoyed the life that he lived before getting isekai. If that was the case, then there was no point in hesitating. He would charge full speed ahead into changing the story as much as he could and upgrading until he could gain the success that he desired. If he wanted to protect SCO Jin and also gain causality, then they needed to actively intervene. Suddenly, a 15 million won reward came in for defeating the main. That was a lot of money. Sneaking around with a hunter's license had a lot of cool benefits. The brunette could not believe that he had cashed out just from accidentally participating in an event like this. He had not been sure about bringing his fancy trident straight back to the dorms, but that worked well after everything today. He was going to treat himself with this money. Bro went into the excess of treating himself like a shameless teenager who did not know the purpose of savings or investment. He went into a 5-star mage exclusive hotel. Hansung. The Handsome Group was a global corporation, and they were all about power, influence, money, and they even played a major role in the original. Attendants greeted anyone who checked into the hotel, and our guy whistled at how fancy everything looked. It turned out there was a rich, hot mage visiting today, and it was none other than the Handsome Group vice president, Han Sagan. He was the one picked to inherit the company as well. Mr. Shin, rich and handsome, was busy chuckling with the gathered people around him, living his great and perfect life, while many flocked around for his attention. Someone even mentioned that it was confirmed that his sister would be joining them for dinner. This evening his sister Sayan would be joining them, and the man did not mind since it had been ages since he had met up with his beloved sister. Now Hansen was another interesting character, and she seemed to be a main character too. Later the main character found a little private room, and he looked at his fancy weapon, admiring it very thoughtfully. It was a truly wicked-looking artifact, but carrying something that bogus around would attract the wrong kind of attention, so he needed to fit that thing to size. The spear drew too much attention, and he definitely needed to sell it. The magic book he could save for later. As for the herbs, he would take them to Cyan, because he was planning on meeting her. For some reason to do this, he needed to wait until tomorrow. Our dude was already making some weird moves. In the community, the good morning news came in the next day, greeting everyone with a beautiful and wonderful morning. It turned out that there was someone drawing attention for clearing the hidden floor of the tower. Despite their C-rank mage status, this stranger had not only conquered the hidden floor, but they had also somehow defeated a berserk main in Han River Park. Right after this was concerning, as our dude was the one getting the credit. When Seo Jin had delivered the final blow, the Mage Association was now praising Kim Jin-woo's feat, and they announced that they considered raising his rank. He had his face plastered on billboards too, and many stared in awe at this apparently super awesome hero. Some even guessed that he had faced the main alone in that fiasco, but that was not true at all. Our dude had now achieved the title of Little Hero. 2 million citizens appreciated his courage. Several more story characters had not met him yet, but now they were curious. One news segment equaled 21,000 points. So our dude was not mad at all. It was not exactly the type of attention he had been going for, but at least it was something. Now that he had enough cred for his identity, he was going to go ahead and meet Cyan. So, the brunette showed up at the Hansun Pharmaceuticals, and many passing girls giggled because they recognized the guy from television. Fame did have its perks, and he paused when he saw someone looking at a little garden while pressing his phone. The muscular man with white hair was none other than the Hansun family's sword, the S-rank mage Jang Suji. The boy could not believe that there was an S-rank popping out the moment that he walked in. That felt like destiny. Way too many people were recognizing our dude from the news. Using the popularity, the main character planned to cash out from selling the herbs that he had gained from the tower. He would really prefer it if Director Nim did the appraisal. Bro was really calling names and making demands too. It was odd being visited by someone so talked about, and the stuff that the boy had brought in was just as intriguing. Handsome Group's youngest daughter, Han Seon, somehow immediately made herself available for this meeting. It was quite fortunate that she was not busy doing any other important thing. The boy really did give off that energy, but these herbs did not even have the basic mana stem. They were tricky but undeniably valuable. She asked the mage how he had somehow figured out their properties. Well, he was using a cheat code to scale through this world, so it was really a matter of knowing what worked and what did not work around here. The boy chuckled and said that he had spent years studying medicine as well. However, he knew the sacred herb was a special resource. It amplified the effects of other ingredients, but did not work well alone. At this point in the timeline, it was considered something very rare, and was hard to process honestly. Only a genius apothecary should handle something like this. The little Harris did not really get it. However, the point was that this was a solid deal. She would happily accept the herbs, but she wanted to know if he had any terms of his own, considering that he had brought such precious materials all the way here. The brunette raised a hand, because he did have extra details that he would like to share. He wanted 5 million won up front. What an absolutely greedy buffoon. He was lucky that his name had trended on the news that morning, or he would have immediately been kicked out for attempting daylight robbery. The boy even went as far as to request a 0.05% in shares in Hansun Pharmaceuticals. His audacity was absolutely insane. The lady could not believe what this boy was asking. Right now, guess he did not know how big their group was. The boy just smiled and said that stock was what mattered. If the sacred herb got commercialized, Hansung would own pharma. As cute as he was, there was no way the young Harris was giving him shares, so she asked him to name another condition. As expected, he figured she would react that way to the shares request, which meant she was more likely to grant something else if he asked for it. He then requested a VIP underground auction membership, please. Plus, he wanted her to make potions and to deliver items when he needed them. He would pay for the service. Of course, bro was making a lot of crazy demands for someone who had walked into the shop with just a few magical herbs. Sure, they were rare, but since this was their first time meeting, one would think that he would come in with some pretense of humility. At least the lady, however, was rather amused by his behavior, and he smirked. It seemed that this mage was asking to run her errands. In exchange, he would tell her the weak spot of the vice chairman, Han Sajin, who was the older brother of the division head. The lady's eyes widened in shock. It seemed that this was the kind of information that she was very interested in. The lady had the intention of taking over the Hansung group, and she would even mess with her own family for that. He knew all of this about her, since he already knew the original story. Wow, what a family of vipers. The news had reported all about Kim Jin-woo's exploits, as if nothing else was going on in Magic Korea that day. The Dark Guild was also able to get the information that Jangan was dead. They were not exactly happy to hear about this. They could have stopped it for sure, if only they had moved in during the rampage. The speaker was a man with dark eyes, and his forehead throbbed in rage. To hear that his colleague had been felled by a mysterious mage, he screamed and threw things around in a rage, yelling that this could have been prevented. The man who just been sipping tea told Baek-Khan to calm down. It was an order from someone above them. If they had helped a man who was running wild among humans, they would only put themselves in danger, and then they would be exposed as mains too. The redhead cursed in anger, his bad energy radiating around him in waves. He cursed and asked how long they had to keep living like this, and hiding. Bro was so vexed that he swore to kill that Kim Jin-woo dude. The other guy was a human, and he asked if that was really going to be okay. The mage seemed to be near the main's client. The redhead scoffed and said that of course it was fine. They knew what his client was like. That person was the kind to cut off even his own family. With a smile, it seemed that the head of the Hanson family did not have pure hands. He greeted his sister with a smile, and she happily waved to him, saying it had been a while since they had hung out. Unaware of the evil that lurked in her brother's heart, they both got into the car together and talked about how nice it was to catch up. After such a long time, the man asked how work at the company was going for her. Since she worked in a pharmacy, the lady smiled and said that work was hard, and dealing with people was indeed exhausting. She guessed that he could say that she was a bit mentally worn out. Father was a little hasty when he handed over so many company shares to her when she was still young. Well, we know she's an ambitious crook. So those were fighting words from her brother. He even said that if it was much too difficult to handle on her own, then she could just pass that on to him. The disrespect had her internally seething as he added that once he became chairman, he would even make her the vice president. All men did was lie. The girl curled her hands into angry fists, barely containing her anger. Her brother was a joke, and should really not make her laugh. Meanwhile, our guy was in his room, and was busy handling his own affairs. Now he had the information saved by using 2 accounts. Meeting Cyan really was the right call, and she had sold the spear for him too, so that was really convenient. Thanks to her, he could happily return to his dorm room, with his mind at ease without worrying about drawing any attention to himself. Seong should have pretty solid intel as well, and she had immediately perked up when he had revealed that he could so easily tell her about her brother's weak point. He wondered if she was checking whether that weakness was mentioned, and if it was actually useful. It was the Hansoon family. After all, suddenly, our dude got a message notification. He got a message about a month ago from Han Seon. She would be his errand runner for just that long. The character Han Seon now trusted him. She would send him the upfront payment and the spare money within the day. Then she asked if the boy needed anything else. The boy had now gained 1,000 points as a reward for the lady's trust. As our dude was a point junkie, this was great news to him. It was faster than expected, but that worked just fine for him. Also, he would like the talented pharmacist to make him some potion, and he needed an admission ticket to the underground arena. The potions would take some time to brew, and the lady would contact her newest partner. Once they were ready, the deal was done, and they could extend the agreement later. He just had to prove that this relationship was of use to her. However, moving as Kim Jin-woo meant that he would attract mains. There had been a revenge plot in the original story too, and since his name had been broadcast as the one to take down the monster, it meant that his fake identity was in danger. Sayamo activated the search function because it was time to start making some important preparations to deal with the occurrence of a possible attack. The detection search results popped up, and he scrolled through a few of the available skills. Underneath that, he found the one he was looking for, the ability to detect killing intent, aimed at him up to a 500-mile radius. It was an expensive $50,000 fee. That was insanely expensive. Our dude would need to harvest a whole lot of admiration to be able to buy that. He was gonna have to risk a lot of the points that he had already gathered. Still, he needed to buy that skill. It was the price of staying alive. After all, so he closed his eyes and pressed purchase. A few days later, the main character was living his life. All he had to know was that the side effects had been amplified. Along with the effect, the amplified mana elixir potion was a kind of increase in mana recovery speed by 500% for 5 minutes. However, our dude would then suffer mana exhaustion for just 30 minutes. That was almost a fair price to pay. Then out of nowhere, he complimented the beautiful damsel in front of him, telling her that she looked pretty good right now. Yeah, she was not falling for such easy rage bait, and she arrowed her eyes at him, changing the topic suddenly. Everything about this mysterious young man was suspicious. He was a capable mage who wanted such a high-ranking potion. Plus, she wondered how he even knew about the conflict between her and her brother when they appeared amiable and loving to most outsiders. Now that she had fulfilled her half of the bargain, she would like to speak on the weak point of her brother's that he had mentioned the other day. She had dug through her own channels to investigate, and it was honestly shocking what she had found. Her brother had always seemed rather shady, but she would have never suspected that he, of all people, would somehow have killed someone. And it looked like a whole lot of someone's. There were also traces of contact with someone suspected of being a man. All of this was terrifying information. Everything about this situation was suspicious, and she wondered how on earth he had found this out. Well, obviously it was thanks to the original novel, but he could not tell her that. Hence, the Jin was a high-risk character who was driven by greed and sided with the mains. As time passed, he would slowly turn into a full-blown villain. However, he could not tell her that he had gotten his information from a fantasy story, so he just said that he would tell her if she would give him 5% of the Hansung pharmaceutical stock. He was making an audacious request again, expecting her to turn him down. The girl was annoyed, because she could tell that he was just saying that because he did not want to tell her. The whole thing made her so upset, but it was rather amusing to him. Their discussion was concluding, so he asked her about the arena ticket that he had asked for. She had gotten it, but it was apparently not transferable, so he would have to enter with her. He could see that was why she was dressed so weird and shady. That day she yelled that it was his fault, that she had to wear such gaudy and silly clothes. In the first place, she had spent money and risked so much to follow his demands that she just had to ask what on earth he was planning to do at the arena anyway. The boy explained that he had made some money, so now he had to grow it. That was Ariel's fancy way of saying that he was just going there to gamble. She could not believe that he was going there to blow all of the money that she had just sent him on gambling. Youths of this day and age were so irresponsible. He was not about to get scolded by another adult when he was cosplaying as an adult. Besides, he was 2 times her senior from regression and dimension jumping, so she should at least pay him some form of respect. Well, she did not support his life choices at all, and she told him to consider their deal over. At the end of this month, the character Han Seong was now deeply disappointed in him, and her interest in the boy had sharply dropped. She was so disappointed that our dude would probably not get any more points from her. For a moment, however, that did not matter to Seong-woo. He took up the fancy mask that he had brought and quickly put it on his face, knowing that by the time they left the arena, he would have earned even more of her trust. The evening sky darkened, and the two made their way into the special place. There were guards at the door, of course, so they had to check if they were authorized to enter. They got the very important person banned, and then they stepped inside. It had been a while since the people had welcomed a VIP. The brunette was about to keep stalking in, but he gaped in awe when he saw a familiar-looking dark man with a mask. However, he could not entirely disguise himself to our guy, who knew so much, and he instantly recognized the man as the S-rank main and top-tier villain Hareon. Now that was frightening. Rose's eyes did not look even slightly dark at all. The main character was sweating, as he realized that it made sense for a man this importance to be here. Hareon was the host of this very arena, and the man smiled, asking them to please enjoy their time. He walked past them with a polite smile, but Seong-woo could not help but stare after him in awe. That dude was terrifying, and he was not at all on the level to handle him. He had to make sure that he did not get tangled up with him. They proceeded into the arena, and the stands were packed with people. Of course, everyone had on masks, as they eagerly watched the games that would take place on the stage below. There were quite a lot of people in the area, and the atmosphere was pretty hyped too. That was probably because of Young Hongru. The lady asked who that was, because she was not very familiar with the name. That dude was the most popular fighter right now, and he was a mage who held the champion spot for 3 years. In terms of combat ability, the guy was basically 8 rank. The high rollers easily guessed that there would not be much money made off a consistent winner then, because there was a huge possibility that everyone would bet on him. Our dude was well aware of that, but he had an easy trick for making money. The boy happily waved to the officials and informed them that he would like to place a bet. They asked how much and on whom. With the biggest and proudest smile that the boy could muster, he put a whopping 530 million on Young Hongju's opponent. Now that was insane. Even the lady could not believe that the boy would do something so reckless. The official could barely believe his ears and asked the main character to repeat himself. The lady begged him to reconsider. They did not know anything about Young Hongju's opponent, and he was placing such a large amount of money on something so casual and stupid. The main character just smiled. He had a few ideas about the man's opponent, because he knew that a rookie would be having their debut match today. The rich heiress could not believe that this idiot was about to place his baits on a rookie who had not even debuted yet. Meanwhile, inside the room, the man had taken off his mask. He had already heard the rumors that someone had bet a whole 530 million on Young Hongru's opponent. This was correct. Of course, immediately, the man wanted to know what idiot had that much money to spend. The answer, of course, was a dude wearing a rabbit mask. Too bad for our guy, who had not wanted to get the monster's attention, because he had it now. In fact, the monster remembered that he was the VIP from earlier. Now this was an interesting turn of events. To a very important person like that, that kind of money was likely just pocket change. A rich weirdo with weird tastes, something that could be overlooked. However, a different sort of information was leaked. 2 different ears. The redhead had just heard that Kim Jin-woo had shown up at the underground arena. He heard that he had come with Han Seong for the event. This was perfect, as the red mane had been so frustrated for way too long. He had been pissed about having no intel about that guy. Now it was time to get the car ready. Tonight they would be avenging Zhang Han. Meanwhile, there was a battle going on between 2 men. They were monitoring the proceedings in the pit, and the fighter inside was begging for his opponent to spare him. This seemed like the kind of fight to the death battle. Gruesome, ugly, and bloody. No wonder a lot of mains were hanging around the area. The poor fighter begged that he was surrendering, but his bloodthirsty opponent just mocked his whining and said that he should have surrendered from the start. With a swing of his ruthless weapon, he cut that man down, and the man gasped, choking on his blood as he was knocked down. They had a winner for the first match, and it was none other than some crazy jerk with long hair. The people could not believe that the crazy person, whom he had been fighting against, had actually surrendered in that battle. They had bet so much money on him too. Of course people were not happy about the garbage that had lost his match, and they yelled really mean things at him, because they valued their money way more than his life. The underground arena was definitely ruthless. Still, the main character informed her that the host would not actually let any of the fighters die. Well, that was a relief to hear. Now in just a moment, the strange rookie would fight against the arena's champion. The match between Liang Lang and Yan Hongju was about to begin. This match had 2.8 billion on the champion, Yan Hongju, and a whopping 530 million on the rookie, Liang apparently. No one else had bothered to be on Liang. Everyone had played it safe and put their bet on Yang Hongru. This meant that he was about to cash out big time. Some people around him whispered, of course judging, whatever stupid lunatic had been dumb enough to place a bet of such a large amount on the Liang Lang. After all, reverse odds were great, but there was a limit. If that rookie lost, that idiot would get nothing. There was not even a doubt that the long-running winner would win. The student smirked and told them to talk all they wanted. If things went his way, he was walking out with almost 6 times what he put in. Now at last the fighters were entering the battlefield. The first person to enter was the muscular, well-known behemoth that almost everyone was betting on. The next person to enter was the dark-haired fighter, called Liang. Everyone whispered when they saw the dude. Dang, our guy was not feeling confident anymore. Even after laying his eyes on him, the first noticeable thing about this fighter was that he was kind of small. The difference in weight class alone almost made no sense. Sean would try to play it cool. Sure, the fighter was skinnier than he had expected. Perhaps it was because he had not grown yet. In truth, he was not here only for the money. The villain group that played a huge role in the main story was called Jian. The fighter that they were going to display now was someone who was going to end up joining the Jian group. The skinny-looking short guy with muscular arms might have made for a more intimidating look if he were taller and did not look so sickly. Obviously, a heavy hitter like that was someone that the brunette was interested in watching. He wanted to see the villain's fight style at least once. However, he had not expected the dude to look like that. Now people were going about asking, who the heck had bet such a large amount of money on a loser like that? Xianwu was fighting not to die from embarrassment. He had to trust in the plot. Even though a lot of the story had changed, he had to keep believing. This was a scene that had been written in the original novel after all, and he had not done too much to change this particular part of the story. The fighter Liang had never lost a single match in the underground arena. Of course, the big winner took one look at that sickly-looking, short, pathetic road and he laughed, saying that the man was so low level that he could not even bother with it. It was an insult to him that he even had to fight a guy like this. Bro was just radiating all the colors of arrogance. With a scoff, the muscular fighters powered the sparks all over his body, and he burst forward at maximum speed, flying forward to take down the opponent standing in front of him. With a gasp, the small, emaciated-looking villain dodged with shock, managing to avoid that punch that had come flying right at him. The villain actually looked surprised, like he had not expected his opponent to attack him that fast. However, the mighty Hongju suddenly spun in his attack and managed to land a hit on the villain that had been trying to dodge him. With a gasp of pain, the smaller-looking future villain went flying. The poor dude hit the wall, smashing against it hard, and he struggled to stand up. As the muscular guy advanced, the crowd was cheering and crowing with joy. They were so pleased about what they were seeing. Meanwhile, Xianwu was high-key panicking. It was good to see a main character act and sure about his decisions. For once, he did not want to lose 500 million on a crazy dare. He believed in the story, but the beating the future villain was taking was incredible, and he wondered if that tiny guy could actually win. While our bro was worried about the future of his finances, a smooth car was driving towards the arena with the intention of ending all of his futures. Permanently, they needed to get to the underground arena, but there was an understanding that they could not storm in right now. If he ran Haraon's event, he would not be able to make it out in one piece, even if he did get some vengeance. Instead, the redhead main was going to play it smart. He needed to know what time the event would end. Fortunately, the event would be ending at 10:30. That was a good time, and the evil monster grinned, because that worked great for him. When he killed that loser, he would make sure that he would regret it. Meanwhile, the Liang dude was getting beaten within an inch of his life. Bro was getting smacked by that big, muscular giant in every possible way. With a heavy fist, the big multi-winner slammed a huge sucker punch right into that tiny guy's gut, and the future villain made out a large cry of pain. This beatdown was so one-sided that the main character had every reason to worrying about how this was going down. The big muscular galoot laughed at his victim, and he told the little runt to know his place and to get lost with that. He kicked that dude into the wall again. At this point, he was treating his opponent like his own personal punching bag. He was just playing with him at this rate, kicking him, punching him, and throwing him around for fun. That was so many levels of foul. Unfortunately, All dirty moves were allowed in this arena, and that big, muscle gorilla was free to beat up his opponent as much as he liked until they were ready to surrender. The poor debut rookie was now in a worse state than when he had stepped out of the door, and all of his body, arms, and chest were covered in dust and debris. The people cheered for Yang Hongyo. It was looking like Siwon Wu was about to lose a whole lot of money, a situation that the boy could not be pleased about at all, and for good reasons too. No one would want to lose that much at once. He had trusted in the story, but now the crowd was happily praising the name of Yang Hongju. The main character could not believe how far the story was doing to him. Right now, there was no way that the big gorilla had actually won. The main character was doing his best to try to blink away reality, because the real life that he was currently existing in was trying to zap away his hard-earned cash. Suddenly, out of nowhere, there was a splatter of dark blood in the arena. The sound that followed was shocked silence. When Hongyu turned in, surprised to see that the opponent, whom he thought he had beaten down, was standing up again, the man coughed up blood. Shocked as he realized what had hit him, the future villain smiled wickedly, a look of joy on his face at finally getting to land a hit. Of course, the big guy was not so pleased about suddenly getting hit, and he ran at the little guy with all of his might, hatred burning in his eyes. The smaller guy smirked, standing to greet him as he continued to harvest his weapons from his body. That tiny menace was pulling out bones from beyond his ribs. His skin was splitting open like water for Liang Lang to fetch. Bones like his body was a sheath of many swords. Once the tiny guy had a proper grip on his next batch of weapons, he let them fly. It was truly a horrific sight. Each of those bones flew forward and struck him, piercing different spots of the big guy's body. They arched through the air in dangerous purple power and stabbed the big guy in many different places. More blood trickled down his chest, and the many-time winner screamed in agony. The man stumbled, falling off his usually stable feet, and his body toppled to the ground. It was a pretty hard ask for anyone to stand up, with about 5 bones buried inside their gut. All-time winner Hong Jin toppled to the floor with a large crash, and all around the room there was silence. There was no cheering, no screaming, no excitement, of course. It was a monumental moment for the arena. How could there be any celebration when everyone inside had just lost the biggest match of the night? They stared both in shock and awe, wondering what would happen now. They could not believe that Hongju had actually lost. For the first time in years, the pharmacy hair stared down into the pit with great amazement. Suddenly there came a cry from the crowd, a scream of frustration, as they yelled in hatred at that coward who had lost them so much money. They screamed and cursed at the loser that they had cheered a few minutes ago, hating him for daring to lose their money. As those people cursed and screamed, it was time for Xianwu to wrap up a day of hard work. It had been a pretty close call, but it was time for him to go. The lady rushed after him, of course, amazed at the miracle that she had just witnessed. To call this situation a coincidence was perhaps a bit convenient. A very important person had visited their arena on the one night that their all-time winner had lost, while betting a huge amount of money on a whim. There was definitely something going on, and of course, an S-class villain was able to detect that. Liang Lang had won tonight, because Yang Hongru grew too confident. He had gotten careless, however. That large amount of money bet on a first-time rookie clearly had an intention behind it. Manager Yang was called, and the owner of the arena had a few instructions concerning the man who won big on a bet that day. The owner wanted the manager to look into what that man did. Meanwhile, after the fight, the boy and the heiress had left the arena. The heiress marveled at him, asking what on earth he was, and how he had known that Liang would win. The boy smirked and said that he had used his brilliant intuition. Of course, the lady sighed, because he never told her anything useful, no matter how many questions she asked. At this point she was going to stop trying. Meanwhile, our guy could not stop grinning from ear to ear. Today had been an absolute jackpot. Thanks to the bet, his balance was now over 1,000,000,000 won, and he had somehow moved all of that money to Kim Seon-woo's bank account. That was pretty risky business. Moving illegally made money to his own legal name, especially when he had enemies on the lookout for him. However, the main character was too busy being drunk on all of his achievements so far to care. He had achieved the Gambler of the Century award, and the character Hansian was starting to trust him again, so that was great. The character Hansian now felt a strong curiosity towards him too. It seemed like she was crawling into main girl status, thanks to her curiosity and helpfulness. In fact, her interest in him had now reached level 1 status. That was interesting. Our guy had earned 7,000 points from hitting that interest milestone too. He was just cashing out back to back today. After blowing through his points for buying that killing intent cents, he was earning them right back. It was just at that moment that his eyes widened, and the killing intent skill kicked right in. The main character froze as he felt danger coming in strong and heavy from the mysterious white car parked along the road. Killing intent had appeared. Killing intent had popped up, like he had summoned it just by thinking about it. What a tragedy. There was just one group that immediately came to mind. It was definitely the Vengeance Society that had come to fulfill their little vengeance Plotline in the original. There was a main character who had come out to avenge their comrade. Jang Han the boy was hesitant about the whole situation, and the lady beside him asked what the sour face was about. He nervously laughed at Mezen because he had yet another favor to ask. The car proceeded down the road, with a bit of twisting and turning, because its movement suddenly changed. Of course the person who had been tracking them instantly noticed this odd change in behavior. He asked for the car to stop with a grin on his face. They were going to attack our guy and attempt to murder him on the road. It seemed that Shanwu had the same idea, because he had also gotten out of the car. The reed-head Nane stepped out. Eyeing his chosen victim, the bold hunter stood alone. Not even Han Zhang was inside anymore. Then again he wondered if his pathetic-looking hunter was really the one to kill. Zhang Han, the dude did not look very impressive after all. His body was also not trained or muscular. To top it off, the energy radiating off him was loser energy, weak and pathetic with barely enough mana. Now the big bad red was confused. However, standing before him, our dude chugged down that very expensive elixir that he had just bought. He had spent so much money on it that it was used up that quickly. After taking his little cheat potion, his body was now radiating with a bit more power, and he grinned, wiping his lips as he cooed for his enemy to show himself. He needed the enemy to speed things up a bit, because the nonsense that he had just put in his mouth tasted completely foul. He had taken the amplified man-at elixir, and now his mana recovery would increase speed by 500%. For 10 minutes after that, he would get mana exhaustion for 30 minutes. In other words, he needed this battle to go very quickly, and he needed his opponent to show up immediately. This battle could not last longer than 30 minutes, since his opponent was taking his sweet time. Siona went out of his way to go the jerk a little. They knew that the little monster had been aiming at him for a while now, so they could skip the pleasantries and jump right ahead into business. The man frowned, seeing that the hunter's aura had now changed. All of a sudden it was still not exactly threatening, but at least it was not as weak as before. The man chuckled, saying that our dude was pretty impressive. Then out of nowhere, he summoned some pretty intense fire spears, pointing them all at our guy. The hunter had noticed that he was being tailed. That was good, which meant that they could cut to the chase of this interaction. The man wanted him to die. It was a very simple request. Of course Xian Wu had not lived through an entire universe collapsing to be fine with just dying. He readied the mana in his hand and prepared to fight. His shot expanded and fired, zooming straight at his mad opponent. It was a grapple of two tigers, both very determined to win this fight. Except that instead of hand-to-hand combat, they were using magic to smack the mana out of each other. The blast was spectacular. In the main grind he had 2 shots of firepower left, and after exhausting that, he could just drop to physical power, which would prove difficult for our guy. However, the main character also had the advantage of 500 upgrade boost, so they could fight on equal footing. For at least 30 minutes that was what it seemed like, until those terrible yellow spears made a beeline for the brunette, and he actually looked horrified to see them. There was a huge explosion, and the pharmacy head sweat just watched that fire from afar. She knew that a fight was going to break out, even if she did not properly understand what the fight was about. She had seen the look on the brunette's face, and had asked him what all of his sudden seriousness was about. The boy had explained that there was someone tailing them, and she panicked, thinking that it could be a rival company of the Hansung group. However, she was not the only important person in the car. She should put some respect on his name. Technically this mess was connected to her, since her brother was working with these evil monster. At any rate, he needed her to drive somewhere more secluded. It would be no good to avoid this guy and have him trace him all the way to school. It would be in his best interest to catch and take that guy as soon as possible. The lady asked if the person chasing them was someone that he could actually fight, and the boy smiled that it would not be easy. The mana of the enemy was the kind to far exceed a B rank, and the lady was worried within reason. She knew the guy beside her was not a wimp, but he also did not strike her as the Hulk of fighters. She worried if he would be okay, but Xian Wu assured her that there was nothing that plot armor could not do for him. That was why he was asking for help. The pharmacist there parked the car and decided to trust in his skills. He had to come back safe. She was counting on him. It was not the time for our dude to do the loser version of aura farming, as he somehow managed to dodge those pikes that had come right at his face. That was crazy. It was almost like the red-headed guy was actually trying to kill him. Still, the main character smirked. Dodging these many attacks was nothing. He was an enhancement type fighter until the first year, so he could match up to the speed of those projectiles quite easily. His wicked opponent smiled, asking if all he could do was dodge. Then he raised his hand and raised even more dark spikes into the air. It seemed that this guy's motto was to keep hitting the brunette with everything that he had. He fired an even larger volley of large and intimidating spikes, surprising our dude, because he could not believe how many spikes this guy had in reserve. It seemed to be his special form of magic. The man had gotten even faster than before, but our dude was ready for that too. There was a blast of fire and he dodged that as well. It seemed that his intentions, for the beginning of the fight, were just to continue dodging. The redhead was not pleased, but our dude suddenly had less than 2 minutes of the effect left. That was insane, they had barely started fighting. This skill was clearly such a rip-off. It was about time for Xianwu to do something incredibly foolish. Before all of his power ran out, he needed to settle this fight once and for all. Immediately the brunette activated the amazing effect of Great Nature's Heart. For 1 minute, mana recovery speed would increase by 1000%. Now things were about to get really wicked. The man could tell that there was something wrong, moving through the eye, and his eyes widened when he realized that suddenly, the hunter standing before him had a much stronger aura than before. Now it was time for our dude to our farm, to his fullest potential. He bent to the ground like a frog, prepping for a mighty hop, and then he burst forward, running like a bullet train right for his opponent. The angry redhead responded with his special, magical skill of a buffet of spikes, growling as he prepared to launch it at the madman. Running straight for him, this was dangerous. The monster knew that he had to block that attack, no matter what, though dodging would be a bit more common sense, and would possibly lessen the damage. The monster's fear was valid though, because our guy was speeding through the spikes of fire, like it was a casual maze that he was playing for fun. The mane grunted in horror, seeing the boy come even closer and closer. It grabbed one of its spikes, like he intended to use it as a weapon, and he slashed it out in front of him, discouraging the brunette from coming any closer. The main character did not hesitate, and he charged up a blue ball in his palm, like it was a special attack that he had borrowed from another franchise. With a blonde-haired lead immediately, he tossed it, careful not to get too loose to Mr. Red and Nasty. That blue ball landed quite solidly in the poor man's gut, and he choked out in pain, being pushed back from the force of that hit man. Our dude had thrown such a huge attack, but the enemy was still on its feet. They could not let up now. Any opening that was granted would quickly be used against him. So Shamwood charged up a second attack, and launched it a second time at the wicked creature before him, figuring that he needed to spam the attack mode for as long as he could. That wicked redhead blocked the attack, growling in annoyance at how persistent the student was. The main cursed hands raised as it pushed back the attack. Xianwu was also doing the best he could, but he was struggling to some degree. At this angle, it was difficult for him to aim for the monster's brain. Suddenly an idea occurred to the brunette in glasses. Suddenly he quit attacking from afar, and actually came right up close and personal to someone who was actively trying to kill him. This behavior stunned the redhead, of course, and he was even more stunned when he suddenly got slammed in the jaw by a very unforgiving fist. From here he could definitely hit the brain, and the monster growled for his opponent to stop, as if he was gonna stop, when any slowing down meant certain death. This was over, it had to be, and the main character grabbed the monster by the neck, squeezing down, in an attempt to permanently end its life. However, for some reason that he could not understand, the neck underneath his hand was not breaking. It did not make sense. He had increased mana recovery speed by 500% for just 10 minutes of all times, for that stupid mana exhaustion to activate, and for 30 minutes too. This was the worst thing to happen to our main character for some reason. He had been unable to kill the main, and he was forced to back away. The monster, of course, immediately took the chance available to it. It healed its wounds, and it manifested a spike within its reach, turning it around with wicked malice in its eyes. With a joy like no other, the monster raised the spike, with every intention to end Siona's life. However, before that could happen, there was a huge slash, and blue light came down on the monster, slicing it into. There was a familiar-looking big, tough guy behind the corpse of the fallen beast, and the main character stared at him in awe. Finally, a strong fighter had come. Jiang Suji, the S-ranked mage and the sword of the handsome family. It seemed his little favor from Xian had arrived. Now that the big bad beast had been taken down, our dude was now left alone, with his knight in shining armor. That had come for him, of course. This knight was not in shining armor, and he was an old man from the family that Xian happened to be currently exploiting. The sword demon, Jiang Suji, had shown up in time to save the day. He was one of the strongest in the original story. That man had cut down Bekang, who could trade blows with the ranks in just a single strike. Peak admirable behavior. The old man was not digging the fact that a mere man had dared to lay a hand on the youngest daughter of the Han Sung family. That was not actually how it went, but he appreciated the girl for putting in that lie. If it got the guard to come in to his aid faster. The lady of the hour showed up, running over to check if her sweet Kim Jin-woo was okay. The sweet doting rich girl hurried to check if he was hurt anywhere, and the boy laughed, assuring her that he was not hurt by much, and he did not even need support to stand. It seemed that he had managed quite well, buying time for the real people who arrived with help. The girl was happy to help the boy cut down his enemies, because she believed that her life was on the line too. Yeah, that big bad and red had only come for him today, but at least now, he would not be causing any future problems. So they had technically killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Cyan felt that it was totally reasonable for her to rush and bring the strongest person she knew to fight this battle well. Now the B-rank villain Baekong had died. That was a bit of a deviation from the usual story, and the causality rate had increased by 0.6 points. Fortunately, the character Han Xian still trusted him, so that was great, and the main character gained a 1,000-point reward. That kind of felt small for taking down a villain, but he was satisfied with the results. The big old sword asked if they should report this incident to the chairman, but this was not exactly a lovey-dovey kind of family. A main attack was no small matter, of course, but the brunette recommended that they do no such thing. After all, her big brother was involved with the mains, and he might suspect that his little sister was snooping. Too close for comfort, he could make some risky decisions, if he even suspected that. So it was for the best not get involved. If word spread that someone from the Hansung group was attacked by a main, it would cause a huge and uncomfortable uproar. Plus there was no need to blow things that deviate from the original. Things had already changed too much, and our guide would like to keep problems like this to a minimum. At least the lady considered this, and figured that the boy was right. If this leaked outside, it would drag in annoying trouble, and she needed to lie low, so that she could scheme in peace too. So she informed their hero that they would be keeping the incident between them. It was in their best interest. If their uncle Suji also said nothing, the man understood and promised silence. He was way too old for gossip anyway. 3 days later, our guy was chilling in his room, and casually looking through things on his phone. As thanks for saving her during the bake time incident, even though honestly she had been the one to save him, Han Xian offered to find our guy any information that he needed. In that case, what he had then asked her for was the timing for when sacred herb potions would go commercial. For this very moment he had gone all in, and he had bought up Hansong Pharma stock. With everything that he had, he watched his phone very diligently now, waiting for the perfect time that he would get the cash out from what he wanted. It was 8:59, and as soon as it hit 9 o'clock, the market would be open. Our guy dove into that market like it was his birthright, and the shares skyrocketed. The boy screamed and cheered, because it was time for him to move up in life. Before regression, even a lifetime of dungeon runs would not have bought him a house. Back then the main character would have never believed that money could really be this easy to make. He was cashing out in style, and he was giggling and happy about it too. It almost felt a bit bittersweet, considering how hard he had worked to stay out of the main narrative. Back then there was a notification on his phone, and that made the boy sit up. Han Xian was now surprisingly in regular contact with him, and she even invited him out to lunch. He was immediately intrigued, because she had mentioned that she had a present for him. At the Café Veller they met up, and the boy was surprised to see that the lady had arrived rather early. She was even sipping a drink by herself, and acting all sweet and dainty. The lady smiled up at the boy, saying that it was a habit, as expected of a businesswoman, to always arrive on time. Hanson Pharma stock shot up quite a bit, and the boy chuckled that he'd had quite some fun thanks to her. The heir asked how much profit the boy had made, and if he had made 500 million. The boy smirked that he had made 3 billion in a single day. Now that was something truly admirable. She almost could not believe it. Well, they should just think of it as a small token of appreciation. It was all thanks to the director. Now that he had come all this way, the boy was, of course, really excited to see this gift that she had mentioned. The lady then got a little serious, and explained that she had found the identity of the man that had attacked them. Yeah, he already knew that, but it was not like he could tell her that, so he decided to roll with her little exposition. The lady revealed the man's name was Baekong, and when he was disguised as a human, he was usually a very notorious hitman. However, during the investigation, they had learned that there was someone who dealt with Baekong. Frequently that person was, of course, none other than her own dear older brother, Han Segian. The main character already had the idea that the big, bad brother was dealing with mains, but he had not guessed that the big red would be one of them, though he was not surprised about the whole thing. All the same, this was all very interesting, but Seonwoo had to wonder how all of this information would somehow benefit him. The girl smirked because the boy was so calculating, even after they had saved each other's lives. At any rate, she was going to show him the real gift. It was a way of saying that she would be depending on him. Happily, she presented a box. He had asked the boy to meet today, because she was about to become very busy. For a while, the boy stared at the mysterious black box curiously, asking if something was going on. Now that her brother knew, that man was too despicable to even be called kin anymore, so she preferred to call him Han Sejin. He was now closely linked to Baekong, so it was pretty obvious who was behind the attack. Right, the heiress still believed that the attack had something to do with her, since our dude had not revealed that. He had just been using her advantageous fighter. The lady scoffed that she could not stand being in anyone's debt. In truth, he was probably in her debt, but he had settled that score by helping her find out about her brother's nefarious acts, whether it was a favor or a grudge. Sion preferred to pay back as soon as possible. With that, she got up and left, leaving the main character alone with the storage and a very mysterious box. Zion's assumption that Han Sejin was behind Baekang was still just a misunderstanding. However, the fact that her brother was a villain would not change that man was evil. And it was probably better to end him as soon as possible, sooner or later. That man would get in Zion's way too. In that case, taking down Han Sejin through Zion was not a bad idea. Then, the lady stopped to call Kim Jin-woo for a final thing. She smiled and said that she hoped it suited him, making him even more curious about this mysterious package. After all, she had worked really hard to pick up that gift herself. The boy smiled and thanked her, showing gratitude that she had gone the extra mile to be kind. Then he carefully opened the box and found within it a silver band. It was a mana alloy bracelet, the type of sturdy bracelet that was imbued with mana and had an SS durability rate. How kind of the rich heiress to buy him such an expensive item. It was almost like she was flirting. The boy beamed with joy at getting such a sweet item. He sat there staring happily at his wins when he suddenly got a notification. The boy looked up in surprise and saw that the character Harayang was curious about him. He was now gaining 1,500 points. That could not be a good thing. Inside his office, the big boss of the mains was looking through the files that he held, studying as much as he could about this strange, masked rich guy. Someone came in and bowed. Greeting Lord Harayang. It had been almost 10 years since he had known Chen Hai, and he asked if the man had come to discuss the 10 Demon Council. Well, that was correct, but there was also another matter that the council wanted to address. There was something that the man wanted to ask first. With his head bowed, he talked about how he was sure that the main man had heard that his close friends, Jang Han and Baek Kong, had been killed a few days ago. Coincidentally, this could all be traced back to their encounter with a human mage who was tangled up in both incidents. According to Baekang, before he had died, this man had visited the arena not long ago. The man with his head bowed then asked their king, Lord Harayang, if he had perhaps ever heard of a hunter called Kim Jin-woo. Now this was very interesting, because that happened to be the guy that he was investigating. Of course the Dark Lord had heard of that guy. In fact, he was currently looking into him. It was interesting that other people were taking an interest in his quarry, and it was no surprise, honestly, because his quarry had been very busy. That guy also happened to be the only VIP that had bet on Linlin in the dimly lit office. The man then made the request for the big boss to share any information that he had on Kim Jin-woo. The man was ready to spill his blood on the graves of his fallen friends. Oh, that guy was also a main. They kept popping up one by one. Immediately the big boss called Chen Hai to heal. It was one thing to come into his office and make a request, it was another to get so passionate that the request started to border on a demand. It was best that the big guy watch himself, or he would get burned. The strong and oppressive pheromones oozing from the big boss hit that dude like a ton of bricks. He quickly got the message to shut up. If Chen Ha was thinking of laying a hand on his client, then the man should be prepared to face the dark and demonic consequences. It seemed that the big boss had now somehow claimed our dude was his client. Now our guy had dark protection, among a few other things. The man quickly bowed his head in apology, of course swearing to never touch Kim Jin-woo. He begged for some gracious forgiveness immediately. With that settled, the man then requested that the bowed man should just deliver the 10 Demons Council's message. That was all that he wanted to hear right now. The man was sweating, but he relayed the message from the holy relic. The prophet's altar of prophecy had come down. Now this was an interesting turn of events. In the year, the child destined to destroy Maines turns 18 and awakens. The king of Maine would meet his end at that hand. Now that was a terrible turn of events, and a rather foreboding prophecy. The big boss narrowed his eyes as he realized that the king was clearly stirring up trouble again. To get this kind of dark and foreboding prophecy, the child of prophecy had been the message, and the man asked if they had gotten any other details. According to the prophet's altar, the place where this now 18-year-old child of prophecy resided was none other than the Magic Academy. After so many days of side quests, it was finally back to school, where the real protagonist dwelt, if he could even be called the protagonist. At this point our dude was standing around and observing something in front of him. For now the boy was admiring the beautiful bracelet that Cyan had gotten him. He had caused a lot of havoc as Kim Jin-woo, and it was time for him to lay low, so that he did not attract even more awkward attention. The character Harayang was curious about him, and that was not a good sign. The extra points were appreciated, but there was no way that he wanted a big bad's eyes turned in his direction. It was not the time to get tangled up with a rayon just yet, or he'd end up eaten alive. There was something more important that the main character needed to focus on right now, something that had to take up most of his attention. Xianwu grabbed the scroll before him and opened it up, its magical properties glittering as it revealed what it held inside. This was a magic-imbued book with a spell shield that would deploy a barrier to block one spell. It would only last for 12 hours. Our guy was doing his best to study. It would not be long until the midterms began. This was where students had to prove their ability in front of all kinds of important people. It was a key event that was tied to Li Yujin's future path. But these midterms mattered even more because of one key element. the child of prophecy and almighty being, whose coming had been foretold in the ancient text, the future ally of Lee Sujin, and the one born with the power to destroy mains. To flush out the still unawakened child of prophecy, the mains would suddenly show up and infiltrate the school. At 4 in the evening, using their dark powers, they would attempt to strong-arm the school into giving up the child that they came for. But they would then be quickly wiped out by Lee Sujin, who would not tolerating their nonsense. That was how it went in the original anyway. The scale was not huge, but it was an episode loaded with all sorts of important hints. This time our dude would be watching not just Sujin, but the child of prophecy as well. He had to make sure that neither of these two people would get hurt during the raid. So that day at school, the teacher called their attention. In addition to the next week's midterm schedules, there was one more announcement. The midterms were already killing the students, so they wondered if they could really survive. Waiting to hear one more announcement, one girl was so done with school that all she wanted to hear about was romance. Well, too bad they could never get away from the school life. And they heard that training was live combat, and live combat was training for them to prepare for midterms this year. Second years would be doing several days of free sparring classes. The class looked stunned to hear this. Free sparring was an interesting idea. If they could not find a partner that day, then they could go ahead and watch or practice alone for now. The group was dismissed. The announcement was barely over before Yura suddenly started burning with some holy flames. That girl was obsessed with Lee Sujin. The hero was so over it. The main character already guessed that Seo Jin and Yura would pair up together, just like in the original novel. And the girl was already storming towards him, so it looked like that would play out as planned. Still, even so, the boy could not believe that absolutely no one wanted to partner with him. He had worked so hard to boost his deficient reputation during that last test, and still, other students were going in every direction, except towards him. How horrifying to be in that position. Well, it was not like it was that surprising that he was getting abandoned, no matter how good he was at theory and barrier breaking. Nobody wanted to pair up with the student who was dead last in almost everything else. However, this did not matter, because the person who would be his partner had already been decided, it seemed. Our guy already had his eyes fixed on the person that he wanted to fight beside. A timid girl who was currently saying nothing. She was not getting picked either. It did not take long for Yura to get her fire one, and she was just blasting and storming and banging her way through life, trying to take down the #1 fighter in class. With all the gusto in the world, the boy just managed to dodge her crazy fire attacks, groaning because he had almost died from just getting out of the way on time. The crazy girl was not finished, of course, and she madly asked Sujin if that was all he got. With skills like that, she would be taking the top spot in the school. From now on, that girl was so thirsty for that top student position, she was putting all of her energy into snatching it. The kind hero stood firm, despite the tenacity of his adversary, and he told her not to get ahead of herself. With a smile on his face, he drew his sword, ready to face his opponent, and cut her down with all the strength that he had. He had not even finished warming up yet, and he swung his weapon at her. They both clashed, fighting hard as they beat each other around. While those two monsters were clashing, swords and firepower, our guy was paired up with a nice and meek girl. That girl looked around for some reason, just admiring the quiet nature around her. Oh, it was not nature. She could just see Lee Sujin and Yura trying to tear each other apart from the window. They were both so dedicated to that crazy fight. They ranked no. 1 and 2 in the whole school. The girl turned away, creating her little ice shards in her hands. She could not pay attention to them right now. She was gonna make her small power grow. The more she compared herself to geniuses, the smaller she would feel. So what if she had not grown to their level yet? It was only a matter of time. Yoon Hee-young had not even been considered as a sparring partner by most of the class. They ignored her because she was the 82nd in class. That was pretty low rung. Her theory was rock solid, but she was weak in practice. The girl pretended not to be heartbroken by hearing her classmates say those words. Within earshot, she knew that she was not that strong, but it still hurt to be dismissed so easily. It was a bit sad, really, that her brains could not back up her talent. No one was sadder about the situation than poor Hee-young, who was not considered good enough by her peers. She was a good person, but being good was just not enough in places like this. The girl bit her lip and suppressed her feelings, focusing all of her frustration on getting better. Crying would do her no good. Sobbing about it was useless. If she wanted to improve, then she had to focus all of her attention on growing stronger. The girl shot her ice shards at the target in front of her. The shards were still small and had little effect. By the time her attack was done, the target was still standing. It was a rather discouraging situation. The girl screamed in frustration. Anyone would at this point. She wondered why it was that. No matter how hard she tried, nothing worked. Our dude popped in at that point to give some constructive criticism, telling her that her ice construct was flimsy. The girl was surprised to see Kim Seon-woo, the boy who was dead last in class. That was not just all. The boy stepped in and explained that her ice was not even that cold, and the accuracy sucked on top of it. Overall, it just showed that her fundamentals were lacking. See, our main character was doing all of this to take responsibility for what he had done originally. During the dungeon expedition, Asio Chunzabai would have helped the girl grow to the 6th position among the second years by now. Unfortunately, because he had interfered, the girl had missed that chance, and her growth had stalled. The girl might be lacking now, but if she stuck with him, he would make sure that she could at least pull her own weight. It was not easy to take those words seriously from someone dead last in class. Either way, our guy was determined to help her grow, even if it was like this. The girl then said that she ought to know. Since his own skills were not enough, she thought that he was dragging down someone else's confidence. To make them follow him, she had got it all wrong. And now she was angry. Well, that was bound to happen when a person had the reputation of being the worst in class. If only she knew what he got up to in real time. The boy shrugged and laughed at her assumption, but there was also the chance that she could not refute what he was saying, so she was getting angry instead. The girl glared, because that assessment was pretty correct. There was no reason for her to blow a fuse about it. The girl was so heated that she walked away, though with a high-end mighty air to boot. She had truly thought that he was pretty decent back in the dungeon, but she guessed that she was wrong. Now the boy worried that he had pushed too hard. After all, she was still just a high school girl. He started to apologize for going too far, when suddenly the girl growled that they would be settling their differences in a match. She wanted to see just how amazing this dead last student really was. Okay, she was gonna regret that, but maybe getting tossed around a bit would be good for her learning skills. Our dude beamed with joy because now he had her hooked, and he could teach her some really cool skills. The girl was gunning for a match, and she was not about to take any form of disrespect. Already she was fuming with some unholy ice power, so they were going to have a match first. She was all fired up in the iciest way possible. She wanted to see just how the dead last in the whole school could actually fight. Well, the dead last student was absolutely giddy, and pleased to hear this. He was happy to go diving headfirst into this crazy battle. As soon as he agreed, she shot her first shot, like she was burning with the drive to kill. That shot definitely landed, with a healthy amount of killing intent. It was crazy. Ice Girl was not playing around, because many other shots followed right after, one after the other, all aimed towards our guy. It was time for Seonho to get serious, because Haeng was done with acting cute and nice. That was great because our guy was definitely ready to kick this fight into gear. He launched himself forward with the right kick of his heel, dodging projectiles like he was fighting to survive the Hunger Games. The moment the girl got serious, the density of her construct had changed. That was interesting to see. Her technique was not bad at all. In fact, the main character found himself impressed by her drive. It would not be hard for a brilliant fighter like this to grow. However, her attack pattern was a bit too simple right now. She needed to try for something different. Ice attribute manifestation. Mages were supposed to shine in utility. After all, the girl gritted her teeth at the insult, and she growled, asking if the boy was really ready to see a different pattern. With that, her hand raised, and she suddenly summoned a giant ice spear. It was incredible. She had no business wasting her time with those tiny ice projectiles when she could pull something like this. That thing was at least 5 times her height. Seonho stopped because he was quite impressed by it. It was true that she now had an impressively big weapon, but the question remained, could she use it with a blast? She shot that death weapon right at the student, suspected to be dead last in the whole school. That was almost premeditated murder. The boy stared in alarm at how fast the thing came flying at him. It was large after all. He had to kick to the sky immediately, dodging the ice spear and the way it exploded, covering almost the entire area in ice. Haeng herself was shocked. That thing that she had been trying so hard to develop on her own had never worked until now. It was crazy that we had been practicing all this time just to get it right at this time. The ice explosion was so deadly that the main character had to take to the air just to dodge that attack. He landed on the large ice pillar that had been erected, looking at the girl who stared up at him in awe. People needed the right kind of stimulus first if they were going to draw out their abilities. So provoking the girl had clearly been the right choice, because now she was making fast progress, and the boy smiled with pride. The girl, however, seemed to take that as an insult, but that was fine, since this kind of provocation was apparently great for her growth and health. The girl asked how he planned to win, if he was always going to run away. She raced at him with rage, asking if he really wanted to partner up with her, when he was not even showing her his skills. The battle continued, and the boy stomped his foot on the ice. An inexperienced manifestation mage shared the same weakness as most mages like her. With a blast, he shot forward, reaching the girl in a matter of seconds, and she gasped, caught off guard by his sudden approach. He smirked because once it came to close combat, a lot of these high-power mages were instantly shut down. Still, the girl tried her best when it came to defending herself, and she raised her hand to block his attack. The magic power bubbled in her hand and met his elbow. It was time to see who would triumph. When fighting so close, there was an explosion of ice and power, and the young girl got knocked off her feet. She had only just started fighting in big girl style. so of course her footing got uprooted pretty quickly. Because she was not yet used to it, the poor girl fell eyes widened in fear, as his attack came close to her face. At this rate she is gonna get hit by his magic. Yet suddenly his magic dissolved in a show of power, where the main character did not feel like he needed to hit a girl to prove a point. He smiled at the girl's surprised and relieved face. She got the idea of how to use her magic now, and the entire point of the demonstration was to help her tap into her magic. The boy smiled and told his classmate that it was a good spar. The girl was surprised, not expecting such acknowledgement or strength from someone who was supposed to be dead last in the class. The poor girl fell to her knees in exhaustion, a little shaken by everything that had gone down. She had lost this battle, but she had also learned something new about herself. Everything about this situation is kind of overwhelming. The girl was tired, but with a small laugh, she wondered if she really should be learning magic from the dead last class. After all, the boy smiled and stretched out his hand, saying that she just did not know how to bring out her talent. That was all. He smiled and offered to help her, and they would try doing this together. The girl was surprised, staring at this outstretched hand, and wondering if the guy could really help her to use her talent well. She took that hand and took that gamble, willing to see what the future had in store. Since this battle had proved fruitful to some degree, the girl smiled and agreed to give Xianwu a chance, so he had better teach her well. After all, he was her teacher now. Once again, our main character had been able to level up. The character, Yu Haiyang, had now gained some interest in him, and Yu Haiyang's interest had hit a level 1. From now on, they would be doing some attribute adaptation training. The boy showed off something in his hand. All magic started with adapting to an attribute, and it was very important to be in tune with the right one. Adapting meant that the mage was able to understand the attribute, and that would determine how well they could manifest their magic. In other words, without basics, no amount of practice would actually raise their level. The young girl had an understanding of what attribute training was, however she had never heard of doing things like this. The poor girl currently found herself in what seemed to be a huge pool of ice. The poor thing was probably freezing and very confused. Our dude was now moving like the Dark Lord, and insisting that feeling her attributes with her whole body was the fastest and easiest way to grow. So she had to hurry up and start adapting immediately. If she did not hurry, then the ice would melt, and that would be troublesome. Later that night, some dark rumblings were afoot, and some very weird and suspicious-looking shadows started moving through the place, like dark spirits on a mission. It seemed to be sucking out the life from certain fallen beings. The dark shadow then settled into a barely identifiable form, and asked if everyone was present for the necessary meeting that was about to go down. Everyone responded affirmatively to Lord Chenhai. As ordered, the mains had been gathered, particularly the ones that had been operating around the Magic Academy. They knew the ins and outs of the place, as well as any given weaknesses that the building might have. The infiltration date to find the Child of Prophecy at the school had now been set for next week. All the members listened attentively as their boss, Qianhai, gave them the details of this mission. Their contact inside had informed them that the security often got lax during the midterms, so that was exactly when they would strike. The time had finally come, and the gathered mains looked really excited about it. However, one of the gathered had a question for Lord Qionha. They wanted to ask the Lord Horion for some extra help, so that they could end the Child of Prophecy once and for all. Well, that had not gone as planned, and the bigger boss had gotten stormy at the thought of harming his person of interest. The big boss had apparently said that there were more important matters than the fate of their race. Well, naturally, this news did not sit well with the rest of the gang, because they could not imagine what could be more important than possible extinction. But it was not like any of them were about to volunteer to go tell the big boss exactly what they thought. Still, they did not think that for B-rank mains would be enough to kill a Child of Prophecy. They were brutally outmatched on this field. Still, one of the other overconfident men scoffed and asked if his colleague was scared and needed help to kill one brat. This rabbit was literally the child destined to end their race. It would be foolish not take the necessary precautions concerning this situation. Just because security was lax did not mean that they would face no problems inside of this prestigious academy. If they were not careful, they would all get wiped out. Scouts from every major guild would be swarming the school on that day, assessing the students for talent that they want to claim for their own. That was not the time for B-class mains to go skipping in there, like they could handle all of that firepower on their own. The boss before them agreed with the situation and the sentiment. However, it was different. If they locked away anyone who got in the way, the man then raised a pink, magical glowing orb, and then expanded it over the mains gathered before him. They stared in awe at the rush of power that just washed over them. It was an incredible demon grand barrier. The foot soldiers looked around the barrier with wonder and wicked glee as their boss informed them that they were free to rampage as they liked. In fact, the boss, Chenhai, would be joining them in this mission. It was very important for the foot soldiers to ensure the death of the Child of Prophecy. Meanwhile, the next evening back on campus, our main character was still training with his adopted student so that she could hurry and level up. First, she needed to master the attribute and then the form, solidifying the water before her. She needed to be able to picture the ice without actual ice present. Then she would carve that sensation into her whole body. The girl focused as she created a single snowflake in her hand. Pretty and gorgeous. Slowly, that flake expanded into her giant snow spear. It was large and formidable, and holding it up did not exhaust so much of her mana. Either the girl shook with joy and excitement, beaming because she had finally done it. After so much trial and error, she had finally made an ice spear with her own power. Just a few days of training, and she had improved so much. Honestly, John was feeling very proud of his little student, just like he had told her she had lots of talent. The character, Yun Hee Young, now fully trusted the main character, and he got a bonus point of 1,500. The girl happily called him her teacher, and even said that from now on, she would believe anything that he said. Now he had a devoted believer, and he laughed, asking if the form of her weapon was bearable. The girl was beyond happy to throw more ice at any problem that came her way. Her cheeks were flushed, and her hands were a bit bruised from all of the work that she had put in. The girl was enthusiastic, but she was also clearly in pain from all of the training still. He wanted her to hang in there just a little longer. All of this was to help her grow. Even at this time, he was still pouring more ice into the freezing cold pool that she was standing in, no doubt about it. Our dude might have been a torture master in his previous life. He was gonna help her work hard enough to become someone who could stand by Lee Seojin's side. As his ally, the poor girl was drowning in cold at this rate. They had to stop, or she would get rushed to the hospital. Meanwhile, there seemed to be someone overseeing all of the training going down. It was a lady too. There was no idea who this mysterious shadow person was. The dark shadow watched the ice user as she shivered in her quest to get better. As the mysterious lady watched, she started to wonder if this was some sort of level of high school bullying. No matter how she looked at it, it really looked like that poor girl was being forced to stand in ice, while that horrid classmate was bullying her. The bullying in the Magic Academy looked very excessive. The girl could not just stand back and watch that. She had to report to the teachers right away, before that little snitch could move and get the others in trouble. A teacher popped up to smile, noting that watching talented students grow was always a beautiful thing. The teacher, Lee Hee Young, had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, but the young, first-year student was not about to waste time. She pointed at those horrid second-year students and the wicked acts that were clearly being committed. The teacher, who had a few more adult brain cells to understand how magic and growth worked, smiled that this was clearly an attribute adaptation training. Besides, she was well aware of the madness that was going down at the school. This was shocking news to the young girl. She had not expected this sort of harsh and mad movement to be training. The teacher had been watching the whole thing since day one. The student Han was improving her mana manifestation, and she had grown quite a lot in such a short time. It was impressive, but what was truly remarkable was the judgment of a certain student. It was true that the ice girl was the one currently working hard and putting in a whole lot of effort, but her classmate had somehow immediately identified a friend's problem and guided her through it. The senior Kim Seon-woo, the first-year students, were really surprised to hear that loser had any relevance. The teacher smiled when she realized that the first year knew about the boy. She had thought that Seo Yeon was the kind to memorize only the names of the top-ranking students. It was slightly embarrassing that some of the teachers already knew her usual pattern. The girl protested weakly, but the teacher added that Seon-woo was a high-potential talent, so it was good to remember his name early after all. The young girl was unsure what to think of that. Sure, maybe the boy was kind of impressive right now, but he was also the one kid who was dead last in the whole school. That was definitely something that was concerning. Plus, the boy was also someone who only did nice things for others. They even wondered when he would work hard enough to raise his own skills so that everyone could see the results of his hard work. The teacher fell silent, staring at the young girl for a moment before saying that they could just give the dude a chance to prove his skills. The teacher smiled, saying that they would look forward to this midterm. Meanwhile, the main character was not looking forward to the midterms at all, actually. Apparently, there was a special sale going on in his system shop for a subspace pocket, up to 30 kilograms on limited time sale at a discount. He had 5 days to pull up with the cash and buy it. A subspace pocket was an extremely valuable item, and naturally our dude wanted it very much. After all, the pocket was priceless in its ability to summon stored items anywhere. On top of that, it was useful in both combat and daily life. It was great that this kind of item had shown up in the special sale shop. However, even if the item was on sale now, the poor brunette only barely had over 8,000 points. Now this limited edition item that was being sold for a lower price was out of reach for him. He would just have to work hard enough to make 11,000 points in 5 days. He needed a surefire way to scrape together points too. The brunette had his hands on his head when he suddenly realized something. The teacher Lee Hyung was calling now. This was a surprise. Meanwhile, someone was talking about Yura Park in 1, and Kim Seon-woo. There were 3 students who had somehow been selected for the second year manifestation advanced class. The poor Lee Sha-jun had not even been considered. Then again, he was not in manifestation magic. The teacher wanted the students to think of it as an intensive class for students with high potential, regardless of their grades. Lee Sha-jun was in the enhancement advanced class. If our dude could somehow get in, then he would have more chances to be around him. This would be great for scoring extra points, because no one gave points, like the protagonist's attention. However, the blonde random in the manifestation class suddenly protested. He understood why the second best and his handsome self were getting recommended, but he had no idea why the teacher would have any intention of bringing a failure like him into the advanced class. Seon-woo did not know where to start with this guy. Park In-won was in his second year, and he was ranked 5th. The brunette was not really into him, and he wondered what on earth his problem was. The blonde insisted that he was 5th in the year. Being grouped with a dead last loser was so unfair. The pouty blonde turned to the second best in class and demanded that she complain too. The second best finally sighed, and exactly what she had to complain about. Whoever got into the advanced class did not matter to her, because all she had to worry about was herself. The blonde was annoyed by this faultless logic, and he cursed internally that this was exactly why that little witch had no friends. Then the student Seon-woo was asked what he thought about In-wan's opinion. The brunette smirked that if rank was the problem, then clearly all he had to do was raise his. The teacher was, of course, very pleased about that response from her favorite student. Then before the young genius joined, he should prove his skills on the midterm. The boy had to work hard enough to make the top 80, or better. Then the teacher asked if this was a reasonable goal. Later at the very fancy ceremony, confetti flew into the air. If everything went as planned, then the brunette smiled and said that such a goal was definitely achievable. The ice student was happily beside him, and she happily agreed to follow his lead. The second year midterm was a cooperative battle. This meant that students would have to team up with a partner to fight the summoned green giant. If they targeted the creature's weak point, which was inside of its body, then they could take down the beast instantly. However, each one of the weak points was located in troublesome and different locations, and they were quite hard to spot. One was situated on the ankle, and another was right on the head, so most students got good grades just by surviving the monster's attacks. However, the truly skilled geniuses would blast fire from their hands. It was, of course, the team of the ever-tenacious Yura and the hero of the story, Lee Si-hoon. While the girl distracted the beast with long-distance attacks, the boy dove forward and sliced the creature into pieces. Those guys basically already had the cheat code for excellence, so they did not need to bother with the weakling approach of finding weak points when they could just completely annihilate the big and scary creatures. The scouts were excited in the crowd, happily cheering for Lee Seo-jin and hooting with joy. The boy had great synergy abilities already at such a young age, and his partner Yura had such insane firepower. They were both truly the belles of the ball. With the geniuses out of the way, it was time for the two losers to step forward. It was time for Lee Shin-woo and Hee-young to step up into the top ranks. They were both super pumped and ready to succeed. Immediately the main character rushed ahead, asking the ice girl to clear a path for him immediately. She got busy channeling her attribute towards the floor, and the crowd watched in awe as ice spread over the floor beneath their feet. Her beautiful magic danced in different shades of blue, and the boy used the ice as a boost to push forward and get even closer to the big, ugly ogre in the ring. Meanwhile, the lousy talent scouts were busy laughing because they easily recognized our dude was the idiot who had embarrassed himself at the public ranking test. A lot of people were guessing that kind of kid had bribed his way in, and they laughed, wondering if he would run out of mana again. All of their mockery was working quite well in our dude's advantage, as he was informed that 254 people felt anticipation towards him. He would then gain 1,000 points as a reward. The boy smirked because he knew that the crowd was clearly expecting him to embarrass himself again. Unfortunately for them, this clown had done the necessary research and training to surpass the mistake that he had made, and he would no longer perform for their laughs. Outsiders' benefit immediately began to activate, and the main character quickly sensed where the weak spots were coming from. It was from the ogre's chest. The boy had even worn shoes for the weather, and he skated on that ice with the laser determination that this time he had no intention of playing the clown. He shot out his magic at the beast in front of him, and the creature's body leaked blood. The gem that marked its weak point was instantly blown to bits, and its ogre friend cried out in what seemed to be camaraderie and rage. The big ogre launched forward and raced at the brunette, who was ready to take down ogre number 2. He was so invested in proving his haters wrong that he laughed and realized that this whole situation was going to end more easily than he thought. The ogre raised its fist, and suddenly the boy's eyes widened as he realized something. There in the stands was a face that he recognized all too well. It was none other than Xianha. Now there was yet another troublesome character in the story. The boy, who had been preparing to take down the second monster with his mana blast, suddenly made sure to miss the weak spot and hit only the creature's shoulder. Of course, such a clumsy shot was not going to stop the creature's charge, but the main character would rather be remembered as clumsy than noted to be a person of interest to yet another man, of course. Others watching the show groaned in disappointment and complained that the boy had not been able to hit the monster. Still, a closer shoulder shiv like that was pretty good for a last-place student. Meanwhile, the main character was panicking. He had no idea what the ringleader of the attack was already doing at the school. The main's infiltration into the school was definitely supposed to happen at 4 in the evening, after the exams had ended. Yet for some reason he was seeing their boss just sitting casually in the audience, like he was a regular visitor. Sanwoo had to get his head back in the game, because the ice girl called for him and warned him to look out. The brunette snapped out of his lost thoughts to realize that the ogre was almost on top of him. Fortunately, he managed to get out of the way of that giant, angry fist. Unfortunately, that orge's big smash shattered the ice underneath his feet and sent the boy flying. However, Haeng had spent all of that time working hard for a reason, and now an opportunity had opened for her to show her skills. With joy, her icy attack came down, and dozens of ice spears came down to freeze and slow down the creature. The girl yelled for her senior to stand up and snap out of it. They had to win if they were going to advance in class. The girl managed to help him to his feet, and the boy groaned weakly while that big, leathery beast gave a large arena law. That scream of victory seemed to be enough to snap our guy out of his trance, because he was not tolerating that disrespect, and the creature, being that happy, felt very disrespectful to him. With a wave of his hand, a blue shot of magic pushed out from the boy's hand to the ogre's body, and he was able to slash that big creature in two, at a time when he should have been holding back. He was busy showing off his awesome and destructive power. The ice girl was shocked, and the audience was shocked as well. For a moment there was silence, as people tried to compute that this dude, casually firing and decimating the big monster before them, was somehow the dead last student. Immediately comments started flooding in about the boy's insane fighting level. They could not believe that the man had just done that, and they did not even know the compression manifestation technique. The boy had even had nothing but the weak spot. Some others even thought that it had just been luck. That was a fine narrative, since the main character was not trying to stand out. Anyway, someone in the audience could not help but think that this designated loser was pretty good at his craft. There were huge cheers from the crowd, people shouting and celebrating. They did not have high expectation, so they could not believe that they got to see a match like this. The girl who fought with him had crazy manifestation skills. Too good they were, identifying their student's role in winning the game. The ice girl was overjoyed and hugged her teacher close, but the boy just gave a heartfelt reply to that. The system popped up and informed him that 582 people now remembered his face. The boy had also gained the 3,000 points as a reward, and he had achieved the promising B rank achievement. Now the boy could gain 2,000 points as a reward. The character Kim Do-kyung was now interested in him, and the character Park In-won felt humiliated by him, and he gained 1,000 points. The brunette was feeling a little bruised. However, the exam was the least thing on his mind right now. Even after such a victorious match, the boy's eyes were focused on that clock in the hall. It was 12 in the afternoon. The timing for the school raid plot had now deviated from the original. He'd even beaten one of the main villains, with the help of another side character. That was not supposed to come into play just yet. The students went about their day, but the main character was starting to panic, realizing that his behavior was actually affecting the original plot. It really took that guy that long to realize that his actions had consequences. In that case, it meant that how the school was saved could also end up changing. Right now, the current rankings for the exam put the protagonist in first place, of course, and the main character ranked second with his teammate, the ice girl. The girl asked her partner if he was okay, because he should be celebrating after such a great achievement. She worried that something had happened, because the boy was suddenly sweating a lot. The main character just remembered that this was not the time or place to be spacing out. He waved his hands and said that he was just tired. He did not want to worry her. After all, he would rest for a while, so she should go on ahead to the training room. There was some feedback that he wanted to give her. The girl was so worried and thought that she had possibly messed up somewhere in the exam, but that was not the case at all. The boy encouraged her to be more confident in herself. She was perfect today, she needed to know that at least, and the girl's face lit up in a happy blush. To hear those words, the boy smiled encouragingly at his young student, who was happy and grateful to have improved so fast. It was great that she was happy, but he had big fish to fry right now. The girl waved and told the boy to get some rest. If his body hurt too much, he also did not need to come to the training room. He waved and told her to just get back safely. Once the girl was gone, the brunette was back in action mode. Now that the timing was messed up, he needed to check just how much the story had changed from the original. If things were going according to the script, then around now Lee Seo-jin would definitely be in a particular spot and place. Just as the main character suspected, the hero was exactly where he was supposed to be, at the right time. Fortunately, that much had not changed. There were lots of talent agencies surrounding the hero, and begging him to join their newest guild. Others invited him to join already older and established guilds. They even refused to leave until he had given them an answer. There was also another troublesome group of fanboys surrounding the protagonist, and he felt very overwhelmed by it all. Some guilds were even offering him a free apartment if he joined their guild. The boy nervously waved them away, explaining that he was only 18 and that he was not old enough to join a guild yet. That was fine with them. They pressed their cards into his face and told him to take them. They were willing to give that boy anything to get his number. These hound dogs had even skipped the third-year scouting just to watch the second-year exams because they knew that an awesome hero was going to be on the team. They had done it all for their darling Lee Soo-jin. Suddenly someone called out to the hero, who was downright getting harassed at this point. It was our dude, and he had come to save the hero. The boy explained that the teacher, Jung and Kyo, was looking for the hero, and it looked like their teacher had something to say about the boy's results. For some reason, those lazy reporters felt the need to bring up the fact that Cyan-woo was the last student in the entire school. However, for a student who had such low grades, he had put up a very stable fight, and it looked like he had a promising growth curve too. The brilliant brunette beamed, and the hero immediately understood the situation. Just like that, the protagonist broke out of that troublesome crowd, hurrying over and insisting that he could not keep a teacher waiting. He would have to listen to all of those guild offers later, and he scurried away to join our main character. The guild horn dogs were upset because they were sure that they almost had him. They really wanted to make him sign. Since things had not gone as planned, they would just go ahead to finish watching the third-year exams. One of the boys standing around asked his senior how Seo Jin's fight had gone. He was Young Han-soo of the Special Task Force. His senior was Kim Deok-young, the Special Task Force leader, and the man smiled that the hero was not bad at all. It was fitting for the third disciple of Chairman Kim Jin-chul, the strongest mage. That brat Soo-jin was still a little green though, and that was not enough for real combat. The junior teased his senior, pointing out that the man was talking like the boy was already going to join the Special Task Force. They had only come to make a scout offer for after graduation. The senior told his junior to zip it. He did not need that negative Nancy cramping his style and assessment. He wondered why his junior had even aged along at all. The youth laughed, explaining that he regretted not getting to talk with this super kid during the Han River main incident. That's right, it was indeed this guy who had responded to the main report that the hero had sent out. If the boy had been the one fighting the main back then, he might have gotten the real combat experience that the senior was talking about. The senior considered that experience, and then he asked his junior what he thought of that one student who was rated as dead last in the entire school. The junior easily remembered Kim Seon-woo. That guy was the talk of the whole city. For someone supposedly dead last, his combat sense was surprisingly incredible. That was not just sense. Being able to instantly analyze a weak point like that and nail it one shot, as he had done with the first enemy, that was the kind of thing a person could only gain from experience. However, that was confusing, and the junior agent wondered where on earth an 18-year-old would even get that kind of experience. They both laughed because they both felt that the situation was impossible. There was no way a kid was sneaking out of school and battling monsters at the early age of 18. Such a notion sounded ridiculous. Come to think of it though, the agent realized that the student Seo Jin had said that the last place student had some form of resemblance to the mage who had dealt with the main that day. Yeah, that mage really looked like Kim Seon-woo from his class. Still, it was strange to imagine that an 18-year-old could use compression manipulation like that. For both, the senior and the junior made a mental note to remember the name. Kim Seon-woo, the teacher of their year, was happily talking to a few guests, and the others moved around the academy like normal. It was almost like a completely normal exam day. As this was going on, the protagonist thanked the main character for saving his life. He had almost gotten stuck in a very difficult situation for longer than he wanted. However, the hero asked why the brunette had come back to save him. The boy laughed and said that it was good to preview next year's exam. In advance, the hero admitted that he really did not want to get cornered by those scouts again, so he was worried that sitting in the stands would attract their attention. Sean-woo smiled and explained that those guys had all gone to the reserve seats with the teacher. They'd come in through a different entrance from us, so they should not run into them. Besides, it was important to learn other fighting skills if the boy wanted to maintain his rank in one spot. Using juicy statements like that, the main character was able to convince the hero to stay by his side. He figured that if they watched quietly like this, then they would not notice them. Getting Seo-jin to agree with him was great, because the main attack was supposed to begin in the third-year exam hall, where it was easiest to make contact with the insider, since no one knew when the attack would start. Due to multiple changing events, Our dude needed to keep Seo Yon in the exam hall, and then go to find Chienha. Despite being worried about changing too much in the plotline, this greedy dude was still planning to go and defeat yet another main villain. What a pretentious dude to him. It sounded like the easiest and fastest way to protect the child of prophecy, but at this rate, he was erasing the hero's importance in his own story. First, the main character asked the hero if anything important had happened after the exam. Seo Jin was smiling down at the fighters below, and he asked if the brunette was asking about the scouts. That was fine since the situation with the scouts tended to happen all the time. Well, the boy was fine with that as long as he was okay. This was good, and it meant that the original flow was still mostly intact. That was a relief below. The sparring began in the ring, and the crowd cheered as the fighters battled. The scouts had entered the third-year exam hall, looking for some great graduates to recruit into their guild. It was all playing out just as the insider had said. The man asked how everything else was going on there, and the others had already gotten to work, and they had released and hidden a healthy number of monster summoning circles all over the school. It sounded like they planned to make the area very unhealthy for normal living. However, Jensen was sure to go wild the moment he saw a human, so they had been sure to place that guy somewhere secluded. So far, the work was done smoothly, and the boss congratulated Yangan on her good work. The lady smiled that it was only thanks to the good Lord Cheonhai joining them that they were able to get this far. Now the man stood with all the intentions to begin the raid and unleash his magic with a wicked smile. The man gathered up the bubble of pink in his hand, and he was now ready to hunt for the child of prophecy. Meanwhile, the oblivious third years were still battling it out in the ring with sparkly power, while those watching cheered and clapped. One third-year girl got knocked back, and she couldn't take the heat anymore. Quickly she surrendered and called it quits. Park Mini forfeited, and the final winner was the mysterious Kim Chanyeol, who was the ace of the third-year class. The hero was actually having way more fun than he thought he would. His eyes were glowing, and everything changed when he saw how fun the third-year exams were, because they got to battle each other. Senior Kim Chanyeol was the textbook manifestation type, and the senior Park Money's movements were so sharp, while the hero was being the biggest fanboy. Our dude was very worried about the attack that was definitely going to happen in this area. He had scanned the area the whole match, but Chen he had surprisingly never shown up. He had definitely seen that suspicious man in person, and the attack was supposed to start from this arena. The main character was sweating, wondering what was going on. Seo Jin easily caught onto Seo's distraction, and he asked who the boy was looking for. The little liar just happily said that he was wondering if there was any guild out there that wanted to scout him. The main character laughed that there was bound to be someone who would call from somewhere. Compared to the start of the semester, the brunette had grown like crazy. Anyone who watched his exam would have definitely been shocked. In fact, the hero was curious about how the main character had trained to grow so fast, but he paused when they both felt a dark sensation creep over the school. A deep purple barrier spread over the stands, and the two looked around in alarm. It was worse than the brunette had imagined. The mains were using this kind of thing that had never happened in his last life. There was now some deep trouble afoot. Some of the people down below knocked on the weird barrier that had suddenly and magically appeared around the school. Wondering why a barrier had appeared, they wondered if someone was messing with the school, and their immediate plan was to call the teachers. No one knew what was going on, and some people were stuck outside of the barrier. Those outside wondered if some kind of accident had happened. Meanwhile, the mysterious monster summoning bags that those demons had left were starting to open, and monsters were starting to be summoned. It opened to a huge multicolored portal, and the gathered boys stared in shock. Absolutely no one was happy to see the multiple red eyes staring back at them from the deep abyss inside of that churning and multicolored portal. The wicked man smirked and then activated the portal, unleashing the monsters within. Goblins leapt out of those portals, filthy and hungry for violence. They immediately attacked the people standing around, who raced away in horror at the appearance of such monstrous people. The last thing they expected was to get attacked at a school event. After all, they screamed that a monster was after them, and then screamed for help for good measure. Monsters had invaded the school, and that call went out seeking backup for anyone who could somehow get past that very thick barrier. All students and visitors were asked to immediately evacuate to the safe zones. The announcement was repeated that monsters had invaded the school. All teachers, scouts, and mages who could fight had been sealed inside the barrier, with nobody left to help. The child of prophecy would have to reveal themselves. That was actually a pretty neat trick. All of the actually equipped fighters had gathered to watch the third-year match, which meant that anyone with any form of capability was now trapped behind that stipulated purple barrier, while monsters ran loose inside the school. It was genius, however. As the goblins ran amok, someone stepped out to stop them. One of the goblins immediately got sliced up, and the head boss cursed in annoyance, wondering who on earth was getting in his way. It was that senior agent and his junior. The special task force was here, and they had not gotten trapped underneath the barrier. That was kind of annoying. and would put a damper on his evil plans. However, the Big C was not about to give up on his wickedness that easily. This was just a temporary setback. Some of the students cheered in relief that the special task force was here. Those guys had apparently come in to watch SEO Jin's match, but now they were fighting monsters and rescuing people. That was such a relief. Both the hero and the main character were kind of relieved to see him. If the task force came to see them, then that meant that Captain Kim Deokyeon was on the case. Once the barrier was lifted, the fighters would join them right away, so there was no need to be afraid, and all the students just had to trust their teacher. The main character was relieved, because if the special task force joined them, then they could still turn things around. However, there was just one very annoying problem, and that was the fact that they had no idea how on earth they were going to break the barrier. The people outside were banging desperately at the mages, who were stuck in there, begging them to somehow break out and save them. The place was a mess with monsters running amok. Some of the students were frightened and cursing the fact that they did not stay inside the arena to dispel this barrier. They needed a rank support-type mage to assist. The support-type teacher, Kim Yoon-jin, immediately kicked into gear to solve the problem. Unfortunately, they didn't have anyone like that there. High-rank support mages were really rare already. The woman yelled that they had to keep looking. It would take her 30 minutes alone, and they could not leave all of those innocent people stranded for such a long amount of time. The boy was listening to all of this. Of course, 30 minutes was a long time, and they could not trust the defense of the entire school population to just to task force agents. They could not hold out for that long against a horde of monsters. It was not just that it took that long. This huge barrier was practically impossible to break. Xianhai's barrier technique was one of the best in the world, even in the original. If it had not been a surprise attack, Sejun would not have been able to take that goon down. So in this case, the main character really needed to step up. Even the hero seemed to be watching him with the expectation to step up. However, before the boy could even speak, someone offered to help. It was someone who claimed to be a rank support-type mage, and she was called Yang Jin. It was a good thing that she happened to be nearby, except that this little devil happened to be the woman who was working directly with Shenhe. She was basically a huge part of the opposition, and now she was pretending to side with them, just to slow them down. This lady beamed and said that she would take care of everything. That filthy liar, the main character, knew better than to try to accuse this person of being a man here and now, because he had no proof. It would make people suspicious, and that would only slow down the rescue. However, having this piece of garbage join their team was definitely going to slow down the rescue. The fake Good Samaritan said that she would start from this side, so the other maid should please assist in breaking the barrier. Together the two go to work, with the redhead working from the inside, and the other lady working from the outside. The naive and kind-hearted hero thought that it was a relief that the teachers had a plan. They would now be out in no time, except that one of the assisting teachers was a total demon, so they could not count on that person. In fact, our boy needed to get moving, so he grabbed the ultimate plot armor powerhouse and dragged him along. They could not waste time waiting for a barrier that was not going to fall anytime soon. The two students left the two mages to work, but it did not take long for the redhead to realize that something about this barrier destruction magic felt off when it was unlocked on one side. A second lock kicked in on the other. The barrier was not even being dispelled by the magic coming in, it was being reinforced. Kim Yoon-jin was a brilliant teacher, and she quickly realized that she was being lied to by the other lady. However, she had to be careful about how to handle the situation. First, she had to figure out who was manipulating the barrier, and when she raised her head, she spotted Kyan-hai standing nearby, and looking very suspicious. The man already knew that the support teacher inside the barrier would be a problem. She was sharp, and she would soon figure out what was going on. The man needed a distraction. With the crook of his finger, something about the nearby aura started to change. The task force was still taking care of the monsters in the environment, but when the dark magic touched them, something strange began to happen. The goblins screeched, a darkness seizing their hearts, and two of those monsters broke away from the others. The task force agents immediately noticed those two. Of course, they seemed to be making a beeline for another area. One of those goblins attacked and flew right at the lady, dismantling the barrier. A brilliant move from the opposition. If their teammate got attacked by the monsters, then no one would suspect that she was a main. Fortunately, before that wicked goblin could make contact, a brilliant shot came in from the long range and eradicated that beast, flattening it to the earth. In a brutal display of guts and destruction, the task force hunter retrieved his brilliant red weapon and asked the lady if she was okay. The lady smiled with joy that she had been saved. The task force man could now see that these two mages were working together to break the barrier from both inside and out. In that case, the task force agents would station themselves in front of the opposition and protect her, thinking that she was working so hard to try to help them. Those good suckers. The junior yelled for his senior to be careful, because he almost got caught in the last attack. The senior said that if something like that hit him, he would have to hand in his task force badge. He was not so weak to be felled by that kind of attack. The two agents, unfortunately, now had their backs turned to a very dangerous enemy. But surely there were enough witnesses to stop her from doing anything rash. The agents reassured the barrier mage that, on the honor of the special task force, they would protect her. The evil demon laughed and thanked them. She smirked so wickedly, because this sort of humor was way too hilarious. She was here working hard to hinder their progress, and they were over here protecting her. Meanwhile, the hero asked why they had moved behind the arena. The boy said that it was because no one was there. All the focus was on the other two mages, at the other side from here. They were going to break the barrier. They had to do, so that they could find the child of prophecy. The hero was surprised that they were not just helping the teachers who were working at the front gate, the main character side, trusting only the protagonist with this information. The loser that had shown up, pretending like he wanted to help them, was actually a main and they could not trust him. He was currently pretending to break the barrier, while actually reinforcing it. At this rate the barrier would not come down on time. The hero was horrified to hear this. He thought that they should tell everyone right away, but it was useless to do that. Mains were dangerous, plus it was only a hunch and they had no proof. They would look like idiots, causing a stir at a time like this. That sounded like an easy fix to the protagonist, and he just told our guide to prove it. He was the one who got offered a spot in the special class for barrier breaking still. There was no guarantee that anyone would believe him. They needed to break the barrier, and then they could go and tell everyone after. They could not create a new problem when the first one had not yet been solved. If the one speaking was a globally recognized genius, and not just some student, then maybe they would listen. That made sense to the hero. So the next question was whether or not Xianwu could break this thing. The boy was about to find out. He turned his attention to the barrier, while SCO Jin drew his sword carefully. The main character activated his ability to decode the magical formula. The system got into business really fast, reading as much information about the barrier as it could. The demon grand barrier. The little main could not believe what was happening. The grand barrier that they had erected around the school had been pierced. Xianwu was relieved, and he dusted his hands with a sigh. He had taken down that huge thing like it was nothing. He had even done it in an instant. The hero could not believe what he had just seen. Right now they had a situation to fix, and Xianwu told Sujin to hurry and resolve that. However, before the protagonist left, he needed this child to answer one question. He asked why Xianwu was hiding his role in all this. He had been the one to take down the barrier. Usually a student would jump at the chance for the recognition of his strength. The boy just smiled, that this was more than enough for him. His other personality was already causing him a great amount of trouble. He did not need trouble in his school life too. For now, he needed everything that happened to remain a secret. That was Xianwu's one request. Meanwhile, back with the evil villains, the Chenhai was fuming and cursing out Yang Yang. That idiot could not even keep one barrier locked, and now the whole plan had unraveled. The Big C could not believe it. He had worked so hard to double seal the barrier, so now he wondered who on earth had brought it down. The teacher, Kim Yoonjun, was congratulated for all of her hard work, and the mage Young Yoonjun was congratulated as well. Now all of the high-spec teachers and mages would be taking over the operation. Well, the child of prophecy had not shown itself, so it was time for the mains to retreat. If they had any sense, the fighting went on. It was way more dynamic and explosive, now that the other teachers had gotten out, and they could swing their weapons around, and take down even more of those filthy monsters. Those monsters refused to go down without a fight, though, and they attacked the fighters with everything that they had. The man in charge curled his fingers into a fist, and punched the creatures in front of him, tossing them around. The teacher was also there, and she lit up those flying creatures as soon as they got within her range. With a determined look on her face, she electrocuted those troublesome foes, hitting some of them with a charge so deadly that they died on the spot, while the others went flying away. The task force member could not help but applaud this brilliant display. He thought that this was a clean finish from the teacher Li Hyung. Teacher Jang Ankle was also praised for his one-hit power, which was as sharp as ever. Thanks to the cooperation of all the teachers and the fighters around, they had been able to clear this area quickly. The man smiled that it was an honor to see the special task force in action. Up close, the task force was not sure where the ringleader, who had started this chaos, was hiding, so it was advised that everyone stay on high alert. Once they regroup, they would need to track that guy down first. However, the support teacher had one lead. She was not sure if it was the ringleader, but there was one person who was very suspicious to her. The lady stepped forward and grabbed the collar of her fake assistant, glaring at them and asking what exactly they had done while breaking the barrier. The others were surprised and asked what on earth had gotten into the teacher. Yinjin, they started telling her to calm down, but she was not having it, not when there was a great chance that this person could be a main. The lady, of course, feigned shock and hurt by such an accusation. She sobbed about the teacher talking to her like that, even after someone had just helped her. The others were also wondering how the redhead could make such an accusation when the two teachers had worked together to bring down the barrier. The task force junior wondered if they should step into this argument, but honestly, his senior wanted to observe a little longer. The white-haired lady sulked and insisted that she had only taken so long because she had to slow down to match the other woman's poor skill level. That lying wiggly witch had the gall to accuse her of being low level when she was working for the enemy. The redhead was not standing for her blasphemy. She had definitely seen that little rat go against them. The barrier relocked itself in a second layer. Every time the support teacher tried to break it, everyone turned to this person who had made such a statement. It was Lee Soo-jin, and he was supporting his teacher, Kim Yun-jin. The boy was also in the third-year exam hall, taking his place as the main character. The redhead teacher was surprised that the boy had noticed such a complicated spell. However, that was exactly what had been happening. The boy then said that he had vaguely sensed that the barrier was acting strangely. He could not forget his promise to keep Jeon-woo's secret, so he was not going to reveal who had brought down the barrier. The boy then mumbled some gas about how he understood the theory of how the barrier worked too. He did not like lying to teachers, but there was no helping it, so he was making stuff up as he went along. If even Soo-jin the genius was backing up that theory, then it suddenly sounded very believable to the common people, who were now looking at the white-haired lady with judgment. Something about her story felt fishy. Come to think of it, there was no rank support mage named Young Yeon-jin. At this point the other mages were getting suspicious, and the main was starting to panic. She cursed the situation and wondered what she would do now. Hoping for Lord Jeon-hai to come and save her, the man just scoffed and told the lady to do what must be done. Just like that, the task force immediately recognized the ringleader, and they tried to attack him at once, shouting for others to get him. They raced for the guy and tried to chop him up. Instantly they unleashed some brilliant attacks, but the man slipped away before they could cut him. The enemy had used the darkening technique, and it was clear that they were up against a rank main. Things were definitely getting bigger than expected, so they had to be careful. If the mission failed, then there was only one thing left for the white-haired lady to do. The hero's eyes widened when suddenly a bunch of humans in the area started to transform. It seemed that there were a lot more mains in the area than they expected. One would think that they would use the confusion to run away, but instead they were rampaging and doing this. The white-haired lady had one strict instruction for her people. They were to kill as many humans as possible, and then die. She swung her hand to take down the hero, and he unsheathed his sword just as fast. Seo-jin's sword glowed with its usual golden power, and he swung it through the air, slicing off that man's head immediately. Bro had the ultimate power when it came to one-shotting mains, and he was finally getting this story on track. If she wanted to rampage and kill people, monster, the other mains were also killed pretty fast. After all, this was the Magic Academy, a place flooded with high-power mages who were trained to annihilate monster. With everything over and done, the hero bowed before the captain, Kim Deok-young, and thanked him for his kind assistance. It had been a year since they had met at the chairman's house. The young hero was shaping up to be quite the mage, and the captain felt very proud of him. He also told the youth to ensure that he collected the bounty for slaying the main later. The boy happily thanked the agent, but then he wondered if he should have asked for the account number in advance. After all, the one who really deserved the thanks was Kim Seon-woo. Meanwhile, our dude was racing against time to fulfill a different and important mission. He had to find the child of prophecy, and he was sprinting with all of his might. The brunette used his magic power to leap and fly towards the place that he needed to go, and an explosion before him signified that he was getting closer to his target. The boy cursed, hurrying over to quickly get to the child of prophecy, who amazingly seemed to be you. Era, the second-year ranked 2 at the Magic Academy. The main fighting her felt disappointed to think that the genius said to Ravel, Lee Seo-jin was only this strong. Then again, perhaps the lady was being weighed down by dead weight, and she could not show her true skills. After all, she was trying to protect Hee-young. The girl trembled and wondered how on earth it had come to this. She had just been training with Era, and suddenly there were monsters and mains. The ice girl had hurried to help. However, the fire girl had told her that she would only get in the way, and that the best thing was for Hee-young just to run away. The fire girl had been determined to handle the situation on her own. The maid laughed as it charged at them, asking if that was all that they got. Its hand was charged with dark power, and it swung its wild attack, laughing that it looked like the fire girl was clearly not the child of prophecy. He broke through her defenses and grabbed her by the neck, choking her out with a wicked smile on his face. Mains were always devouring humans for the mana in their blood, and he could really not bring himself to hold back now that he had such rich, high-quality mana-infused blood right in front of him. The girl was really getting choked out, and she gasped because she really could not breathe. She felt like she was dying. Suddenly, a blast hit the man's hand that was choking her, and he paused to see which pest was interfering now. It was Hae-young. She was not going to sit back and watch her classmate get killed in front of her, at least not without putting up a fight. The girl insisted that she was the main's opponent. It was such a touching, tear-jerking display of friendship. How cute humans were. However, the man laughed that the girl really thought that little blast of mana would do anything to hurt a guy like him. The man began to charge up his next shot, and Ice Girl braced herself. Deep down inside she knew that she could not win. However, she still wanted to try. She was not going to run away and leave her friend to die. No matter how scared she was, she refused to be a coward. The girl charged up her ice magic and shot right at the big brute before her, piercing through his skin. Much to his surprise, now the man was starting to get it, because he recognized that mark and the amount of power she just displayed in ripping his arm off. His wounds were also not regenerating. It was supposed to be just an ice attack, but the ice was chilling him to the bone. The girl was also confused, because it had not been her usual power that just blasted from her fingers. More importantly, the mana drain from that magic was insane. The girl collapsed from the mana drain, and the main groaned with exhaustion. They had finally found the child of prophecy, the mage born with the power to destroy mains. Now that they had found her, all they had to do was kill her with their own hands. However, our dude could not let that happen. The child of prophecy was a key player after all, and he refused to let her go so easily. So Cyan activated the great nature's heart, as he declared that the main would be the only one dying here. Obviously the demon man did not like that, and he growled for the newcomer not to interfere. He at least still had one working hand, and he used that to blast a huge bolt of mana over at the main character. Fortunately, our boy put up the spell shield that glowed blue and was strong enough to negate that evil juju being thrown at him. That flimsy spell was not going to work on him. The main cried out in pain as he got blasted by energy shots, while Sean was stayed hidden and safe behind that big shield. That man was distraught to get hit like that, and he groaned in pain. It was non-stop fire from the brunette, because he could not risk letting his guard down. For a second, he had to protect two defenseless people solo. It was not easy. The man groaned and writhed in pain, eventually falling to his knees. The man groaned, unable to understand how his opponent had so much mana. Yeah, our guy was just stealing that from his environment. Still, the poor man was shaken, and he wondered how a child could possibly be that strong. The boy scoffed that he got more experience than he looked. After all, this was technically his third life. The man growled at him, saying that he would not die alone. That was a sign that he was about to do something crazy. The man turned his attention, of course, to the main killer child of prophecy, and he stomped his foot on the ground, launching himself right at him, while screaming his evil intent. Shanwu could not let that murderous monster get away with such nefarious activities. He swung his magic immediately, and he seemed to clock that evil beast in the head. The main's body came crashing down and he hit the floor, blood spurting everywhere. Looks like it was a good hit, much to the boy's relief. The brunette then paused and glanced at his power. That monster had come so close to touching Hyung. That was close to be rank villain. Jin Sen had now been successfully defeated, and the causality rate increased by 0.4. Xiangwu did not mind. He was just relieved that he had been able to save the ice girl. Now that he had achieved the savior achievement, he gained 3,000 points as a reward. The awakening had come early, but the ice girl had also held out rather well. The mains, having received a prophecy about the birth of their natural enemy, would continue to target the school. Through this, Yan Hyung and Lee Sujin would continue to grow. Yoon Era as well. Both of them had worked pretty hard while he was trapped, and he thanked the girls for surviving through this ordeal. Thus the mains had attacked the Magic Academy, and Lee Sujin, Yoon Era, and two other students were given the credit for defeating the mains. The objective of their attack remained unclear, but the two students had their faces published in the news. For once the brunette was not the center of attention. After a major battle, Yura sighed in the hospital as she read the article, annoyed that she was being treated like a hero when she had passed out before defeating the men that had attacked her. The ice girl scolded her, saying that she had done a lot. The fire girl had contributed greatly to her survival. After all, the fire scolded her right back and told her to go back to bed. Still, Haeng was grateful. The other girl had worked very hard to protect her from the mains. After all, the fire girl was still upset about pathetically passing out during the battle, though it was just a minor bruising. But the school was making a fuss, and now she was stuck at the hospital. It made the ice girl smile. Obviously, the school wanted them to rest and the exams were over, so now they could just relax. However, Era asked about how the ice girl had fought the main in her place while she was unconscious. It surprised her, and she asked why Haeng had not just run away. It was not like they were close friends who would risk their lives for each other. Still, the ice girl just laughed that anyone would have done the same in that situation. After all, she had never forgotten that someone had been kind enough to reach out their hand to her when she had been alone and desperate. Thanks to that hand, the ice girl wanted to be that kind of person for someone else too. Making that decision gave ice girl the courage to face the main, much to the fire wielder's surprise. So when things got tough, it was okay to accept help from others. That was an important lesson for Era to learn. Of course, Little Miss Perfect was absolutely disgusted at the idea of needing help from anyone. It made her feel weak and vulnerable, and all of that arrangement was a compilation of all of her least favorite words. She then got a wicked flashback of a time when something had caught fire. It was the worst case scenario of her parents being buried under rubble and begging their pure and sweet daughter to run away with someone. The little girl was horrified as she kept trying to go back to get her parents. At that age she could not understand why they would need to leave them behind. The girl cried for her family as the building continued to rumble around her, sobbing and screaming. It was a nightmare of a memory. Recalling that terrible night made the girl stand 10 toes down in her nonsense, and she declared that she did not need help from anyone. She refused to accept help from anyone too. The ice girl was not bothered, and said that a little bit of gratitude was surely okay. This time if Xianwu had not come to save them, then neither of them would be alive. It was very important to at least know the person to whom they should direct their thanks. The fire girl was surprised, as she had not heard this part of the story. She had no idea that the boy had been the one responsible for saving them. The girl smiled and told Xianwu to hurry up and tell her the details. The boy stepped into the room then, and he did not seem to be wearing a hospital gown. He happily said hello to the two girls and asked if everyone was feeling okay now. They were wondering what on earth brought the boy here, and he just said that he came to deliver something that he had been asked to pass along. 5 million won in main subjugating bounty. That was their share after all. Of course no one got more infuriated than Yahello. When receiving money that she had not worked for, she asked why she was getting paid when he had been the one to kill the main. The money was so beautiful that it was shining gold in the envelope. The boy laughed and said that by the time he arrived, the monster was already on death's door, thanks to the girl's firepower and the ice girl's support. So he felt that was a great excuse to just give them the winnings. Besides, it had been a seriously fierce battle, so they should just accept the recognition. And all the main characters had done was deliver the finishing blow, so they were all getting a share. No matter what he said, Yahello was not touching free cash. It was a stain on her honor to stoop so low and accept a handout from poor people. She was too embarrassed to take the money that she had earned from working with other people. With a prideful little brat, rather than take the money, she would prefer for the poor people to split it between themselves. After huffing and puffing like a thunder train, the girl then blushed as she thanked the other two for saving her, so she could be cute after all. But she was embarrassed about acting cute, so she immediately pulled the curtain to hide herself from them. What a funny thunder girl. The boy had been planning to build a relationship with Yura through Uni Young, but the girl kept avoiding him, which meant that he could not get points from her. It seemed it was too soon to try to make connections with Miss Grumpy's headquarters. However, to his surprise, Xianwu was getting Yura points anyway. He got points for interest raised to level 1 to 1,000 points. To the ice girl laughed that their classmate was just a little embarrassed about the situation. After all, she had such great pride. After that, our dude got a pop-up message about a special sale being on for the subspace pocket. It cost 20,000 points at a discount, which happened to be the number of points that our guy currently had. The boy then beamed because he had got what he wanted, so he did not mind if Fire Girl was huffing and puffing. After all, the girl had actually left the hospital room, but she was still thinking about the savior brunette. He had told such an obvious lie and she knew it. That main had not been anywhere near death's doorstep when she had passed out. It had not even gone berserk yet. That meant that the brunette had surely killed that monster alone. After all, she had no idea that one of her classmates had a main slaying cheat power. He was a guy who was not a manifestation or support type, yet he showed talent in every area, as if he were a genius. The girl was now reassessing her opinion on that loser who had spoken to her on the first day of school. Plus, Haeong's outstanding performance at the recent exam was all thanks to that weird boy. It really made the girl wonder about Kim Seon-woo, since a lot was getting done thanks to his help. If he had that kind of ability all along, then he wondered why he was living with such a low profile, barely recognized by anyone. At their age, she could only have one reason and purpose for hiding their power, of course. The girl was thinking something nefarious, and her hands curled into fists as she recalled a group of evil people. Now, she suspected that the boy had also lost his family to those awful people who had likely taken her parents away. Meanwhile, back with the main character and the ice girl, they were alone as the sun set, and he wanted to ask her a few questions. First, he asked if she had told anyone about her special power. Just yet the girl laughed nervously, but admitted that she had told no one. It was probably better not tell others about the power that she had awakened. It would make her a target. After all, the girl nodded, because her senior had told her that drawing people's attention would make training inconvenient, and she valued all of the improvement that she had made under him. Besides, more than anything, she wanted to research her power on her own. A power that could defeat mains was exerting to her. The boy smiled and told her that she had exactly the right attitude compared to the original story. Young awoke her main, destroying power about a month early. Even if she was still inexperienced, building up her power now would be a huge help in the far future. Battle against the King of Mains. With this, the brunette could now steadily raise one of Li Xiaojun's allies. He would make her a training plan, so they would work hard together on it. If she was curious about anything, then she could ask him any questions that she had. The girl was nervous, but there was, indeed, one question that she wanted answered carefully. She grabbed her teacher's sleeve and asked. She had heard that the boy had run straight to the training grounds after the barrier lifted, and she asked if he had come because of her. She wanted to know if the boy had come looking for her. During the midterms and during the attack too, the boy had spent the entire time looking out for her. In truth, he was just trying to score some points with the story and make sure that the protagonist did not die a second time. However, the girl was blushing as all of this, running around to protect her, was making her heart beat faster. The boy moved to fix up that line of thinking, very speedily, taking the girl's hand and dismissing her worries. The midterms were, just because he believed in her potential. During the main incident, he had run towards the biggest explosion. That was all that happened. Our dude was not about to allow a romance plotline to develop. When he had bigger fish to fry, the poor ice girl was really disappointed. But she handled the situation like a champ. The boy then decided to make light of the situation by asking teasingly what she thought was going on. The girl was horrified and immediately denied all possibility that she had suspected that there was anything romantic going on. In fact, she was just kidding, and she laughed that it was a joke, so he should not get the wrong idea. The tension was properly handled, and now she was smiling. This was a win for our dude. It was not like this kind of situation had never crossed his mind. To be fair, Yun Hee-young was a bright, innocent type character, a real cutie. However, one needed to be where they're meant to be. The ice girl's place was at the front, beside all the other heroes, while our guy continued to flourish in the background, helping them succeed. At least that was what he believed. He would handle the planning, so they could do all the other difficult stuff. The ice girl blushed with slight disappointment, saying that she should not get the wrong idea. Then at least the boy could take this. They were really giving him all of the prize money. Hyung insisted that the boy take the whole 7.5 million won. It was tuition, because they were going to keep training together. After all, he was her dear teacher. The boy was a bit overwhelmed by this move, but he also beamed with fire and motivation. She was someone that he was going to train properly, and the girl beamed that she would train as much as he wanted. Kids really had no sense of value when it came to money, but that was not a problem for Sean Woo, because he was going to take mad advantage of all of these funds. It was even better that they had received it public, just to let him have it in private. He had a plan for all the things that they would be doing. Starting tomorrow, however, the boy paused. He noticed something odd. He stared in shock when he looked at something on his phone, absolutely horrified by what he had found. For some reason, everyone was falling over themselves, because they could not wait to shove money at him. He was really suffering from success and everything. Even the hero had sent him money. Children really did not value the money at all. After the midterms, the hero finally managed to meet the condition that the teacher Lee Hyung set. Now our dude was ranked 72, and he was very shamelessly proud of it. Now he could boldly join the talent track special class, a place that he had never even set foot in before. Regression, all the big shots were in that class too. It was almost terrifying. There was the third-year rank 1 Kim Chan-young, and the third-year rank 4 Park Min-young, first-year rank 1 Choi Si-young, and the first-year rank 2 Jeon Min-kyung. Of course, the second-year rank 1 and 2 were also there, and SEO Jin happily waved SEO Amwo over to the front, like they were best friends. Euro was also present and was as frosty as ever, but no one was very surprised about that. From here, it would be much easier to get involved in future key events, and make sure that none of the main characters died. Suddenly there came that blonde bully again. This dude was consistent in being annoying. He scoffed that a little rat had snuck in here, and he scoffed at the fact that the boy had landed the last hit on a half-dead main. The blonde idiot still did not think that Jeonlu had earned the right to sit at the same table as them. The main character sighed, because he had already met the teacher Lee Hyung's conditions to raise his rank. Besides, where he studied was not the bully's business. The bully still tried to double down, growling that the brunette should have to sense to back out on his own. The blonde scoffed because he had no intention of running away from success, but the blonde dared to offer to drag the class clown out himself. However, if he wanted to do that, he would have to go through Sojin, because the hero was not letting anyone messing with the main character slide. Park In-won was a pain in everyone's behind, and the protagonist's best friend also yelled that the dude should cut out his nonsense. Already the blonde scoffed that their class average franking had dropped just because this dude had joined. But the protagonist knew better than to care about Dar. Kim Seon-ho's midterm time was 20 to 43 seconds. However, the fire girl suddenly spoke up, surprising everyone because usually she was the tsundere that did not care about anyone other than herself. She pointed out that if they ignored the test at the start of the semester, the class clown was actually ahead of the blonde bully by a lot, so it was in his best interest to sit down and be quiet, because he was the one dragging down the level among the geniuses now. That definitely fried the angry blonde. He was so heated about being put in his place like that. The blonde tried to pretend it did not matter to him. Of course, scoffing that he had not realized that you cared so much about this knucklehead. However, he was still planning on picking a date. And he yelled that he would not obey, because the brunette's very existence had him twitching. For some reason, Xianwu easily caught that lousy hand. He had battled with demons far superior to one angry, blonde teenager, and he was not going to get pushed around by scum like that. The bully could not believe. The clown's grip strength was this insane. He had the nerve to tell the main character to cool his head when he was the one picking a fight. Suddenly, something slammed down hard on that idiot's head. He might have even bitten his tongue, but not only got hit hard, he also got kicked down the stairs. The main character was worried about if the blonde was even alive. After such a brutal attack, the boy tumbled right down the stairs, and everyone stared in shock at the culprit. The culprit, who was now asking if Kim Seon-ho was okay. The brunette laughed and thanked the guy for stepping in. Just like in the original novel, this guy was still the same. It was the junior agent from the special task force, and he smiled, saying that he had enjoyed watching the brunette's midterms because he could see the young boy's talent. The special task force had come to the school for the special class activities. That had also happened in the original. First, they needed to wake that stupid bully Park In-won so that they could start the class. It just figured that he had gotten beaten up like that after running his mouth so much. The agent now figured that he had come on too strong. At the start, kids were really fragile. The agent had been absolutely shocked when he had first heard the assignment. That made him go to a school. Apparently, a bunch of mains who had been hiding separately all gathered and attacked the Magic Academy. There were too many suspicious points. It was true that most mains only move alone unless the king orders them. It was way too easy for those monsters to infiltrate the school too. It felt like the school was not doing enough background checks. There must have been an insider helping them get in. Due to that, the boss of the agency was now sending Hyeonsu inside the school to work with them and to find out what the mains were after, as well as to discover the insider. The agent happily greeted the students, informing them that he would be with them at the special class, and he was a special task force agent. Young Hyeonsu dispatched from the association. Since someone from the task force was here, one of the students asked if this meant that their special class was going to be deployed for main subjugations or counter-terror ops. The man said that would happen, but little chicks like them would not get thrown straight into real combat. After all, they were still learning. So instead, under his strict and coordinated guidance, he would take these kids to scout monster appearance zones that should be safe enough. It could be dangerous, so it was important for them to report anything that they found suspicious. In truth, they were not going to be taken to a danger zone at all. It was just a secret training ground, exclusively for the task force. There was one dungeon, but they had cleared that area out completely now. That sort of blind confidence sounded like a recipe for a disaster. Still, Hansu was sure that the surveillance and magic circles everywhere would let them pinpoint any suspicious individuals. The special class had much more freedom of movement than other students, so if there was an insider, odds were that it was someone in this class. Then again, this was all likely what the agent was thinking. The main character had experienced all of these plot lines before, so he could guess the agent's direction of thought. It was true that there was indeed an insider at the school. However, that guy was so sharp, so they would stay quiet for a while. What mattered right now was that our guy had to help Lee Seojin obtain an S-rank item from the hidden stage in the dungeon. Plus, he had to support Choi Si-young because she was about to start an important part of her character growth. She would be working with Seojin in this special activity class. With all of the introductions done, the teacher slammed his cane on the floor and said that teams would be in pairs of 2, and they would move out to their assigned operation areas this time. The main character was sure that things would follow the original. No matter what, he was just one extra student in class. That was no big deal, and he was so sure that there was no way that the team draw was going to change. Yashi-yun's hopes were dashed really fast, and he found himself standing in the forest, in great disbelief. As he stared at his team partner Choi Si-yun, it seemed something like this could happen too. He was not part of Team 14 with the chipper, but slightly fake first-year student. The girl was not so crazy about being paired with the odd senior either. However, she could not believe the look on his face. He was acting like being in a team with her was that disappointing. Everyone else was dying to get closer to her, and yet he was acting like they had both been diagnosed with some kind of deadly disease. It was slightly off-putting. Some people were even jealous that Kim Seon-ho got to be aired with the beauty Choi Si-young. The 2 seniors were the only ones acting differently, with Seojin not paying her any attention at all. She could see why she would not be able to satisfy the one in the second-year class. But this brunette was the loser, and the biggest clown in his whole department, so she had no idea why he would be looking annoyed. It was ticking her off for now. They would get moving. There was no changing the situation, so the main character would do what he could. The protagonist's best friend was so upset whining about he wanted some quiet and alone time. A cute junior to Sujin laughed, asking if that was really something to throw a fit over. Even Yura felt it was pathetic. Meanwhile, the two tops of the second-year class were, of course, in the same team. Fate kept putting them together, and the best friend wailed that it was easy for his friend to dismiss the situation, because the cute junior was actually interested in him. This was Choi Soo-eun that they were talking about. She was the pillar of perfection in their school, and the only daughter of one of the 5 great magic houses, with both skill and looks. She was a catch and everyone knew it. Still, Seo Jun laughed, and pointed out that Yura was also a magic noble. She did not want to get dragged into this stupid conversation. The other boy insisted that the sweet, magical and fairy-like Seo Yeon was completely different from the satanic Yura. It seemed he was whining so much because he got paired with the most muscular dude around, and he could not stop crying about it. That was the second-year rank 3. Shin Young-jun teamed up with the first-year rank 2. Jeon Min-ki. Young-jun should be much kinder to the sweet Min-ki. Meanwhile, the lucky Seon-woo was walking around the forest path, with his junior behind him. The junior was also trying her best to make the situation work. If they were both unhappy about it, it actually made things a lot easier for her. This senior was an anomaly to her. He was the dead last in the whole school, who had suddenly become buddy-buddy with Seo Jin, and now he had somehow slipped into the special class as well. The boy's behavior was very suspicious. As Arga walked, he received the notification that the character, Choi Soo-eun, was curious about him. He now gained a 500-point reward. Her curiosity was going to burn a hole in the back of his head from the way she would not stop staring at him. It looked like there was something over there, and the boy pointed randomly in a direction, asking if she was up for checking it out with him. The girl smiled and agreed. However, she was determined not to fall for any of his weird plots. Things would not go the way he wanted. At the same time, she was happily pretending to agree with him. The girl beamed and said that she would happily work together with her senior, while Heike plotting his downfall. In her mind, as long as she was here, things would not go exactly the way that he wanted. The boy sighed as he looked at Choi Soo-won, and she dialed up her cute factor as high as it could go, beaming and blushing at him. As he struggled to gather his thoughts, she definitely had the face of someone plotting something nefarious. At this point in time, the happy first year had become obsessed with recruiting Lee Seo Jin in the original novel, and she cozied up to him as much as possible. This was because having him close would raise her own value. The boy pointed in a general direction, saying that they should head that way first. If he used this as a bait to lure Sojin over, then he could make things follow the original plot. The girl was also using this opportunity to get inside his head. The more that she saw of him, the more amazing he seemed to her. He had been so humiliated at the start of the semester, but he somehow got strong enough to join the special class. That was such an amazing feat. It was like finding out a clown dog actually figured out how to climb a tree. Her backhanded compliments were completely see-through, and the main character twitched as he explained that it had just been a mistake. Back then, it seemed that one mistake during his opening exam was hell-bent on haunting him for the rest of his life. Then, the girl went on to sigh that forcing his way into the special class could totally backfire on him. She was acting like she was giving concerned advice from a good person, but she was actually a shameless manipulator. After all, if the boy somehow drew too much attention, then the boy would end up with loads of enemies instead. Been there, done that. He had already handled the main problem that had arisen the first time. Choi Soo-won, a devil with an angel's appearance. She had a great family background, great looks and talent. It was a popular saying that this young lady was born with everything. However, beneath that surface lay an entirely different reality. The effort and determination to meet her family's standards. That was what truly created Choi Seo-yeon's perfection. The girl worked hard every day, harder than most sometimes, as she strove to become someone worthy of her family name. She worked hard to be kind to everyone, or to at least appear that way, while also keeping close only those who could raise her value. Her pretense was a lonely survival strategy, never being her real self with anyone. The girl had to master creating a fake personality, just to survive existing beside the upper class. Seon sighed when she mentioned enemies, deciding to play dumb, like he did not understand what she meant by that. Of course, this made the lady feel very haughty, and she laughed that he knew what she was talking about, and all the things that had happened earlier that day. No one said anything outright, besides the senior Park In-won, but there were others who did not want the last place clown. In the special class, the main character was well aware of the jealousy and judgment glares that he could suffer from the other students. However, he also could not care less about those guys. He had not joined this class for them. The boy had a goal in life that he absolutely wanted to achieve. In the special class, he smiled with pride at this uncheckable goal of his. And the girl was shaken. She had not expected such a determined and unbothered response from someone whom she was trying to tear down. He was not going to play her game. The boy had a life goal which was shocking to Soo-eun. See, unlike most people, the young genius was not permitted to have a life goal. Her life had already been designed by her parents, and all she had to do was follow the path that they had designed for her. They even put on the pressure by insisting that this life that they had handpicked was all for her sake, so she should be grateful and obedient, and follow whatever they said. Never once had the girl even considered dreaming for herself, when she had always obeyed her father's commands. Now she found herself envious of this clown, who had something that she did not. Her expression looked haughty when she smirked, and said that she now understood why the teachers favored this joker. However, she still asked what on earth he could possibly accomplish by getting into the special class. Keeping an eye on her, and the other overpowered idiots of this story, was one of them, but he could not tell her that. Fortunately, before he had to come up with a creative excuse, the boy sensed something red and hot burning nearby. There was killing intent coming right for them, and Xiangwu seized his partner's hand immediately. He threw out his magic to deflect the next attack, pulling his partner away from the weapon that lodged in the ground, where they had been standing. This seemed to be an ambush, but there should be no one to attack them. However, Park In-won suddenly showed up, and that explained everything. That guy was such a shameless bully, that he had really come to corner the main character. At a time like this, that idiot could have accidentally hurt Suyin. The blonde bully did not care, as firepower danced around him, and he growled to our dude that this was his last chance. If the class clown valued his life, then he should keep his head down at school from now on. The brunette scoffed and asked exactly what would happen if he refused to do that. Of course, that response quickly got the blonde guy heated. Bro was just spitting flames and rage unrestrained. He looked like he had no intention of calming down, either. With a scream of rage, the blonde declared that the brunette should just die. Then he unleashed his next loud, large and explosive attack. That child was so full of rage that he did not consider for a second that he could accidentally hurt the first-year student standing beside the brunette. The two students leaped out of his way immediately, because they were not stupid, and they were not going to stand there while this dude tried to kill them. A pink eye was observing them in the forest, and it drank in this sight well. Those eyes watched Yahello as she fought against monsters with her firepower. It also monitored the battle and teamwork between Youngjun and Minky. All of this observation was being done by a redhead, who groaned as she monitored the students. She knew this was the captain's orders and all, but she still found it a little hard to believe that there really was a main spy among these kids. They were just students after all. She was the counter-terror task force support mage. Baek Yi-jin, her partner, asked how the observation was going, but honestly not much had changed. Just kids playing with training monster. If there was a main spy, they would likely try to make contact when they let them roam outside, so they had to keep watching those kids, no matter how pointless it seemed. Hyeon-soo told his partner to let him know right away if anyone acted suspiciously or left the training grounds. Suddenly the redhead had a protest. She did not know if they were insiders or not, but one of her eyes had caught sight of something interesting. It was a group of kids fighting each other. Forget monsters they looked like. They were trying to tear each other apart. Fortunately, the agent was familiar with this particular group, since he'd stopped the bully during class hours earlier. They were fighting like their lives depended on it too. Shanwoo noticed that in Wen's discharge, speed was impressive. Trash or not, the blonde did not become the second year rank 5 for nothing if he kept stalling. Fighting back like this, he might ruin his own plan to link the plastic rich girl and the hero. Just then the rich girl broke up the tension for him by protesting. It was one thing to get paired with a loser. It was another thing to get attacked because of that loser. If her seniors wanted to battle like starved dogs, then they could do that during training hours. Seonwoo yelled out for Choi So-young to stay, because the area was still dangerous, and the lunatic was still rampaging. It turned out there was another lunatic on the ground, and she was not staying silent about it. This stupid behavior would only bring shame to their school, and Senior Parkin, one should know better than to act like this. He should put away his inferiority complex towards Senior Seo Jin and Senior Seo Woo. In this instance, before it becomes the ruin of their school, the main character could not believe that she had the strength for that outburst. Instead of taking the advice like a good boy and stopping his madness, in Hwan somehow just got even more pissed at all the people who were willing to side with the brunette. Perhaps it was because he was not acting like a mad person and rampaging outside of school grounds. Well, the idiot turned up his firepower and blasted it right at the boy and the girl. He was involving an innocent junior in his mad activities just because he was angry. It was a very pathetic behavior from him. Bro turned up the heat so high that the eyes in the area actually got fried. Now that was definitely a genuine cause for alarm, and the monitoring agent gasped in horror. Her magic circle had been destroyed, and she could no longer watch that batch of kids. While Hyeon-soo was not about to waste any time crying over spilt milk, he grabbed his word and headed out right away. He had promised the school that this search would not hurt any of the students. This meant that he was responsible for them, so he had to make sure that they were okay. The redhead was horrified, yelling about how the agent was going to blow their operation over a kid's fight, but it was necessary to protect the children. He would go and break up the fight and then come back For now all the redhead had to do was keep monitoring the other ones, and to contact him immediately if anything happened. With those parting words the agent zoomed off. Of course the man recognized the rampaging students, and he recognized Park In-won, who seemed to be a designated troublemaker. What a tiresome child that boy was. Plus the third one was Choi Soin, from one of the 5 great magic houses. They could not let anything happen to that girl. He needed to stop those idiots before something serious actually happened. Meanwhile, the girl had been able to erect a form of mage wall around herself to keep herself safe. As the bully and the clown continued their very mad and dangerous face-off, the bully was beyond livid about the whole situation. He yelled that the brunette should have just kept playing as the class clown, like at the start of the semester. He was infuriated that a complete nobody would join the special class, and he hated that the boy was not cowering in fear. At his might bro was so heated that he did not care what damage he caused. Shaeyeon was trying her hardest to keep that mad person at bay with a shield so that the 2 seniors would not fight anymore. But she was quickly losing strength, since she was working on defense instead of offense. Soon the barrier would fall apart, and they would be in trouble. Seonwoo had told the girl to stay back, because it was dangerous. Her eyes opened slowly, and then she gasped when she saw her senior standing before her. The boy was wearing that special bracelet that had been bought by the pharmacy head that he had befriended, and he activated the spell shield. Since the blonde had taken things to this level, Seonwoo decided that he would handle this guy. Before regression he had just stayed back and watched Park Yoon's misdeeds. That blonde bully had terrorized many other weaker male classmates. Seonwoo felt like an extra, so it was not his place to interfere with the actions of the other characters, even the bad character. So he had let the blonde do whatever he wanted, and he had remained in the background, thinking that it was better not to interfere with the plot. However, this blonde jerk had not changed, and was so dedicated to oppressing others that he didn't even care if he hurt someone innocent in the process. The blonde was a throwaway character who showed up early and had no real importance to the plot. He was just that random bully that everyone forgot after they graduated high school. In that case, our dude would do the story a favor by taking care of his trash early. He summoned the power of the great nature's heart, mana of all kinds boosted in our dude's hand, and he flung it at that stupid blonde. The bully hesitated, understanding that the brunette was ready to attack him. Now, he called foul that the boy was using enhancement magic, but Seonwoo pointed out that if the bully did not like it, he could just fight him and teach him a lesson. However, now that the bully had dragged someone else into this meaningless squabble, the brunette did not feel very charitable anymore. He grabbed that idiot's face and slammed him right into the ground. That was right. Our loser had been holding back so much power, and he had worked very hard to keep a low profile. Usually, he could ignore taunts from insignificant fools, like the blonde, but he was not going to stand back and watch that ice or hurt someone else because of his own stupid pride. Now the blonde was terrified, but Seonwoo was in a listening mood. He wanted to know just one reason why he should forgive garbage like that, and it better be a good reason, because his hand was charged and ready to fire at the slightest provocation. The blonde was singing a new tune, lightspeed fast. When he saw all that, suddenly, he was on his knees and begging for forgiveness. He promised that he would not pick fights anymore. He was even willing to admit that he was wrong, so he begged for forgiveness this one time. The brunette did not really want to forgive that waste of space, but the stuffy Seoin reminded her senior that he was wasting mana. Since that was the case, he put away his attack. It was not like he actually planned to hurt that idiot. Anyway, they would do things in a different way. He grabbed the blonde by the hair and told that loser to get away from the area as far as possible. If the brunette saw that loser again, then he was dead. That was all the convincing argument that the bully needed to hear. He would not be bothering the class clown a second time. However, he hesitated to ask if Seonwoo would keep what happened here a secret by any chance. He didn't even want to do the stupid blonde any favors, but it wasn't like he wanted the school population to know of his strength either, so he just told that bully to scram. The blonde took off like the wind, and the boy sat on the floor in relief. A heated battle had appeared out of nowhere, which had been rather nerve-wracking. Still, the payoff was great, and he got to watch Park In-won suffer. For once in his miserable life, the blonde raced away from the scene, and the redhead informed her senior immediately, because the bully was within the range of another of her eyes. She hurried to tell the agent that Park In-won, who had just been fighting, was now rushing out of the training grounds. The agent understood that, and slowed down his hurry to save the students. This was a relief to Seonwoo, since he had sent that bully out to get the attention of the task force. At once the blonde was just happy to escape, cursing that he had barely gotten away from that clown. Kim Seonwoo now. There was a mysterious old dude chasing him out of nowhere. This poor kid could not get a break from a single person. He had taken his nonsense too close to the sun, and now the special agent was after him with relief. He sat on the floor inside, figuring that this should be enough to draw attention away. It would not really affect the plot either. Suddenly a finger poked his bruised neck, and the main character yelped in shock. Ziyan could not help herself. Of course she tried to assist when he looked so hot. He couldn't believe that she had just said that. However, the resident pretty girl found it admirable that a dude, that she considered a loser, had been able to beat Park In-won, who was ranked 5. Especially since the loser had a score rank of 72. The girl would now have to reassess her senior's skills. After all, that was troublesome. So the brunette just laughed, that if the blonde had come ready to kill, then he never would have won, lying that he just chased him off with momentum. The second year sighed, saying that he now kind of felt bad. The poor girl must have wanted to team up with Seo Jin, but instead he had dragged her into this mess. The pretty girl smiled, saying that she was just grateful that he had saved her. That was all. His pop-up screen came up and he looked at it curiously. That screen was always useful when it came to telling him things that others would not say. Unfortunately for the brunette, Choi Soo-eun was now interested in him. This was trouble. The girl smiled and said that at the start of the semester, she had not thought very highly of her senior. After all, she had seen him doing that pathetic mopping thing the other day. It looked like the boy was just trying to get attention, because he had no skill. However, watching him lately, with the way that he had helped Haeng train, and the power that he displayed tonight, he seemed like a completely different person from the dead last attention seeker that she knew. The boy smirked and asked what he seemed like these days, and she thought about it. If she had to put it into words, an interesting person seemed appropriate. Much like a clown. It seemed bro would never escape the clown allegations. At least for now. Well, they had rested enough, and most teams were already ahead of them, so they had to get going. The boy sighed and asked if she did not want to sit a bit longer. So Yeon laughed that she needed to find something and show results that way. Her sweet senior would not be disrespected by people like Park In-won. The girl was just happily hopping forward when a monster popped up out of nowhere. That beast had no business sneaking in on them like that. Before she knew it, she was face to face with a giant snakey. The girl screamed in horror, and it hissed right back at her. A training monster had appeared. Our dude leapt to his feet, running to the girl's aid, and he prepped his magic in his hand. However, before he could launch his attack, a bright light came in and sliced at that giant foe. It was light attribute magic, and the girl beamed with joy. Even Xianhua beamed, because his target had arrived just in time. Senior Liu Zhongin was here, on the scene to save their lives. They had been waiting for him. The boy beamed and asked if everyone was okay. He had been going around alone, trying to help anyone who was struggling. But there did not seem to be any dangerous monsters around, which was a huge relief. The boy smiled and said that he guessed he was too tense, because they had told him that it was a danger zone. Our protagonist had such a heart of gold. Well, for a genius like him, this probably was not difficult at all. If the boy just signed a sponsorship contract with the girl's family, his genius would shine even brighter. Wow, this girl was trying to recruit him right off the bat. Her shamelessness was almost admirable. The boy laughed that he would have to think about later. For now he should focus on the training. The location, the members. Everything was perfect. It had been a while since Xianwu encountered such a good setup. As long as the major event, where Lee Soo-jin discovered the hidden stage, stayed intact by bringing Choi Soo-jin near the dungeon, then everything would go fine from the start. The route that our dude had taken, with Choi Soo-jin's side, passed all the monsters on this trip, and was calculated to overlap safely with Lee Soo-jin's path. All he had needed to do was to guide the way. This was his most successful mission yet, when it came to staying true to canon. For now anyway. Suddenly the boy pointed with a dramatic gasp, asking everyone to look over there. There it was, the dungeon entrance, the very suspicious place that they should very clearly not go to. The hero was surprised to see the light, and wondered what it could be. It was coming from inside the cave too. Shanwa laughed, that he was very curious to see what it was, and he was even going to go ahead and check it out. Together, those idiots really went ahead and entered the dungeon. It was the Special Task Force Training Ground dungeon. That was mostly inactive these days. The hero looked around with the prettiest girl, and they realized that they had walked into a hidden stage. It was a very rare occurrence. A dungeon within a dungeon. Those kinds of dungeons were much harder to get past than with regular dungeons, but if they cleared them, they would get much more valuable rewards. This was exactly what our dude was aiming for. The room that he had encountered in the Tower of Proof was also a kind of hidden stage, and that was the kind of thing that appeared in a dungeon that had been deactivated and modified. In the original story, Liu Xiejin and Choi Soo-in joined forces to defeat the boss. This episode was not just one. Lee Xiejin would gain an S-rank weapon and get even more attention. They would call him the Korean genius and hold a press conference with him. After he cleared the hidden stage, the really important part was different too, as this was the point where Choi Soo-won would grow mentally and join Lee Soo-jin as his ally. It was very important to the story that happened. Of course, since the other two could so easily clear this dungeon, he had made all the preparations necessary. The boy was really going the extra mile to step up to the stage, and he suggested that they try challenging the dungeon. Seo Jin immediately refused. Hidden stages had way too many variables, and they needed to report the situation to the task force. First, this model student was already whipping out his phone to do just that sometimes. The saint with a heart of gold was way too focused on doing things the right way. Xianwu immediately started to struggle to snatch his phone away before he did something stupid and ruined the plot line. While those two clowns were messing around, the pretty girl stared at her reflection in the water. She stared for a moment, just bored, when she heard a voice calling to her, telling the human child to come. There was a monster reflected in the water, and the girl seemed unaware as she dipped her finger into the water, just messing around with the ripples. It was beckoning her to the deep and the dark. The water called for her to come inside. The tip of her finger touched the water, and a feeling rippled through the dungeon. The hero stiffened in shock, and the brunette stared in horror at Choi Soo-won. That was not how the story was supposed to go. Well, things had gotten wicked, and whatever mad beast lived in that place was happy to take mad advantage of the situation. It erupted in laughter and grabbed the girl by her neck, activating the damsel in distress trope with made immediate efficiency. This beast was a girl, the ghost witch, and it was ranked B. A monster had popped up behind them when they had not been looking, and the two students rushed to help the girl. Immediately Soo-won yelled at the girl to snap out of it, but clearly she was not going to do that. She had just been captured by a witch diva who wanted to claim her. They could be cute, vicious girls together and all that. Well, the boys were not crazy about that program. Worse, that witch was running away for a monster to attack. First, the plot had diverged from the original again. Our boy kept working so hard, just for things to keep ending up like this. The man was tired suddenly. There was an explosion of force that seemed to come from the dungeon behind them. The boy stared in shock at the swirling gate, and the hero asked what on earth had just happened. Choi Soo-won had just been kidnapped by a monster. The main character was silent. He did not know how much more of these plot twists that he could take, however. It was clear that to make things stay on track, he had to move forward. The brunette walked to the dungeon, telling the protagonist to follow him and rescue her. Seo-jin was surprised that they would not be waiting for the task force. Doing things by the book and waiting around for the task force was exactly why our dude had to take care of the stupid main problem solo the first time. Choi Soo-won would die if they waited any longer. The monster that took her had the ability to absorb mana. After it absorbed all that it had to offer, there would be nothing that they could do to save the girl if they wanted to help her. Then they had to act now. The boy placed his hand on the hero's shoulder, making him understand how important it was for them to work now, since they had no choice. The protagonist tightened his grip on his weapon. He was not about to sit back and let his classmate die. They would go to save their junior immediately. So the two raced inside of the portal. Meanwhile, the task force agent had finally caught up to the blonde, who was whining that he had done nothing to deserve getting hassled like this. That was debatable, but the man asked who the blonde was conspiring with and what their objective was. Obviously, the kid was just a bully and not a man in disguise. Good grief, the man still really believed that the obnoxious kid was trying to hide information, and he asked why the boy had suddenly tried to run away. The poor kid remembered his humiliation, and he sobbed that it was the one thing that he could absolutely not tell the task force agent about. Now the man was really convinced that the poor boy was working with the mains. The man had been going easy on him since he was still a student, but now he had no choice. The man told the poor Magic Academy second year rank 5, Park In-won, that he was getting arrested on suspicion of conspiring with mains. The boy was so confused they had the wrong guy. The man was just calling his partner, Bak Yi-jin, that he had apprehended the suspect, and he needed backup to restrain him. But his partner was freaking out. They had no other situation on hand, and this was the case of 3 students who had just entered the dungeon that they had modified for training. One of her eyes had seen it happen. At first the senior was not bothered by that, since they had deactivated the dungeon, and it was basically a cave now. However, just now, they had confirmed signs that a hidden stage had just appeared. In that dungeon, stuff was getting very real, very fast, and the man's eyes widened in horror. The 2 boys stepped into this unknown land, braving a whole new world of ice and snow. The inside of the dungeon looked very different. From the outside, it was a wonderland of ice. The main character reasoned that the evil witch must have strengthened the environment with the ice attribute mana that she had stolen from Choi Soo-won. It seemed they had 2 girls in this story with the power of ice. The hero was shivering in this new dungeon. They were both rather underdressed for the occasion, and the boy could not help but think of how he had a mountain of things to do for this situation. It seemed we got a glance into Seo-jin's point of view. For once, it seemed even heroes could be miserable when doing heroic things, and the boy felt so cold that he thought for sure that at this rate he would collapse from the cold. The thought had barely entered his mind before the main character draped a big, fluffy woolly coat over him. He was not about to let the protagonist back out of this very important mission, but he also would not let him die from a cold. Honestly, the hero was shocked at Kim Seon-woo, but the main character just smiled. He needed the dark-haired boy to wear the coat, since it had insulation, and it would make him feel much better. The inside of a hidden stage was freezing, so the boy had made sure to put onto giant coats. Into the subspace pocket that he had finally gotten, he had bought tons of cold weather gear. To the warm fleece coat increased cold resistance by 20%, and the warm gloves increased cold resistance by 5%. The hero was amazed that the brunette could even afford a subspace pocket, since it cost over 100 million. The brunette just vaguely said that he bought some stocks and was able to cash them out. He had one more coat, of course, for Choi So-yeon, but first they had to go get her. They saw a figure waving in the distance, and the protagonist sighed in relief, thanking God that she looked okay. He was kind of naive because there was no way that the ice girl would just be walking freely in the dungeon after getting kidnapped. The voice yelled for them to hurry and save her. The aim was to get her out of there immediately, and the hero wanted to find the exit first. However, before the knave, a goody two-shoes, made his way to the clearly fake Suoin, Sienwu had to blast that immediately. The hero was stunned. He could not believe that our dude had just attacked the pretty girl. That was all quickly cleared up when the witch began to cackle. So it seemed our guy had some pretty sharp senses for a human. The ice witch was now possessing the body of the pretty girl, because that was the only way that she would get a face life now that she was looking banjing and possessed a body with lots of power. She was going to make it everyone's problem. Suddenly, someone sensed a surge of killing intent aimed at them. It was Xianwu, and that was the skill that alerted him to the schemes of the evil witch. In the first place, the monster was controlling their friend. The monster was called the Ghost Witch, and if they wanted to save Xian at all, they first needed to catch the witch. The witch laughed, saying, "The child's frigid, I see." Manhwa was a delicious delicacy. She was being such a creep about a minor. It was very unsettling then. She declared that once she had absorbed all of this child, she was going to eat the boys too. What an absolutely greedy, power-hungry pervert. However, she did not see much to mind the accusations, and fired a bolt of power at the boys. Naturally, Lee Soo-jin took center stage. With that cool sword of his, he raced ahead to take down the menace before them, and the main character watched in satisfaction. The Ghost Witch was an undead monster, so it was generally weak to Seo-jin's light attribute. There was just one solid problem. As the boy leapt up to face the beast, while the protagonist took center stage, our boy played backup, blasting away all the other attacks that the stupid witch dared to send in their direction. This was going to be a difficult fight, because they were aiming to save Choi So-won. But her beautiful body was currently possessed by their enemy, whom they were trying to kill. They had to separate them first, if they wanted to make any progress. The rich and pretty girl was also ranked first in the first-year department, and her main speciality was manifestation. She pulled out ice fragments out of nowhere, and tossed many at her enemies. As she ran forward, her subspeciality was revealed. She had the power of enhancement. She dodged right past Seo-jin entirely, and aimed for our boy, probably seeing him as weaker and thus easier to defeat. She was about to be sorely disappointed on that end. Unfortunately, in this fight, they could only stay on the defensive, because they did not want to harm her, but they also needed to take her down somehow. When the girl manifested a sword of ice, a sword of light hit her away immediately, making sure that she could not harm Xianwu. The hero was fighting to protect his friend, and take down the witch at the same time. As expected of the hero, he was tenacious and refused to bend to her will. The ice witch was also not about to take a no for an answer. She was fighting to win after all. She pulled out yet another icy magic, and then tossed it at the boys again. This witch was just having fun, abusing the pretty girl's body, and doing whatever she wanted with her magic. More and more shots were tossed at the hero, but he was the protagonist for a reason, and he blocked them one by one. The more ground that Seo-jin gained, the more the pretty girl was forced to back off. But this could not continue for long. They needed to find a way to properly dispatch the witch. The witch was also realizing that they were only playing for defense, and she laughed at them for not being barbarians, who could so easily hit a girl. Every single one of their attacks was pathetic. That was rich coming from someone who had hijacked someone else's body, just to make a stand against them. The fighting continued, with our dude playing the supporting role, while he ensured that the protagonist took center stage on, will refuse to get pulled into any more difficult plot lines. Quick offense-defense transitions. The utility unique to ice attributes were synergizing with the environment. More ice came raining down on the boy, and he gasped in horror. Despite the fact that they were fighting 2 against 1, the odds were terribly against their favor, since they could not hit her back quickly. He dodged that downpour, managing to escape the ace. When he looked back, he realized that their escape path had been demolished, so this witch was planning to tire them out, and then drain their mana too. What a calculated little diva. The witch laughed that now they had nowhere to go, and she fired more wicked, biting cold magic at them. It was just attack after attack, and the brunette had to flee to get out of range. This was becoming a difficult battle, and the hero had to retreat to Xianwu's side, asking him what to do. The brunette seemed to always have a solution for everything, so the boy figured that the same should apply right now. He wanted to know if Xianwu had a plan, It turned out that the main character did indeed have a plan. Step 1 was finding that stupid witch's main body, so that they could finally wipe the smile off her face. If the body felt threatened, then she would leave Choisean, and they could get an advantage and get rid of her. The hero pointed out that this whole place was nothing but snow and ice, and searching such a terrain was going to be very difficult. He asked if the boy knew where the main body was. The main character did not know that far. The hero was surprised to hear this. The problem was that in the original story, both Choi Soo-won and Lee Soo-won had entered the dungeon together. The hero had then slain the big witch by slashing through this entire area. It was not easy, but the brunette was sure that finding the main body could be done. However, he was not the one who could find the body. First things first, the brunette drank one of his special mana elixirs and increased his mana recovery speed by 500% for 10 minutes after the duration ends. This would cause mana exhaustion for 30 minutes. The main character explained that it was the protagonist's job to find the witch's body and slay her. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, agent Heinz, who finally got some information out of the bully that he had cornered the poor boy, sobbed and explained that he had picked a fight and then run away because he had been embarrassed that he had lost. It was humiliating, but admitting that was better than accepting the fault. As an aide to Mains when he was just a mean bully, the agent now realized that he should have investigated each student more thoroughly before acting. It also turned out that the kids going into an active dungeon had nothing to do with the blonde wither. The boy wondered what sort of mastermind they thought he was. In the first place, he was just a mean jerk who was weighing over his head. He really did not know anything. The senior agent was furious about how things were going, scolding his junior because they were supposed to guarantee the safety of the students. The junior apologized for his oversight. The hidden stage was an unexpected anomaly. Honestly, no one was expecting that dungeon to open, or for students to be dumb enough to walk inside. Then the man asked if there was any chance of rescuing the students. First, they would try to see if they could open the entrance from the outside. If they could not do that, then there was going to be huge trouble, and all they could do was pray that the kids would clear the hidden stage and come out. It was a pretty risky wish, since hidden stages could be very difficult. It seemed a huge crowd of students had gotten word about what happened, and now they were hanging around outside the dungeon cave, even though their teacher insisted that they should wait outside. Teenagers were just too curious for their own good. They were shocked to hear that some of their classmates were trapped in a hidden stage, because once a person was trapped, it was really hard for them to get out. Yura also watched silently, a little nervous but saying nothing. Each of their partners and friends were stuck in there. The dark-haired girl was worried because she still had questions for our main character concerning a trauma that he did not really have, but she suspected that he did. If anything happened to her unanswered questions, she would not let it go. It seemed this was her way of saying that she cared. She cared deeply for Kim San-woo, so she kind of needed that idiot to hurry and come back. Meanwhile, the brunette had shared his plan with the protagonist, and that dude was horrified. He could not believe that he was being told to find and slay the main body of the witch solo. Well, he was the protagonist, and it was time for him to experience some character growth. In this world, the hero could unleash his power freely. Meanwhile, the witch was acting cautiously because she realized that one of their mana flow changed. She scoffed and asked what he was scheming. More mana bubbled up behind them, and the boys were alarmed. This witch would not even give them the chance to plan ahead. She was determined to use her ice magic to bring them down. The more magic they wasted fighting that horrid witch, the more her chances of winning increased. Xian returned to Sojin, telling him that he did not have to hide his strength, not in front of him. The boy could reveal his power as it truly was. It was fine, the main character would not get scared, but if he kept holding it in like this, they would surely die at this rate. Now that the protagonist thought about it, the only time that he had swung his sword with full intent was during the last main attack. He had also held back during the midterms as well. The boy had worried that if he got too far ahead, then Yahello would get hurt. After all, she was working so hard to become his equal and stand at his side. It seemed that the brunette had noticed that subtle difference, and it left Lee Seojin in awe. Then the hero said that they should both go all out, fighting at full capacity. No more holding back. The ice witch laughed in glee, telling those tiny human brats that she was not afraid of them. She should be, because she was fighting against cheat code 1 and plot armor 2. Since the main character was putting so much faith in him, the hero could not bring himself to keep pretending. With a charge, his light magic lit up his eyes, his sword, and his being. The ice witch had been cackling something awful until she saw the hero step up and summon a huge amount of light attribute mana. Now she was second-guessing her whole existence. Xianwu yelled for the protagonist to blow away the entire dungeon, and the witch realized that her main body was in danger. In her distress, that idiot finally abandoned Suyeon's body, which made absolutely everything very easy for them. With a blast, that witch dove right for her body, leading them right to it. She should really be calming down. If this was what she did when she panicked, it was a very bad habit to fall for your opponent's tricks. The evil eye switch dove into her body, like it was the pool of life, and the brunette beam. Now that Choi Suwon was retrievable, which also meant that they no longer had a reason to hold back. The environment around them began to spasm and fracture, ice particles gathering and expanding, as the lady showed off her increased power. Now that she was back in her real form, she screeched that she would not let the humans have their way in here. But Shanwoo just smirked, that there was now no reason to keep that witch alive. It was time to let it rip. The monster gasped, because she had fallen for their trap, but that was just about all the sound she could make, before the light magic came tearing into her soul. Sujin was nasty with it too. He stepped in and informed the beast that he was the one in charge now. Meanwhile, outside the barrier, there was a team of desperate teachers, trying their best to break into the dungeon. They kept checking their progress, but the portal entry analysis was only 2% complete. They were moving slower than snails. At this rate, the kids would be dead before they managed to break in. Not even a mosquito could get through such a tiny crack. It was very unfortunate that this was somehow the best that they could do. No matter which support mage they brought in, they would not be able to open this gate any further. Suddenly the scarred agent got a message on his phone, and he checked it out. He was really worried about the situation at this point. Even if he got reprimanded by the captain, he needed to take responsibility into his own hands. He made a call to someone, informing them that Lee Seojin was one of the students who'd gotten stuck in a hidden stage dungeon of B rank. The agent started to apologize, but the person dismissed his worries, saying that it was fine, and that the boy would come out on his own. This shocked the agent very much. Everyone was shocked, and wondered what that buffoon meant, that students could survive a B-stage dungeon, and come out on their own. Just then the area behind them exploded in light. It genuinely exploded. That thing hit the sky like a nuclear wave, and cleared out all expectations and disbelief. The students watching wondered what on earth was happening now, and if a monster boss had popped out of the dungeon. However, Yahello would recognize his rival's light attribute. Mana anywhere, it was definitely her man Lee Seojin. The boy sighed as he looked at his broken sword, a little sad that it had come to this. After all, the sword that he'd been using so far just could not handle his mana. The two looked ahead, and there was a nice, shiny giant sword up ahead. Right on time too, that sword was glistening with power. And they had retrieved their classmate too. She was passed out behind them. It was the Blue Moon Blade, an S-rank sword, imbued with mystical power that contained moonlight. It had weapon enhancement, which increased the blade's destructive power, and mana amplification by 50%, for 30 minutes with a 30-minute cooldown. It had a lot of pretty good specs. Our dude sighed with relief, and told the hero to claim the sword. It was his to wield. After he had gone through the trouble of saving their lives, the hero had contributed the most to catching the ghost, and he just happened to need a new sword. Of course, the kind and sweet hero was immediately interested in what the brunette would get in return. After all they had fought together, the brunette just smiled, and said he would take all the other treasures, apart from the sword, if that satisfied the hero. Then he should hurry and claim his prize. Shanwoo would even watch over Choi Seon, while the other boy went over to collect it. Standing tall, the protagonist then stepped forward into his destiny, picking up the sword that was now his. This radiance that came from it definitely meant that it was S-rank. He could not believe that his partner would give up a weapon like this so readily. Our dude was only doing that because he kind of needed the hero to survive very long in this story, or the whole thing would crash, and he would be back to square one. Of course, he was handing over the sword. However, the protagonist thought that his partner was a very admirable young man. Now that they had subjugated the hidden stage, jointly with Pain character, the causality rate went up by 0.8. The character, Lee Xiaojun's interest in him had increased by 1, and the protagonist's interest in him had risen to level 2. Our dude now has 2,000 points as a reward. The system was getting really stingy with the points these days. Meanwhile, the boy was checking on the girl they had rescued. She was currently suffering from severe mana exhaustion, because she was not yet at the level to fight on such a large scale the evil which had pushed her body too far. This was the aftermath of having her power forcibly squeezed out while being controlled by the ghost. With the hero happily came over with his coat, full of all the other items that were scattered around. Of course, he was happily giving this to Kim Seon-woo. The boy was grateful for the gifts, but now the hero leaned closer, trying to figure out what the main character was doing. Now that they had finished that very troublesome battle from earlier, the boy was trying to give the girl the extra boost in her health that she needed. After experiencing such a difficult fight, the Ice Spirit's Heart is an A-type elixir. It was going to restore mana upon consumption, and permanently increase the ice attribute. Control proficiency carefully. He poured that elixir into the girl's mouth to help her heal faster. Slowly, the beautiful damsel opened her eyes, and she found herself staring at the two boys who had saved her life. Seon-woo asked if she was doing okay, and the girl stared at her seniors. Suddenly she broke into wails, and asked why they were staring at her like that. She clutched Seon-woo's coat close to her body, and acted like they were predators. instead of the heroes who just saved her life. The hero was impressed that the girl was doing well, but he did not seem to care at all that she was wailing and abiding them. The main character also agreed with the grimace that she was definitely full of energy now. The girl stared at them in shock, wondering where she was and what had happened. It was a bit long to explain, but the brunette cut it short by just mentioning the hidden stage. Lee Seojin had worked very hard to defeat the boss. After the pretty girl got kidnapped by an ice witch, our dude was marketing the hero like a salesman, marketing the best product he had. No matter what, he had to put the protagonist at the front of every successful mission. The hero was starting to recognize that pattern. At this point, someone their age had actually cleared a hidden stage. There had never been a record like this before. Well, technically our dude had done it first, but that had caused a bunch of problems for his other self that he did not like to deal with, so he needed the protagonist to take the credit. The girl stared in awe at her two seniors, but they had to save the gawking for later, because the exit had appeared, and they had to get out of there. The hero smiled, saying that he never knew that light could look this beautiful. That was funny for a dude with the attribute for light. However, after they went out, Shanwoo wanted to say something. The boy asked them to help him up, because he was now suffering from mana exhaustion. He had done a lot of summoning and support, and then gassing the hero into beating the big bad guy. There was only so much a background character could get away with doing, and he was very exhausted now. The hero smiled, and they both helped that silly clown to his feet. The moment he woke Kozoin, he had ended up collapsing. It was kind of embarrassing really. However, this time, he had calculated the elixir duration perfectly from the extra boost that he had taken during the battle. When this incident ended, the one who should get attention would not be him. The main character was smiling with such confidence that at this point he was going to jinx himself. Still, he wanted Lee Seojin and Choi Seojin to get all of the attention. From this stage, with a smile, he left the dungeon with the two main characters, and they faced the outside world, while dragging him like he was a big sack of rice. Lee Seojin, who had cleared a hidden stage at the youngest age in history, swept public attention again. Following the main subjugation incident, the sword Li Xiaojun obtained. The Blue Moon Blade was later appraised and revealed to have two of the highest tier options, even among S ranks. The boy made the front page of every newspaper. It was incredible. They just printed pages and pages of the young boy holding his magic sword. Lee Seojin's genius exploits were featured, and the world began to take notice of Lee Seojin. After interrogation, Park In-won was cleared of the misunderstanding of being a main insider. However, while being investigated for attacking the main character, and Choi Soo-won, his history of bullying other students with his gang was exposed. The poor idiot immediately faced disciplinary action. Life was going pretty rosy for Kim Seon-woo now. From now on, that bully would no longer be oppressing other kids on the campus, and that was for the best. Even though there were complications, the main character was satisfied that he was following the original story. Well, in the end, the fact that the special class activity was a task force operation would remain a secret, and Choi Soo-yeon would build a bond with Lee Soo-yeon. Through this incident, of course, Hee-young had been absolutely distraught when she heard what had happened, and calming her down was a bit exhausting. But all was well that ended well. He had a few things on his schedule, but someone interrupted his train of thought. It was the junior pretty girl, and she smirked about how she had heard some very interesting things from the senior Soojin. That was why she had come to thank him in person. The boy was surprised, and the pretty girl blushed, because she had heard that the senior Seon-woo was the one who had insisted on going to save her. He had also fought quite fiercely for her sake. The boy was horrified at the turn of events, insisting that the golden protagonist had been the one to save her. However, Lee Seojin was bad at lying, and he had told the truth and nothing but the truth. The main character insisted that the protagonist had defeated the evil witch, but the pretty girl just smirked. She recalled the look on the boy's face when she had opened her eyes back then, and it had her seeing things in pink. Well, if her senior insisted on denying it, she would not push things. However, she smirked and said that she would be seeing him at the next special class. Choi Soo-yeon's interest in him had now, unfortunately, grown to the level 2, and our dude gained a 1,000-point reward. That was crazy. Now she was on the same lane as the protagonist. At this point, Xiaomu was very concerned. He was determined to do even better. In the next incident, no matter what, he refused to take credit for anything they tried to throw on him. Meanwhile, in the school gym, a lot of training was underway. Xiaomu smiled at all the students hard at work. It looked like everyone was doing their best and working hard enough to grow stronger. The brunette happily walked through the halls, thanks to being next to Lee Seojin. When they came out of the hidden stage, our dude had been able to earn a ton of points, so he had bought a new trait. This time specifically, it was the secret method of evolution and adaptation. This was the type that enabled the user to achieve evolution and adaptation by meeting specific conditions. It had been a really expensive buy, but now our dude could stay in cold places for a long time to gain cold resistance, and his night vision had improved too. From hanging around in dark places, it was not the kind of skill That came with explosive changes, but it was highly versatile, since it raised various basic stats. In the original, this was a trait that the first-year ranked Jaeon Minky would acquire, but since what was in the point shop was separate, it did not really matter to the plot. Our dude walked into the gym, and suddenly, his fanboys started hooting and hollering with joy, waving him over. Of course, it was Seo Jin and his best friend Young Jin. They asked what had brought the class clown over to the training room, and the boy laughed, saying that he was just trying to take care of his body, and he was not up to anything weird or unusual. Just typical training like a typical high school boy. The protagonist laughed that the main character sounded like an old man, but that hadn't changed since they'd met him, so this was fairly normal for Seanwoo. However, Young Jun pointed out something else that was going on. In the gym there were a bunch of other students, whispering and gaping at them. It seemed they were tracking Sojin's usual morning bench press, and how he was lifting that weight, with pure muscle strength, without any mana enhancement. They could not believe how strong the hero was. Best friend pointed out that his friend was also not like other kids at all, and the other two boys laughed. Speaking of people who were not like normal kids, they were thinking of one other fire youth that they knew, who screamed Lee Seojin's name with a burning passion. Yura was always heated whenever it came to her rival. The girl was truly insane, and apparently she was doing hellish training, and saying that she would show all of them real firepower meant. The hero was not so sure how to feel about hearing that news, considering how passionate the girl could get. However, the brunette was delighted, and said that this was good for the young girl. She should keep at it so that she could grow even more. Yura was the type who worked even harder when she had a goal, so this was good stimulation. However, the teacher, John Anchel, was not here today, and that was surprising. The man was always in the training room when there was no class. That dude pumped out all sorts of quick sets on the weight machine like it was nothing. Apparently, the teacher was currently patrolling the school. This was a secret, but apparently, they had found a body drained of blood near the school. Now that was not a good sign. Seo-John guessed that the victim had been killed by a main, but his best friend just chuckled that no one really cared. Even if those monsters attacked again, their genius would protect them. The best friend was happily counting on Lee Seo-John to save them if anything went wrong. The hero groaned that his best friend should go away. However, Xiaomu was thinking seriously about the situation. It was true that Maine could attack the school again at any moment because there was an insider who had infiltrated the school. To be precise, what had infiltrated into the school was not a human collaborator, but a Maine itself. It seemed we were finally going to get an introduction to that spy in the school. A beautiful lady walked into the gym with perfect, flowing locks of dark hair, and a beautiful toned body with nice muscles. The lady smiled, noting that the junior Sojin was sweating a lot. She was the third-year rank for Park Minai. She happily handed her junior a towel, and of course, Young Jin stood to the side in all of this cool moment. Our dude was watching the whole exchange too, with a wariness in his eyes. The best friend commented on how beautiful their senior was, and the lady laughed but thanked him all the same. His compliment was so sweet. The hero was also glittering and glowing, and he thanked the senior Park Minnie for her kindness and all that. The lady smiled and said that she was always rooting for him. Very sweet of her indeed. The lady Park Minnie held the junior Seo-Jin very close to her heart. After all, there was every drop of sinister energy in her smile, and her words that audacious beauty was dangerous, and malicious intent dripped from her words. That night she had happily drained that poor, helpless victim who had cried for salvation, but had found none. The wicked monster had moved like a vampire, and sucked all of the strength from her victim, until the poor thing could barely stumble away. She sat on her bench rubbing her lips, as she considered the taste of her latest meal. The third year for rank Park Money was gorgeous, and she carried herself as someone who understood the power that her beauty held. However, she was also the main Jang Hana's only daughter. This meant that she was totally the daughter of the first main that our dude had killed after her meal. The girl had smiled, saying that she had not expected a visitor. A dark presence loomed in the darkness, and she asked that presence if he was planning to attack the school again. The Lord Chen Hai had returned, and the man smiled, saying that he had just come to see how the girl was doing, as if the poor victim was not going through enough. The man decided to further disrespect the unfortunate soul by stepping on his head too. Since Jang Han had died and the poor girl was left alone, the Lord came frequently to assess and make sure that the girl was doing all right. He then squashed that poor human into a bloody mess, while sweetly saying that it was his duty to take care of the girl. After all, the girl sighed that she was planning to play with the human a little more, but now the Lord had killed her toy. Obviously she was not pleased about that. The man warned that if she made too much noise on campus, then they would soon catch her tail and find her out. Then, the evil monster asked how her school life was going. These days, the girl took the money to think about school, and all the fantastic things that had happened. With her status, she could not even approach Young Hyun-soo, and the Lord Harayong told her not to take revenge on Kim Jin-woo, even though she wanted him dead instead. Every day she had to see those darn brats who had reported her father and gotten him killed obviously. Her school days felt like trash, and she had to fight the murderous feeling that surged within her every day, that she had to see Lee Soo-jin and his friend Young Jin. The man sighed at the girl, saying that among said brat, Lee Soo-jin had become quite the topic lately. The boy's rise in society had, of course, been noticed by the top dog monster. During the school attack, the boy had also been identified as the prime candidate for possibly being the child of prophecy. The girl was shocked to hear this. During the school attack, the moment the demon's grand barrier disappeared, the boy with the sword had suddenly appeared. All of that was already suspicious, but the girl's report confirmed it. That overwhelming power that had exploded during the special exam could surely be nothing else than a flood of mana, which was the power to destroy mains. The child of prophecy was definitely Lee Soo-jin, so now they would be targeting him, just as the story intended. The girl was so excited because every main had been given the authority to track down and eliminate the child of prophecy, which meant that she would get to kill Lee Soo-jin with her own hands. No wonder she was just beaming when she saw him at the gym. After that night, the Lord Cheon-ho was no fool, and he asked the girl if this task was something that she could accomplish. They had all seen that boy's power directly, whether they liked it or not. That boy was a powerful problem. The girl said that Lord Cheon-ho would just never understand what it was like to walk up to that scene and see her father's decimated body lying dead on the ground. The pain and thirst of having the fruit of revenge right beside her, but she was unable to pluck it. It filled her with rage. This was not just for her revenge, but also for the sake of their clan. If this overpowered boy was the child of prophecy, then she would definitely kill him. It was her honor to end the troublesome hero, once and for all. That was the right mindset for Jang Ye to have. The girl gasped when she saw the person who had appeared without any warning. The man in a tailored suit smiled, saying that it had indeed just been as Cheon-ho recommended. The girl had made a good resolution at such a young age. The Lord immediately fell to his knees before Lord Song-jin, saying that he had not expected him to come here. Personally, if someone was going to be his subordinate, then the man must see their face directly. Though right now the girl's power was weak, her resolve was pretty good. Thanks to that, the man would happily accept the girl. The lady was of course stunned but also very hesitant. The man in charge told the girl to join the king's order to attack the child of prophecy again. He would not accept refusal, so it was basically a threat, wrapped in a pretty pink bow. As he exuded his dark energy, waiting for the girl's response, he was of course one of the 10 Demon Council members, an S-rank main who was known as the king's right hand. Song-ju. Now something was going down at the Buccaneer Demon Ceiling Hall dungeon. 5th entrance. There was a battle, as a mage wielded their power against their foe, a horde of deadly bat goblins, some owning a big enough circle of mana in her hands. She prepared to shoot it at her deadly foe, and blasted ice right through a few of the flying creatures. It seemed to be Heian, and she worked really hard as she trained with our dude, who stood behind her and directed her magic and attacks. The goblins were kind of intimidated by this very determined and relentless attack. That young girl, who had once thought of herself as mediocre, was now so overpowered that she was scaring beasts right back into their cave. Now this was what a true level up looked like. They fled immediately. The ice girl was thrilled and happily turned to her teacher, asking if she had done well, because she had worked very hard to impress him and all. The boy admitted that the girl had indeed improved a lot, but for now, they could focus on handling this form skillfully. She had been surprised when her teacher had suddenly said that they should go somewhere for the weekend. However, it turned out that they were going to the dungeon just for her training. The boy just laughed because he got lucky. It was indeed really lucky. He had discovered this dungeon purely by chance, back when he was a C-rank mage. Before the regression happened, he had remembered it in his new life, and had thought that it would make the perfect training spot for his little ice student. It was a place that did not really appear in the original, and it was known only to him, so it should not affect the plot if he just borrowed it for a bit. This dungeon was crawling with demon-type monster, and it was the optimal environment to develop Yeon-hee-young's willpower. He was still monitoring her growth, and he asked what she had been thinking when she had manifested that power. The girl had been thinking about the time when she had fought beside Ira. She had thought that she wanted to save the person beside her. The most important thing when handling the power to destroy mains was, of course, the willpower that was manifested through special purpose and a single-minded determination. The focal point of Yeon-hee-young's willpower seemed to be our dude. Unfortunate. It was very unfortunate that he had just been trying to help out the ice girl, but now she was very invested in her trainer. Just now she had tried really hard and thought about how much she wanted to join the special class, just like her senior. Well, if they kept training together on weekends like this, he was sure that she might eventually qualify for the special class too. Just the two of them in a dungeon every weekend. It was like a date, it seemed. The ice girl was still happily satisfying her desires with delusional fantasies like this. The girl happily said that she was fine with it. After midterms ranked 82, now she would aim for rank 52, and then the special class. At this growth rate, Yeon-hee-young would actually join around the first semester of the third year, just like in the original. Also training in the dark cave enough times had upped our dude's evolution and adaptation powers. His eyes could not adapt to the darkness as well. Then all that was left was the problem of Jang Hyan's daughter. Jang Yi in the original. Jang Yi was a villain who approached Li Sujin and continuously schemed for her father's revenge. However now, the ones who had killed her dad were him and Jang Hyan-soo. Yet for some reason she was approaching the protagonist, even though he had not gotten the credit for slaying her dad. It made the main character wonder why that was. Sure, Seo Jin had delivered the final blow, but only people on the scene knew that. Something was strange about the new plot, and he had to figure it out before the protagonist got hurt. He needed to make the first move before that villainess could cause any damage. It did not take long for the main character to bump into the senior who sort of remembered his name. Of course she remembered his name. After all, she had heard that the boy had been rescued by Lee Seo-jun from a hidden stage recently. The girl had also heard that the young junior had something to tell her. The girl prepared to summon her magic, wondering if she had been caught using her main power. Somehow the brunette said that what he had to tell her was really important, as this was the only way to deal with the problem of Zhang Yi. He reached into his clothes, and the girl gasped at what he pulled out. This was sudden, but the boy would say it anyway, and he raised a magical book at her, saying that he wanted to keep in touch with his senior. Privately, he was hitting her with a confession attack. This was surely going to backfire on him somehow. However, Cyan will believe that he first needed to create a situation where the two of them would be alone. There was no better way to achieve that than with a confession. He suddenly got an intense notification of disgust. Dang, she did not have to be so mean about it, but she was genuinely infuriated. Our dude had achieved the medal of his first rejection, and he got 1,000 points for it. A win was a win. The girl truly looked disgusted too. It had to be the first time that anyone had seen her make that face. The boy was hesitant at the instantaneous rejection. The girl really was hot stuff when she was not pretending to be human. How merciless and cruel she was. She had not even said anything, but just her eyes were threatening to strip him of his flesh. Then the girl spoke to her junior Cyan-woo and let him know that he was not really her type. So a personal relationship was just not going to work. For now it would be much better for them if they just stayed as good seniors and juniors. The girl then walked away immediately, fuming at his audacity. She would never date a human. After all, they were beneath her, and basically just pray for her kind. It was even insulting for him to suggest that, even if he was a human. The boy sucked because he knew that he was kind of cute. It kinda sucked to get his first rejection from a girl who had looked at him like he was disgusting. Monster sure had odd taste. At any rate, Shin Young-jun sympathized with him, and he got 500 points as a reward. Our dude smirked, because what he was really after was that guy. This was perfect, as the hero's best friend seemed to be stalking close to the pretty senior too, and he looked so sorrowful at having witnessed our dude's rejection. The boy patted the main character's shoulder and told him to hang in there. The boy had not been trying to eavesdrop, but the training grounds were on the way. The senior Park Mai was at least worth confessing to, even if he got rejected. She was reluctant to receive any attention though. Well, that was because she was a main, but most people did not know that. At any rate, the brunette focused on how Shin Young-jin had not even started his classical magic theory notes assignment. This caught the other boy off guard, and he asked how the main character had known. Then Young-jin sighed and admitted that he was an ace when it came to physical activities. Unfortunately, theory just did not stick in his head. No matter how hard he worked, it was a huge pain then. Seon asked if the other boy wanted to reference his assignment. He was a rank 1 in theory. After all, the musclehead was amazed, asking if that was really okay. He would appreciate all the help that he could get. On theory, however, there was no condition. The class clown smirked and asked the hero's best friend about how he used the school message board. Later, most of the students were in the cafeteria, just dishing out their food and eating with their friends. Soon they spotted the guy that they were looking for from the other day's school board. The boy could not get attention for being dead last, but now he was pulling wild stunts. It seemed the main character had done something crazy to get attention focused on him. Once again, now 247 people were interested in him, and he gained 1,500 points as a reward. The boy sighed at the results of his hard work. On the school board, he had written a rather audacious message, saying that absolutely no one should touch the third-year senior. Park Min-ah was the Magic Academy's greatest beauty, and she had been claimed by the second-year class of Kim Seon-woo. No one was allowed to touch her. If this did not get the main heated, nothing else would already. Word about the ridiculous message on the notice board was going wild among the students. The teachers were laughing, wondering if this was a way that kids confess their feelings nowadays. The teachers thought that it was such a cute expression of youth, and even the first-year students thought that this was hilarious. The ice girl was so upset to find out that her crush apparently liked older women, and the fire girl just told her to eat her food so that she would not hurt her heart. Logically, There was no way that he had posted it himself. So the fire girl guessed that someone must be playing a malicious prank. However, that idiot had indeed gotten someone to post that very stupid and audacious method for him. However, the ice girl was thrilled to hear the fire girl's theory. Now she wondered if Shanwoo was handling things okay, since someone was playing such a mean prank. However, the brunette had truly not posted the message this time. He had just gotten someone else to do it. Both boys involved in the ridiculous event were sweating bullets at getting found out. Youngjun whispered that he had done his best to help the kid, like he asked, and he had posted it on the board. But the musclehead was worried that the whole plan had backfired, since the brunette was now the laughing stock of the school, of course. Seojun had heard about this, and he was laughing about it too. The brunette admitted that he was not the result he wanted, but thanks to the help of his friends, he had been able to convey his feelings quite clearly, so even this result was fine. In truth, the boy had known that if he got Shin Youngjun interested in gossip, then it would spread across the whole school instantly. He thanked the musclehead for helping, and the boy promised to support the brunette until the end. Well, the third-year student finally appeared in the cafeteria, and the main character spotted her instantly. Then again, no one with brain cells would actually confess true and honest feelings of love in such a way. He had just created this kind of situation for the desired effect that he knew it would have on the main girl. Now the whole school was talking about her admirer. The boy had escaped from dead last, but as Choi Soo-won had said, a lot of people just saw the boy as an attention seeker. While the girl was associated with someone like him, she would find it difficult to hunt people freely, or even harm Lee Seo-jin, because now there would be many eyes on her. The boy had no image to lose, so there was no damage to him, and he was fine with making this sacrifice. Happily, he winked at the main girl like a silly clown, and her friends screamed in horror at how disgusted the action was. That poor monster girl found herself shaking in anger at the pure audacity of his existence. Honestly, their disgust was really too much. Sure, he was a poser, but he was not ugly. The main's friend's side, that pretty and kind people, only ever attracted absolutely weirdos. They encouraged their friend to ignore the stupid human. There was no need to deal with a loser like that. However, the main girl was seething. She had been left with the very important task of killing the hero Lee Seo-jin. Now all her plans were in ruin. Because of the attention of Kim Seon-woo, she could not make any moves, because all eyes were on her. That stupid junior had quickly become the bane of her existence. The brunette would love to ambush and eliminate her, but for now he could only patch things up like this. That was because there was something much more important that was going to happen to Lee Soo-jin. At the American Artifact Museum, it was closing time. Visitors were told not to forget their belongings. As they exited, all the students had done very well, and they were told to check for anything unusual and begin night patrol. The students agreed and got busy. The soul container was a holy relic with the power to seal souls. 13 years ago, the world had been threatened by history's worst multinational terrorist organization called J, and it seemed those jerks were going to show up. At this point in the story, back in the past, the Magic Association chairman Kim Jin-chul, after a fierce battle, had repelled the evil villain group, and he had succeeded in killing their leader, who was called Jin Kyan-woo, and the spoils of that battle included the gifted soul container that was given to the American Artifacts Museum. The soul container was all clear, and they continued to shut down. It was a holy relic, and one of the most important exhibits in the American Artifacts Museum. However, someone wicked-looking had shown up in that museum, and it looked like carnage was about to go down. The man tried to play it cool, telling the evil-looking lady that the exit was the other way. However, she smiled and said that to see a holy relic imbued with this much mystery up close was such a sight. The object was just too beautiful to be locked up in a place like this. However, the artifact was as dangerous as it was beautiful. This was why qualified people must safeguard it. The lady laughed that 13 years ago, that person was qualified to possess all the mysteries, until he lost to Kim Jin-chul. The association had stepped in to prevent abuse by those washed-up terrorists, but the man refused to take any slander about their hero. The power of mystery should be used only for the public good. Well, that was a debatable opinion, because the lady vastly disagreed. Greater power should be used for a greater purpose, and their magic association was only desperate to monopolize such great power. That was when the man finally realized that he was not talking to any random lady who showed up in a sexy gown to debate him. Just for fun, his eyes widened, and he yelled for security to get the potential criminal out of there. Yeah, bro was pretty slow because there was no way that she had come this far without taking out at least half of the security. In fact, the last half of security got tossed inside the room and dumped at the man's feet. A big muscular man came in, dragging the beaten and bloody bodies of the so-called museum security. It had been quite boring playing with them, as they were all too weak, and he complained that he wanted to fight someone stronger. The man was in shock, because all of the security were rank mages. The security system had not even activated until things got this bad. Bro was still processing that when a bored emo girl in a red jacket hopped in and sliced the contents of the special soul item They had agreed to just threaten the guy and steal the item, but now the plan had changed, and it was very inconvenient. The man shook because he had barely noticed when that other lady had shown up. The poor man fell to the floor in horror, asking who on earth these terrifying people were. The association may have taken their god from them, but they could not break their will. The villains loomed over him with disgust. Calling them washed-up terrorists was something that they just could not stand for. They would make the man pay the price for insulting their almighty king. With a boast, the man realized the villains he was facing were Jayan, which was all he managed to say before the museum lit up and then exploded. The resulting echo rumbled through the whole city like a roar and a declaration. The school book shook, and the hero paused in his reading at the rumble that he felt in his very soul. The recent terrorist attack at the American Artifacts Museum had been revealed to be the work of the cult group known as Giant, which had previously vanished in the past. Those site records were damaged. The terrorist attack was presumed to have been led by Executive Burt. Voices calling for the Magic Association to make a statement could be heard all over the news. But what was louder to Yuira was the terrified pounding of her own heart. After so many years of searching, her face went pale because the monsters that had taken everything from her had come back to the light. The first girl lied that she was just feeling queasy and stepped away from the dining room. It was going to start soon. The first battle with the main villain group, Jian, resumed activities, and the nightmare group from 13 years ago had returned. This was broadcast on Sigma News, along with the recent terrorist attack at the American Artifacts Museum that had been revealed to be the work of the cult group Jayan, which vanished in the past. Those site records were damaged. The attack was presumed to have been led by Executive Burke. A man asked a lady if she was satisfied with the news, and her very satisfied smirk was all the answer that she needed. The photo had come out very well. They did not have time, so the man had barely covered their faces. If they were going to do it like this, then he wondered why he had gone through all that trouble disabling the security system. This man was the JN member Jin. It turns out that the plan had changed because a clueless curator insulted the blonde. The woman smirked and said that she had made the man atone for his life. She could not stand for that loser, calling them washed up. This was the GN member called Natasha. The bigger blonde guy insisted that the whole carnage had been ended way too quietly, and he did not like that. In the old days, they would have razed the entire surrounding block to the ground before leaving the site. GNSK seemed to have a lot of conqueror and arsonist tendencies, but that would not work right now. Times had changed and such an action was way too hasty. Even the dark-haired terrorist member agreed with Jin. The task force and the Blade of Dawn were still hunting them after all, so they did not have the luxury to take a lot of unnecessary risks. The big guy did not care. He was ready to fight those goody-two-shoes anytime. And he yelled at the woman not to call him an idiot. The blonde lady then stood and said that the team should go somewhere quiet for a while. Like Jin said, she had been a bit hasty this time, so they might as well go to Korea and take a bit of a break now. This got the entire terrorist group feeling pumped. Korea was a place with plenty of strong opponents for the big guy to fight, and the smaller-looking lady wanted to hit up the Sill Magic Arena this time. The man, Jin, said that going to Asia was all well and good, but he wanted them to avoid running into Kim Jinchul. The blonde woman chuckled that the darkest place was under a lamp. No one would expect them to visit first, after all. Plus, there was one thing that she needed to confirm, and she looked with seriousness at the picture of what seemed to be a high school boy. The man could already guess exactly what the blonde intended to go see, and the woman smiled, saying that the man knew what that child meant to them. They had been caught up in a lot of incidents too. It made them wonder what on earth Baek and Song was doing with surveillance. The crisis made the man, in the big guy's opinion, it was best for the villain group to be on the move. It was decided, and the lead lady told Jin to prepare for their fake IDs because it was time to get this show on the road. They needed fake IDs and passports, and then they needed to contact Baek Hyun Song. They would tell him that they were coming soon. The lead lady was the JN member called Bert. Meanwhile, at the restaurant Kensha, our dude was out living his life. It had been quite a while since he had come out as Kim Jin-woo, and he should be fine to be active now, since he had been this cautious. How Ryang's interest level should have dropped. He was not really looking to get the attention of such a dangerous man, after all, more than anything. Before they encountered one of the main villain groups of the story, he needed to raise his specs first. So Xianwu stepped inside the specially reserved room and found his favorite client waiting for him. The lady perked up as soon as she saw him walk inside, beaming at the fact that he had come. The guy mentioned that she could have just sent someone with the item that she came to deliver. However, it had been a while, and she had wanted to see his charming face. Happily, she pulled up what he had requested and showed him the holy herb potion and high durability combat boots. Boy stared in awe at the very nice items that he had been given. The combat boots were 6B, functional multi-purpose combat boots, and they were custom fit to match the user's body. They reduced stamina loss from walking and running by 20%. It was a pretty good buy. They also had dual options That had our dude gasp in awe. He was sure that this cost several times more than items of the same grade. It was a gift from her, and she could not choose the ordinary items that he had asked her to pick out. Their food soon came in and, as expected, it was luxury dining. A gift should never disappoint the recipient. That was her principal. Kensha was the restaurant where Lee Seo-jun almost fainted after one bite of the food. In the original, our dude had heard that regular people had to wait for months just for a reservation. He wondered if that food was really that good in reality and went ahead to taste it, just to see what all the fuss was about. Our dude took one small bite, and as the golden pastry shell broke, what filled his mouth was the subtle mushroom aroma of the Dugzel sauce that flowed in with the meat juices. Finally, the 1++ Korean beef roast that had been made to perfection was hidden inside it, reacted with the red wine, and became a sauce flavor explosion. The boy chewed with delight, his eyes lighting up with joy. As he took a bite of the food in his mouth, he could not believe what he was eating. It tasted so darn good. It was crispy on the outside, and then juicy on the inside. The food was just too delicious, and he cried tears of joy just eating the food. The lady with him laughed. That his reaction made this whole thing so much worth treating him to good food happily. Jean Yuo cleaned his lips inside. After receiving such wonderful hospitality, he could not just sit there shamelessly. The lady laughed that money was not necessary, and they were not the type to care about that. The man then smiled and said that he could produce something even better than money. He had noticed earlier that the lady looked troubled. This was likely because of the terrorist threat going around the world. The deposit of 2 billion won into a stated account had been demanded, with the threat of bombing the Hansong pharmaceutical building in 3 days if they missed the deadline. The lady was shocked that the boy knew such top-secret information that had not even been leaked to the press. The main character just smirked that he had his ways, and she should know that better than anyone. Back to the matter at hand. After the JN news broke, a lot of copycat crimes increased worldwide. The poor lady was already busy with the power struggle against her brother. Fortunately, the one threatening Han Xian had nothing to do with JN. The brunette happened to know that the real Joker, who was messing around with the pharmacy hair, was not JN, but an alchemist active in the underground by the name of Jo Seung-hun. That dude was just a small-time criminal who would eventually get caught trying to extort the rising Hansong pharmaceutical. The boy told the lady to check the financial situation of her security staff. She would eventually find someone involved with a low-quality alchemist. In the original, that funny was introduced just briefly to trigger an event, so this level of interference should be allowed. That was how he felt about most interferences, until they eventually ballooned into something beyond his imagination. However, he was always able to handle the problem, so Shanwoo was not really worried about it. After dinner, the dude and the lady went out walking with her, looking like a tiny and thin in comparison. Despite being a manager involved in a business, the pharmaceutical hair was pondering how the boy knew high-level information that even she did not have access to. However, the source was a complete secret. Finally, she voiced her concerns to Mr. Kim Jin-woo, saying that she did not know who he worked for, but if he would consider coming to work for her, she would reward him greatly. Little did she know that she was totally talking to a minor who used a cheat code to solve his problem. Still, the pharmacy hair forged on, saying that with someone like him, she did not think that she would lose to her brother. In their competition, she would even offer at least an 8-figure salary and treatment beyond what he could expect. The man laughed and said that this work was not the kind that he did for compensation. However, his desire to help on Sion was genuine. The lady sighed and then said that it would not be fun if he accepted her offer right away anyway. Refusing to give up, she suggested that they could have dinner again. Sometime she would make an even better offer then. With a smile, the boy admitted that he looked forward to it. Han Xian's offer had been really attractive. However, if our dude accepted him, he would, unfortunately, end up distracted from Lee Seo-jin, and he could not let that happen. When that golden-hearted hero was the axis around which this world spun, he needed to watch that man every day. However, the main character did very much like his new combat boots. The pharmaceutical hair was ever so generous, and that was very kind of her. He was wearing the boots now, and he immediately activated the ability to airwalk to give him a bit of aura. All he had to do was imbue the shoes with mana. That made it a triple option shoe too. Fortunately, there was something useful among the hidden stage drops, and the boy raced ahead with a happy smile. With a leap, he took off from a ledge, jumping into the air and landing on it. That's right, our dude had pulled out one of the coolest miracles of just running straight ahead. In the air, it was cool to be able to walk in the sky. And as long as he kept those shoes full of mana, he could pull off audacious air walking stunts like this. Soon our dude landed on another roof and smiled with satisfaction. After testing out the strength of his fancy new equipment, it was not bad, but he would need to practice a bit if he was going to get used to it. Back in the magic law class, our dude had to focus on his studies. There was a lecture that most students were taking seriously, and despite his late-night activities, our dude was somehow still able to pay even more attention than poor Musclehead young Jin. The students were then told that they had a two-person theory research assignment due next week. Some of the students were thrilled, but a good load of them were horrified to hear about that. And young John only woke up because of the noise. The boy complained that the teacher should at least extend the deadline, but the hero was totally judging him because he had seen that dude sleeping in class. Of course, the teacher had no interest in extending the deadline, and the students would just have to deal with it. With the inside benefit, our dude was sure that he should be able to finish the assignment in a day and get some rest. He needed to find someone suitable to pair with, but it seemed that someone was already headed in his direction. Before our boy could blink, Yuera actually approached him and told the boy to be in her group. The other students started to complain that Yuera had snatched up the kid, who was best known for doing great at theory assignments, and they whined that all the top theory students were going to hug everything. Of course the girl shamelessly said that it was their right to do just that, with such a dark and oppressive aura, that all the boys in class just accepted their fate. They were not about to fight against her, or anything like that. It was first come, first served after all, so she could go ahead and take what she liked. Then the girl asked if Kim Seon-woo had a problem pairing with her. Honestly, the boy did not mind. He was just surprised that she wanted to work with him at all. With that, the girl told him to find her after school, because she would be at the training grounds. He had no idea that she had this super delusional idea that he was also hunting the J-in group. However, this setup kind of worked out well. He needed to check up on this character at some point. After all, at least that was the idea that he had in mind, until he suddenly found himself pinned against a wall. The brunette realized that he was in over his head, and asked what on earth the girl was talking about. The dark-haired growled that denial would not work with her. She knew his identity, and the boy was panicking about it. The boy said that even if she said that, he was not exactly sure what she meant. Honestly, she could mean anything by insisting on his true identity. He had so many at this point, like the secret of what happened in the hidden stage, the truth behind the main attack incident, the incident that would happen next. The possessed person bro had so many secrets that he could not even be scared properly, because he did not know which one she was referring to. Yuera then said that on the first day of school, he had casually brought up personal circumstances of hers that he would only know if he had investigated her. That was when she had suspected that something was off. Now she was sure that Kim Seon-woo as well had also been dragged into a J-in terrorist attack. Finally, all of the assumptions clicked into place, and the brunette stared at the girl with wide eyes. So this was what this was all about. She thought that he was a victim. Well, technically he was, but he was a victim of getting dragged into this troublesome story with its multiple twisting plots. 13 years ago, J and an evil and despicable group had hunted the prestigious mage families, and also small clans, in order to seize the power of mystery. The family of Yura had been one of the unfortunate families of the 5 great magic houses to suffer this fate as well. They had fallen to Jian, who had then stolen the clan's treasured artifact. The young fiery girl had then vowed to become stronger, to take revenge on the villain group herself, and strong enough to kill them without any hesitation. That girl had driven herself mercilessly for 13 years, in her drive to achieve that goal. He had no idea where she got that crazy idea from. He even asked, and the girl admitted that she had vaguely suspected it during midterms, and she had confirmed it yesterday. When everyone was shocked watching the news, the boy acted differently. He had remained calm when he heard those villains had resurfaced, like he had been waiting for them to return. Well, that much was true, but he had been waiting for different reasons. Still, your horror was related to that painful feeling. At first a person would feel shocked, but at the same time, there would be the sickening feeling of relief. After endless years of silence, at least she shook at the possibility of a chance to take her revenge on those despicable villains. However, the boy immediately told her to slow down. She was running headfirst into the dream of finally conquering the terrorist group, but they were made up entirely of S-rank mages. At this current level, they could not possibly oppose such terrifying monster. Of course, this was not what the girl wanted to hear. She seized and yelled at him, telling him not to lump them together. There were tens of thousands of Jaden's victims in the world. The boy must have lost something precious to them too. No one understood the pain that she had felt that day, when everything that she had loved had burned down because of those terrorists. She had been living with that agony for the past 33 years. The dark-haired girl was full of violence. Just thinking about that group, they had taken everything from her. She paused when she saw the wound on our dude's wrist, and the bandages he hid underneath his sleeve. The girl paused, and now the brunette panicked, thinking he had definitely messed up this time. He tried to explain that it was not the type of scar that she was thinking of. Suddenly, the character Yuiera felt immense pity for him. It was almost like she suspected that he had tried to off himself, just to run away from those terrifying villains. The boy suddenly got a $10,000 reward for the pity, so it was not all that bad. Still, the girl mumbled that she could tell the difference between a wound made by his own hand and a wound made by something else. Slowly she turned away. apologizing for digging up painful memories. For Siwon-woo, she had not realized how traumatized the boy was. It was not much of an apology, but she promised to do the assignment on their behalf. Then she said that she would see him tomorrow, and said nothing more with that. The dark-haired girl walked away, and the brunette was left standing there in shock. Suddenly the boy told her to forget the assignment. He was not going to let her just walk off like that. Instead, he was going to help. He would not let such an important character slip from his grasp. When he needed to protect all of Lee Seo-jin's allies, he would help her gain revenge no matter what. She had to remember the first day of school. Honestly, the boy thought that the girl was better than both first-grade students of both years. He had not been lying when he had said that. Siwon-woo truly respected you, Era, that much. If it were him, he was sure that he could help her get even stronger than she was. Now, after all, she had seen how much he had helped Yeon Hee-young. She could become strong enough to get revenge. For both of them, the fairy girl shook. And the boy had no idea what that was about. But suddenly she tossed something at him. It was something to help him treat his scar, so that it would not leave a mark. If she did not need this with her own hands, then it would mean nothing. The proudful jerk was willing to risk her life, just to prove a point against S-rank criminals. This was not going to be an easy mission. Deep down inside, the girl knew that emotional wounds often left marks on the body. Even though he had talent, the way he had acted on the first day of school was probably not unrelated to the scars that he carried. It was because he was like that the girl could not bring herself to drag the boy into her revenge. How sweet. She wanted to be kind. When she had been younger, she had told her sister of her plan. Shaking with rage, she declared that when she graduated, she was going to go after that mad group. She would join the task force, or her sister's Blade of Dawn unit, and she didn't understand why her older sister was so against it. The girl had taken Yura's hand, saying that her only desire was for her only remaining family to live happily. The big sister had promised to put an end to Jane with her own hands back then. Yura's big sister had also had a similar scar on her wrist. The fiery girl knew an expression like that all too well. That was why she was fighting, to ensure that no more victims like them would ever appear. She would personally finish off those evil monsters. In Jin, meanwhile, the brunette was doing some necessary research. For someone like you, Era, who avoided opening up to others, to share something so personal, that was definitely real progress, even if it had been over a slight misunderstanding. The character you, Era, felt she had a sort of kinship with him, and he gained 150,000 points as a reward. However, the boy wondered what on earth he was supposed to do about this misunderstanding. In the hidden stage, our guy had used the special dagger item to gain an adaptive trait. It was a dagger coated with paralytic poison, and stabbing an enemy could paralyze them. This effect varied depending on the target's poison resistance. Using that dagger, the boy had slowly stabbed himself over and over to gain resistance, and he was not sure how to explain that to you, Era, since most people in this world did not have a cheat system that could just give them special abilities, and all that. Still, Edwin was a win, and his poison resistance had gone up by 50%, with a 70% recovery speed. The boy sighed because times like this were exactly when people trained. Every night he refined his mana, and thought through how to support the upcoming development. Jian was an enemy they would have to fight someday, and helping out Yu Era to get her revenge was also helping out Lee Seo-jun, so that was a genuine win-win situation. Now the brunette had to set the stage for that. The blessing of great nature had risen to rank 3, and our dude had gained additional mana, with a mana recovery speed of 65%, and now a cooldown of 23 hours. It was not a bad deal, and he definitely had something to show. In this next incident, Young Wolgang won to the mercenary experience activity, one of the elective field activities that all students had to participate in. They had to form groups and receive missions from the mercenary corps nationwide and spend about 3 days assisting them. According to the original story, the mission our group took on was as escort support for the large gang. One do mercenary corps, the Black Flame of IP, who specifically requested Lee Seo-jin to come all the way out there. Of course, the usuals were already in the group. The hero, his muscle-head best friend, his fiery rival, and our dude was here too. Jang Ye was also involved, so it was kind of a dicey situation, and he had to keep his eyes on her. The main would not attack Seo-jin, surrounded by veteran mercenaries. Even in the original, nothing happened at this point. However, just in case, until they arrived, Jean was going to keep her from getting near the hero. Way too much had changed in the story for him to take anything for granted these days. The boy smiled and asked his senior if she would like something to drink, obviously to keep her heated and agitated. He was not about to let the rumors of his crush fade away so easily. No. This whole thing was going to be torture for the both of them. The girl immediately rejected the water politely, saying that just the thought was enough. The boy was relentless, and then asked if she would like a towel to wipe her sweat. The girl shook her head again, telling the boy to just give that to the juniors following behind. Truly, the main girl hated the boy's guts, and she swore that one day she would totally end his life. The hero chuckled, that he had never seen someone this fired up. But the fiery girl did not want to have to deal with the loser and his pathetic crush. It was crazy that a manifestation type like the brunette would have so much stamina from hiking up this difficult path. The muscle head, of course, was having the time of his life, and he chuckled that maybe his efforts for those two were finally bearing fruit. After all, the senior was no longer looking at her junior with outright disgust. The other two main heroes really doubted that though. Suddenly the teacher called everyone to attention. This was Young Haejin, the rank mage and captain of Team 6, the Black Flame Mercenary Corps. They had now arrived at the mission site, and the man at the gate confirmed that they were friendly visitors. They were then granted permission to enter the premises. A mansion like this in the mountains was amazing. This was where they would be working. The students were expected to be in awe, since this was likely the first time that they were seeing a place like this. Even for a famous genius, the difficulty was D rank. And the client was a famous artist. Lately several pieces in the mansion's collection had been stolen, so for the next 3 days, the kids would be helping them out. The Black Flame Mercenary Corps was going to guard this mansion from petty thieves. The man had gone through all the trouble to explain the job, but it looked like the students were not even listening. They were just going around, admiring all of the beautiful paintings. Jianyuo even explained to the other students that the artist used intense colors, but the background did not overwhelm the subject, and everything was in harmony. This reflected the artist's unique view of their work. His classmates were impressed with such a sharp analysis. They asked how he even knew stuff like that, and the boy beamed, saying that he knew a lot of things he should know. About this especially down came their client, and she sighed that she was so grateful that the students thought so highly of it. They could even call her Charlotte. This was the client who had designated Lee Seojin for this mission. She would be in their care for the next 3 days, and she was looking forward to seeing what the students of the Magic Academy could do. She was also especially eager to see Lee Seojin. As expected, it was Bird of the villain clan, the villain of the incident that was about to go down in this mansion. The blonde lady happily graced the students with her present, telling them that they could call her Charlotte. She was going to be in their care for the next 3 days. She was so excited to be taken care of by the students of the Magic Academy. And of course Lee Seojin, that person was no ordinary rich client. Of course she was a famous artist who designated the hero for this escort duty, but she also happened to be the main villain of this incident. The beautiful client was the artist Charlotte, but in reality she was the Jian member named Bert. Meanwhile, the other team members of the villain group immediately checked in with an informant of theirs. They seemed to be hiding out in a nearby safe house, and they needed to make sure that the person had not done anything wrong. The poor man insisted that he was totally dedicated to his job. He was the Jian member called back in song. As the surveillant, he confessed that he had never taken his eyes off Lee Seoyeon, and he had always watched the boy from nearby. As best as he could, he had also checked on his grades, relationships and health status, and received regular reports without fail. This dude was either a grade stalker or some kind of parental figure. However, the dark-haired woman was not satisfied with the results, wondering why the precious hero had then gotten caught up in so many annoying incidents. Boy had nearly died multiple times. The big guy Scar just laughed at their worrying, saying that they just had to watch them fight to see how they had grown. Instead of arguing they should just eat, Natasha yelled that they could eat nothing. When Sky was busy eating everything, it was almost like the villain group Jian was acting as some sort of parental surveillance for the protagonist of this story. The man making the report insisted that if the young boy had been in any real danger, then he would definitely have stepped in. Well, they had to agree that Baek Hoon-song was not clueless. After all, Natasha and Sky were still bickering back and forth about table and food adequate, as well as whether or not Sky had washed his hands. This conversation stressed Jin out so much that he told those two idiots to just shut up and eat. He was trying to solve a problem, and all they added to the situation was just arguing about food. Well, that deflated them pretty fast, so that he could finally turn back to the matters at hand. Tonight at 10 in the evening, something was about to go down still. The man wondered if they really had to go this far just to see Lee Seojin. If they were curious about his skills, they could just go and test him directly. It seemed extra to have to go through the embarrassing route of disguising themselves as petty thieves. Natasha just simply said that they had to do it because Bert told them to do it. It seems she did not really need any other reason. Well, Baek On-song was more than happy to join in on the fun, and he put on his mask with joy, asking how he looked. Jin sighed, but also put on his mask. If they wanted to avoid drawing Kim Jin-chul's attention, they needed to hide their identities first. Of course, Bert's orders were to hold back and not kill anyone else. They needed to move quietly for now, despite knowing these orders. As the villain group prepared to kick their nightly activities into gear, a few of them were worried, as they were not very confident about holding back properly at all. After all, they were each very formidable foes. Now that they were dressed together, they all looked even more intimidating than before. Meanwhile, the students were being treated to some high levels of hospitality, as their host encouraged them not to feel pressured, and that they should all eat rather comfortably. They might have a rough night ahead after all. So she wanted to make sure that they were all well fed and ready to battle. Even providing them with a meal was more than they expected, and the students happily thanked her for the good meal. It seemed coming on a mercenary activity was a great way to get some healing time. Our dude tried out the food, critiquing it because it was not as good as the food that was served in Kansha. After all, now that he had tasted some miracle food, he was a bit salty about any other food. This was enemy territory, but it was also rather safe in a way. The goal of Jaein, who would eventually infiltrate the mansion, disguised as thieves in a few hours, was not abduction, but to test the special being known as Lee Seojin. For some reason the villain group was very interested in the protagonist. If someone like Janji revealed her true colors during such an exercise, of course she would be executed immediately, so he did not have to worry about her. The senior was very clearly still very bothered by his attention on her, though she really wished that he would give it a rest. Their host was meanwhile making some happy and flashy small talk with the main hero, commenting about how she had seen the news about him being the youngest a rank mage, clearing a hidden stage. He had saved the student sitting over there, who looked very sincere. The hero shakily admitted that it was true, but honestly, Seonwoo had contributed a lot to saving himself, and he just might be the furthest thing from sincere. Even the brunette was offended to find out that he apparently looked rather sincere. It felt like an insult more than anything. Then the lady noticed that the female student, who was active with the hero, had not come along. The hero explained that Choi Seo-yeon had some family matters she had to attend to. Some of the students were now wondering if this request to have students guard her was just so that she could get up close and personal with the celebrity that Seo-yeon was becoming. The blonde smiled. She had her own reason for asking all these questions. After all, with the hero's talent, the lady smiled that his family must be very proud now. This made the hero hesitate a bit. He did hope that his family was proud, but with a small sad smile, he admitted that he did not really have a family. The boy explained that he did not lose them to anyone. He did not even know who they were. He was sharing this really touching story, but the main girl was just over there hating, because she blamed the hero for the death of her father. So as far as she was concerned, he had no right to mourn his family when he had taken hers away. However, the boy said that if his family was somewhere out there, well, he would hope that they were proud of him. The lady gasped inside that she had asked a rather inappropriate question. Out of excitement, however, she did understand that feeling. The main girl was just shaking with anger. At this conversation, it was definitely a sight to see. Seonwoo watched as her anger continued to build, because he had to keep his eyes on her to make sure that she did not mess up the mission. The hero wondered what their host meant when she said that she could relate, but she sighed also pitifully, saying that it was quite lonely and sad indeed. However, she placed a gentle hand on the hero's hand, smiling softly as she told him, family was not something that a person was born with, but it was something that could be created. At this point, it looked like the evil organization was trying to recruit the hero. She told the boy that they would both do their best together, and the boy smiled and thanked her. Sujin had such a sweet and pure heart. He would never suspect that the lady he was talking to was a total villain who did all sorts of horrible things to other people. After the food, they all thanked their host for feeding them, and it was soon time to return to their rooms. Some of the others agreed that what Charlotte had said was so touching, and others commented on the good food. According to the mercenary activity briefing that they had received earlier, they were going to patrol inside on schedule. Everyone understood this much, but the main girl immediately tried to make a move. That murderous little witch was done wasting time, especially after hearing that tear-jerking story that seemed to set her on fire. In fact, she was trying to steal a little moment with the ever-so-passionate hero. Of course, before she could get very far, someone told Lee Sujin that they had just thought of a way to reinforce the patrol route. Xianwu told the hero to come with him right away, stealing his attention and saving his life, much to the dismay and hatred of the main girl. That stupid brunette would never stop getting in her way. She shook with rage, wishing there was something she could do to get rid of the main character once and for all. Since Lee Seojin left, Youngjin noticed that their senior's expression had turned deadly. Now he was going to start jumping to all the wrong sort of assumptions, and he gasped, thinking that he was witnessing some kind of love triangle. Excitedly, he turned to ask Yuiera if she had seen all of the chemistry building up to. It was definitely a love triangle, and she asked the girl what she planned to do about this. However, the girl was thinking of the words that the hero had said at dinner that day about his family, and how he hoped that they were all proud of him. She scoffed, of course, never want to dwell on such soft emotions, and the musclehead wailed when he was just ignored. The fairy girl marched away to start her patrol, focused on things that she found important in life, like hard work and revenge and all that. Meanwhile, Seonwoo finally found a little place where he could be alone with Shiyeon first. He explained that if they started from the corners of the mansion, then they could plan a more efficient route. The brunette's goal here was to guide Lee Sujin in a direction where people would not get caught up in the resulting fight once Jian attacked. The boy wanted to create as little casualties as possible. He then asked the hero if there was anything that they did not understand. The hero said that there was, in fact, something that he was curious about. He wanted to know something about Kim Seon-woo, so the main character had not expected the focus to shift to him so suddenly, and the hero explained that his friend was kind of odd. See, for someone who supposedly lacked mana, the boy could fire off magic like he had an infinite store back in the hidden stage battle. Plus our dude had a fighting style that spammed magic from the front while aiming for the opponent's weak point. There was only one person he knew who fought like that, and the hero was now getting very suspicious about a lot of things, from the boy's appearance to his combat style. Everything about Kim Seon-woo greatly resembled that of the one mage that he had encountered in the wild, the infamous Kim Jin-woo. Okay, so the main character had not expected the table to get turned on him so fast like that. The protagonist was not surprisingly acting just like Uera. However, the brunette pointed out that it made no sense. A minor could not possibly be the mage Kim Jin-woo. The hero admitted that the mage, Kim Jin-woo, was a hero who conquered the tower's hidden floor and caught a main alone. It was likely that the dude was several times stronger than his odd and suspicious classmate Seon-woo could not figure out if that was some kind of compliment or an insult. However, it did mean that his secret identity was safe, so he would take it. However, the hero was curious about who the dude had learned his fighting style from and why he hid his own power from most people, especially after the brunette had told the hero not to hide his own powers. Alright, so Sujin was making a lot of really important and really logical arguments. On that front, the boy was sweating, wondering what excuse he could make for a situation like this. However, they suddenly heard a voice, someone saying that they were not hiding their power. They just had no choice. Both boys turned in, surprised to see Yura walk in on the scene. That was exactly the girl that Seon-woo would prefer to avoid in a moment like this, but she was pretty hard to get rid of. The girl said that she was just taking a walk because she had stuff to think about. She was allowed to do that much. After all, sure, her walk was allowed, but the hero wanted her to explain what she meant by Kim Seon-woo. Having no choice, the girl sighed and said that there were cases where psychological factors make the magic discharge unstable. The gap between the amount and discharge could become large. She was speaking as someone who truly believed that the boy suffered from a traumatic encounter with the group J, and it just so happened that her weird little theory did match Jeanhua's initial display during that very first test, where he had become dead last in the class. In other words, the current brunette that could see before them was not developing his skills, but he was slowly rehabilitating back to his original level. Oh, the girl was scarily smart, so smart that it was almost terrifying. She was wrong on some accounts, but her last statement had been entirely correct. Now the character Lee Seo-jin was impressed by our dude, and he gained 500 points as a reward. Still, the brunette found the whole idea ridiculous. Sure, he'd had more power in his previous life, but in this life, he was truly starting from zero and growing. However, now this theory was making sense to the hero, and he suspected that it explained the strange medicine that his classmate had taken during the hidden stage. Well, our dude could not come up with a better theory as to why he was acting the way that he was, so he went along with it and sighed dramatically, like they had found out his almighty secret. He sighed that he didn't want sympathy, so he had kept it a secret from everyone. The hero was horrified and apologetic for prying so much. He promised to definitely keep it a secret from others. Alright, now that his secret had come to light, the brunette pretended to be weepy and said that he was going to head back now. Lee Seo-jin should just start his patrol from the corners of the mansion, following the route that he planned. He was going away to collect himself. The hero wished the brunette some good rest, and the boy sped off, leaving the hero alone with Uera. He managed to put some good distance between the two of them, and the boy sighed in relief because he had been able to survive thanks to Uera's misunderstanding. Looking around the mansion now, he could not help but notice that Bert had collected a lot of precious stuff. This mansion was one of the hideouts of the villain organization Jian, scattered around the world, while some were painted by Bert herself under the disguise of Charlotte. Most were plundered to raise Jian's operating funds. However, the mansion's real treasures were not these artworks, but the items that Jian had separately stored in a secret room. Using his special ability, the main character was able to detect concealment, illusion, confinement, disruption, seal, and alarm. There were so many wards on their stuff, they really wanted no one touching it. Using the search function, our dude figured out the inferior mana concealment elixir. Everyone was so focused on their own tasks to notice that a real thief had entered the mansion, and our dude was so shameless that he planned to steal from a villain organization. He just needed to work until the third party that would intrude soon, cause some trouble soon. The effect of the concealment elixir began to take effect, and it would conceal the boy's mana for about 10 minutes. With a wicked smile, our dude activated the unique trait of the outsider's privilege, grinning that he'd soon see how the villagers liked getting completely robbed by that sincere-looking guy. Now the two main heroes of the second-year class were alone. The fiery girl then said that if Kim Seon-woo ever used his full strength, she wondered what rank the boy would be. Thinking about it, the hero guessed that the boy could be ranked 15. Yura thought that was such a low number. She thought that at least the hero would recognize what the brunette was really capable of. It was clear to the fiery girl that their classmate ranked much higher. Well, the situation did not matter. Yuyara would swap with the hero when it was time for her patrol shift, so she told the boy not to bother coming to wake her up. The top-ranked student waved, and also added that he had shared the route to her student ID, so all she had to do was check that out. The moon was bright in the sky, and clouds drifted in the sky. Meanwhile, Jeanhul was hard at work. The boy understood that just having a large mana pool did not make an excellent mage. It really depends on how precisely that magic could be executed. In that case, when the hero had guessed that Jeanhul would be the 15th, that was not the highest level that the boy could achieve, not in his opinion anyway. 15 was just his starting point. If the power that he had displayed in the hidden arena at the time was truly the youth's true level, then the hero could not help but smile at the other boy's talent. Suddenly he heard a noise that alerted him that someone was nearby. Immediately Seujin turned, and he found someone walking around at night. That was the main senior, who was supposed to be patrolling far away from him. Our dude left his kids to themselves, and they were doing anything but sticking to the plan. Now the hero boy had spotted their senior Manai. Meanwhile, our dude was hard at work stealing gains from thieves. He needed to hurry and finish up that work before the third party barged in and caused a ton of trouble. Carefully the boy decoded the magic formula of the security system in his path. Thanks to his outsider's privilege, he was able to decipher any magic spell structure. However, if the enemy was a JN on Bert's level, then she would probably sense the mana being released. Right now, this was not going to be an easy break-in mission, and he had to be very careful with how he did things. Thankfully, our dude had chugged down the mana concealment elixir, and that was really gonna come in handy. As he did this work, he was going to bypass this whole system, using a method that only he could use. He had 10 minutes of perfect hiding, so it was time to show the villains how much it sucked to get robbed. Immediately he activated his unique trait of the outsider's privilege. If he fully disabled the barrier, the alarm would go off, and that would be way too troublesome. This was clearly the work of Jin from JN. If he just tweaked the spell so that only one person could pass, then perhaps that would work. It seemed that was a bingo. And soon a door opened up for our dude to step inside. He found himself inside a secret passage that led to JN's secret room. He found that the same security magic was cast on the display area as well. Well, he still had 10 minutes to finish his work, and that was more than enough time. Thanks to his space pocket, that made stealing so much easier. He was going to rob the villains blind. Meanwhile, the security that stood outside the mansion was getting bored. They had heard that the thieves had apparently attacked the place regularly, but it was getting late, and they had seen no sign of anyone like that. One of the security men informed their captain that something seemed off. The Black Flame Mercenary Corps Team 6 captain was the rank mage, Young Ho Jin, and he asked what the problem was. Taking the time to heed the warning of his subordinate, the other man pointed out that they were currently in the Gangwon province. If they stepped off the road a bit, it would lead to a monster field, with high-level monsters rampaging around. No matter how tempting the art was, it seemed crazy that thieves would risk their lives by targeting an area like this. The captain dismissed the concern. After all, they were just here to guard and to get paid. At worst, it was probably some staged incident to collect insurance money. They were well aware that sometimes rich people did that. Instead of poking around the client's motives, it was their best bet to think of the best way to recruit. Li Sujin, the subordinate, sighed and agreed. They had no idea that someone had suddenly shown up behind them. The man, masked in a heavy dark aura, touched the shoulder of one of the soldiers, acknowledging their hard work and good job. Within seconds, both the captain and his poor subordinate were dead. It was quite unfortunate that neither of them would be getting paid. It seemed like a man had infiltrated the area, and he walked past the dead bodies, eyes shining dark. The man paused when he encountered the person that he was looking for. Thanks to his subordinate, he was able to follow along nicely. He was truly grateful to Zhang Yi, who had led him here. The girl asked her senior for the chance to cut off Li Sujin's breath. It was the only thing that she asked for. The man just smiled, and first, they had to confirm if that boy was the child of prophecy or not. There was no use killing a random human if they did not even know that they got the right one. The man was just saying that the girl should guide the hero into their trap. When Seujin showed up, boldly leaping into said trap with all of his might, he yelled for his senior Minnie to watch out as he pulled out his sword, determined to protect her from the Mayan that had suddenly shown up. With a bright light, the hero launched himself at the monster, trying to cut him down. The force of his power was so intense that the girl got knocked off her feet and closed her eyes within seconds. He had grabbed the girl and dragged her away from such a dangerous creature. The boy was powerful, but he was not stupid, and he recognized a monster way out of his league. They needed to run inside immediately, and his priority was saving the life of his senior. The foolish boy had no idea that he was so tightly clinging to the hand of his enemy. He had wondered why the senior Manhwa was outside, but now he realized that an external intruder had killed the Black Flame mercenaries and broken in. This was terrible news, and even worse, the thief turned out to be a main. His breath caught and his bones ached. Without even fighting, from the overwhelming pressure alone, the hero was certain that the monster was old and powerful as heck. He was no normal man. He was an S-rank monster. That terrifying beast had the kind of aura that could dominate a battlefield, and just the feel of it encapsulated them. There was nowhere to run. Seojin just knew with a certainty that if they stopped to fight, they would be dead for sure. The old monster was rather impressed by the hero's ability to judge the enemy's strength. However, the power that had hit them just now was not the power to destroy Main. It seemed that they had targeted the wrong child. After all, such a pity. One of the monster soldiers appeared behind him, and the old monster asked if everything had been dealt with. Even more Main soldiers showed up, and they grinned wickedly, saying the mercenaries standing guard around the mansion had all been dangerously wiped out, with not a single one left. The plot was already turning and changing, and things were getting very dangerous at this point. The boss then commanded that the monsters kill every student within the building, except Lee Seo-jin. This was the order from the king. Once they heard it, all the mains took off to obey. No variable would be tolerated. Somehow, the protagonist was able to make it back in time to inform everyone that an S-rank main had suddenly shown up. The Black Flame mercenaries had been annihilated, and other mains had surrounded the mansion. Senior Money had of course seen it too. The girl panted and admitted that if it was not for Junior Sujin, they would have been in real danger. Anyone in that position would have done the same. That was how the hero felt. The girl just smiled, and Young Jun was watching the whole exchange very closely, since he still had that manic love triangle theory going on. Now most of Jean Wu's plans had scattered, and he was not even aware because he was busy stealing. Still, Yeonjun was crying. For the sake of such a painful love triangle, right now the students need to focus on how to survive, and the hero suggested calling for outside help. They needed to contact Charlotte, but she had conveniently left hours ago to go buy art supplies. The situation was getting worse and worse. Meanwhile, all the main girl could think of was the fact that she had her target so close by, and right where she wanted him. Of course, she wanted to take the opportunity to take revenge right this second, but that meant that she would have to fight Ur and Young Jin head on at the same time. It would be suicide. Plus, she could not disobey Lord Songji's command to not engage until they had gotten confirmation about Seojin's powers. They were stuck in the mountains, so their phones did not work, and the hero immediately asked Kim Sanwoo what he thought, just to realize that the boy was not there. Now that was odd. The brunette was supposed to be in the house, since he had retired first. It was just 5 students left defenseless in this situation, and they had to make sure that they were all accounted for. They had all gone to the brunette's room, but the boy was not shifting from his bed, and when the fiery girl tried to make him stand, they found that he was not even in the bed in the first place. Now the girl was confused. Everyone was confused, but the hero especially was worried about the boy's safety. For now, everyone should stay inside. He was going to go out and find their missing classmate. The boy left the other students in silence, and they all stared at the door. It was a really tense moment, a situation that could determine life or death for a lot of the main character. During a situation like this, our dude was busy looting. He had finally snatched the last special item, which was the beast summoning scroll that could pull out as epic call Hell Serpent. That would be loyal to him. Then he shoved all of that inside his subspace pocket. Bro had stolen so much stuff that his subspace pocket could not take it anymore. Bro had done a clean sweep of the entire safe house. What a greedy pig. There was nothing on the level of a holy relic, but he had secured some relic great items, and he was feeling very satisfied with all of that. Now he just needed to get back in time for what he believed should be the giant event. Unfortunately, a lot of plans had changed. In the incident that was supposed to happen, instead of Lee Sejin or Jaein, a third party would intervene and wrap things up. In all of that chaos, Jaein would not have the leisure to worrying about the stolen items. Their third party that was going to clash with Jaein was, of course, someone that our dude expected. What he did not expect was for a main to show up just as he was walking out of the secret storage room. The boy could not believe what bad luck he had. Meanwhile, the main was absolutely elated that he had found a student to kill. He somehow managed to dodge that first attack, but the big monster was not bothered. After all, it had all night to get things right, and most of the students stuck in this unfortunate mansion were like cornered rats. The brunette had no idea why on earth a man of all things was at the scene, and he wondered where the plot had gone wrong this time. Quickly he raced ahead, knowing that he did not have time to analyze or figure out why there was a monster after him. Right now he had to somehow survive it, so he whipped out his trusty scroll. It was a monster summoning scroll, the kind that would summon a powerful hell serpent that would be loyal to him. Barely 2 seconds after stealing, and he was already trying to launch an attack using stolen artifacts. Fortunately, the snake scroll worked, and the monster leapt out of the pages, targeting the burly man, who had not expected a student of all things to care about a dangerous snake. The brunette smirked, because he had brought the creature just to serve as a distraction, but he had not expected such a powerful serpent to appear. That creature was gigantic and hungry, as it immediately got to work, threatening the monster man with its fangs. Now that the main was restrained, Sion will move close to study the situation. The creature was a B rank. Acknowledging this, he moved to questioning the man, immediately asking why on earth he was attacking this place. The main was a bit intimidated, now that he knew this kid could summon mana balls out of nowhere, and giant snakes. He was not really crazy about finding out just what else this kid could do. However, the big bad monster suddenly started to laugh. Even if the kid was weird and dangerous, he had no desire to betray his master, especially not because of a puny kid. The monster laughed that they were all going to get killed by the Lord Songjin anyway. The creature did not realize it, but that gave the main character all the information that he needed to know. Now that he knew what he needed, he dispatched the main immediately. That low-level goon sure had taken a lot for someone who would not tell him anything. However, the fact that the enemies had made it this far meant that the mercenaries guarding the perimeter had definitely already been killed. This was the worst. If veteran mercenaries were taken out instantly, without a sound, then it was likely that more mains had come, besides this one guy that he had subdued. Plus it didn't help that Songjin had come with them. The boy could not imagine what the main king's right hand was even doing in a place like this. That villain was supposed to appear much later, yet he was here now and leading a group of mains. It did not make sense, and more importantly, the brunette could not let these jokers clash with Leo Sojin. Unfortunately, it did not take the mains long to figure out which room most of the students were hiding in. The muscle head, of course, immediately put those muscles to work, and he fought off the monsters trying to break in. It was tough luck that the mains had come in a large group, and were not ashamed to call in backup to assist themselves. Their goal was to kill all the students, except Lee Soo-jin, of course. The entrance was too narrow, so fortunately it was, holding back the monsters a bit from fully entering the room. They had to push Young Jin away from the door, but the boy stood his ground as much as he could against those wicked monsters. Suddenly a cheetah main showed up with some firepower, telling his subordinates to just clear the area, because he would take care of the children himself. That big ball of intense magic was actually hurled at the poor combat student. Even the man at the door was shocked that they would endanger him like that. However, before that dangerous looking mana ball could make contact with anyone, an even larger flame shot out of the room above Youngchun's head. It seemed those losers had forgotten about Yura, but she tossed a fiery greeting at them to announce her present. The fire quickly combined with the purple mana ball, and the resulting explosion shook the house. It sent those monsters flying, but it was a temporary win. Because those jerks had way too much backup, they needed to re-strategize and figure something out. Immediately Youngjin yelled that the fire girl should at least give a warning before she shot, but the girl just scoffed that with the boy's skills, he should have been able to dodge that quite easily. Meanwhile, Mona was very conflicted. She was stuck inside the room with a bunch of students that she totally should be killing. While they were busy joyfully taking down her kinsman, Yohara was feeling very satisfied with her attack level. Right now, unlike back in the past, her diligent training was finally paying off. The mains around the door seemed to be standing up. No matter how many of those monsters they knocked down, they just kept getting up. The girl cursed her lack of firepower. Once again, those monsters charged, and the fire girl yelled for the muscle boy to focus on what was in front of him. They could assist as best as they could, but even they had limits on that one. The boy still yelled and promised to protect the senior mine eye. The girl smirked and thanked her sweet juniors for all of their help. This was a conflict of interest situation, and she was not sure how to handle it, considering that attacking the kids would mean blowing her cover. But since she had multiple of her brethren outside the door, she figured that eliminating two kids would not be so hard. She was prepared to wipe them out and then go kill Seo-jun. She had finally made up her mind on what to do. However, before the main girl could strike, a huge blast of power outside the door alerted them to a very familiar presence. That power was so vast that it wiped the entire hallway of monster. Those guys had not even seen it coming, as they were swept away much to their hatred and dismay. The other students stared in shock and awe, wondering who had appeared. Now suddenly, the entire hallway was indeed left empty, with nothing but a gaping hole in the ground, and all the monsters gone. The three had no idea what was happening. Meanwhile, Seo-jin was running as fast as he could to find Kim Seon-woo. He had no idea where the boy could have possibly gone in a situation like this, but this was definitely the worst time to be playing a sick game of hide and seek, considering the circumstance. He worried that the boy had gotten taken out by a main, but the resident optimist had to believe in more than that. He had to believe that the boy was alive and safe, somehow, because that was just a better option and alternative. It just so happened that, while the hero was desperately searching, the leader of the main attack found him. He still wanted to assess the boy's power after all, and he teased him for struggling to find a way to save his comrades. It was the S-ranked demon from the front gate, and the boy braced himself for the attack. The S-ranked main smirked because he had known that he would find the boy in a place like this. Pointing his sword, he asked the golden boy to draw his sword. He would give the protagonist a chance to face him before he died. As amazing an opportunity as it sounded like, the man was still an opponent that the protagonist could not defeat. However, running away would just mean that the man would give chase. Knowing this, Seo-jin rushed forward. Drawing his sword, the boy activated weapon enhancement, and he braced himself for impact. As the monster also raised his weapon, he had to make sure that this S rank monster would not reach the others. That was the hero's most important priority. This was the reason he battled with the other monster, with such tenacity, their swords clashing against each other, like a dance between two blades, each trying to dominate the other. It was a clash of will as well as duty, because both warriors had their own reasons for fighting that day. Yes, rank. Main was impressed that the youth could launch a counterattack in such a short amount of time. This was very interesting, but the boy was still a boy. The monster kicked his opponent back, but he was not done fighting yet. Naturally, he expected the boy to pick up his sword and continue the battle. The boy went flying back, groaning in pain from the hit. Give it a few more years and the man was sure that no other monster would be able to stop the protagonist. That was exactly why the boy was dangerous. With a roll, the protagonist managed to barely avoid getting stabbed to death by the old man. He slid back and leapt back on his feet. This was a fight for his life and for the lives of his friends. He could not give up yet, however. The man could not find the one thing he was searching for. It seemed that the hero was not the child of prophecy, even if he was strong. He just happened to have a light attribute. Then again, the monster also suspected that the boy was holding back, because he didn't believe that the S-rank main was a worthy opponent. The hero, of course, did not understand what the monster was talking about at all. He yelled that he had no idea what that was, and raced at the man determined to kill him. The monster was now starting to make some very quick mental calculation. However, he still thought that kid was playing dumb, and he naturally took offense to that, swinging his sword with a violence that was met with another branch of violence. There was an explosion when their swords connected, and it took all of the protagonist's strength to stay standing against such a terrible monster. The man was still aggravated, saying that he had come to this remote land with orders to kill the child of prophecy. If his kind said that the boy was the child of prophecy, then all he had to do was shut up and prove it. Sujin had no idea what this guy was talking about. To make things worse, his sword could only take so much abuse. This battle was a strain on his abilities, because he had not yet reached the level to face off against a villain like this. The main pushed for a confession, wondering why the boy would dare try to toy with him with such weak lies. However, Seojin was truthful the entire time. Whether it was the power of ruin or the child of prophecy, he did not know anything about it. However, with a slash of his hands, he managed to deflect the blow directed at him. Even if he knew, he would not tell that beast that was a fact. The S-rank main cocked his head, and then decided that the hero was useless, and if that was the case, then it was time to kill him. The boy was barely staying upright as he leaned on his sword, and the monster brought his sword down, intending to slay the boy once and for all. It looked like, for all intents and purposes, that Seojin was cooked, until a familiar blast of blue light entered the room. Of course, the main froze, but he had not shifted enough when that man, a blast came in and tore right through his shoulder. A sniper of all things had shown up, shocking the protagonist and shocking the main. So much was happening, but they both wondered who on earth had come. Well, there was one now, and he happened to see the dude retreating. If Seonwoo wanted to dodge accountability, he should really try running away faster. The main Seonjin was not pleased about the situation at all, and he growled about who the heck would dare to interfere with his battle. Of course, the main character was not dumb enough to reveal himself honestly. That monstrous jerk, somehow being able to dodge his fatal shot, had not been part of the plan. So the villain had indeed dodged. He just had not dodged all of it. Our dude had, of course, used his trust amplified mana elixir, Rick, to increase his recovery speed and take up his mana levels by 500%. Of course, now he was in the mana exhaustion period, but thankfully the concealment elixir made sure that he could actually hide after taking so many reckless action. The poor boy had drunk a potion on top of the heart of great nature, and he had poured in all of his power into that stupid attack. As rank mains were seriously no joke. Those guys just refused to die. Still, to think that they had somehow mistaken SCO Junli for the child of prophecy. He knew that the first main attack would bring a lot of attention to the hero, but this was the wrong type of attention. The most unfortunate part was that now Seongjin was pissed. He didn't even care about killing Sujin anymore. He wanted to find the rude rat that had hurled a death blast in his face. If that rude rat was not going to show himself, then he was going to go out of his way just to find him, and he would slice through the whole building just to do it. Dang, the monster was willing to cause a lot of damage to someone else's property. Jian was not going to like this. The man prepped up his power. As the protagonist pushed shakily to his feet, the hero happened to know that the man was targeting the brunette that he had come all this way to save, and he needed to stop the monster from killing his friend. He was such a good person that he was still trying to fight someone way out of his league. Even the main character knew that he was done. The clownery was fun, but the plot had ballooned to levels that even he couldn't predict, and there was nothing that he could do to contain the madness either. Now there was only one thing that could save them. Sudden, very violent blast of power informed the brunette that this saving grace had finally arrived. It was golden and brilliant, a bright light of such immense power that even the S-rank main was dwarfed by its intensity. The man growled as he struggled against such intense power. The explosion from it rocked so hard that even the brunette noticed. The attack was so brutal that it stole the clothes right off the villain's body. The man accused the fighter of attacking from behind, like a coward, but she was clearly standing right at the front door. He asked the person to reveal their identity and purpose, but the lady had the exact same words for the jerk who was destroying her house. Finally, it seemed their host had returned, and she was not in a silly, goofy mood. Meanwhile, the other mains in the compound were getting taken out immediately by other members of the team who could not believe that some other group had stormed their base. It was so rude of them. The poor mains got beaten up so bad, and yet Jin just fixed his glasses, like they were such an annoying minor inconvenience. The power of villain groups, where all the members are powerful, which can never be overrated. Now the lead lady was confronting SEO Jin, asking why on earth this monster had broken into her house to target Lee Soo-jin. The brunette sighed in relief. Now that they could pit one enemy against the other, now they could kill each other to their heart's content, and the students would not have to do any of the heavy lifting. And my goodness, did they try. There was no holding back when it came to overpowered monster, and high-level magic was soon flying around the scene like a nightmare. The lady was not even bothered. It would be no surprise if SEO Jin wondered why she had even hired them in the first place, since the stupid man was not going to talk easily. She had no intentions of holding back either. A blast of magic power had her flying back, and the S-rank main growled that those who dared to interfere with the king's orders would die for sure. Alright, so both of the main villains had blasted themselves out of the house to continue fighting outside, which meant for now that anyone inside was safe. The hero could not believe the amount of firepower that Miss Charlotte was packing. With that much heat, these should have been the least of her problem. That aside, it seemed the other students had finally found him. Young Chen raced out to ask him if he was okay. The whole arena was a total mess, and Yor wondered what on earth was going on. The hero admitted that he had almost died fighting an S-rank demon, but somehow Miss Charlotte had shown up and saved him. This did not make sense to his muscle-head friend. After all, Miss Charlotte was supposed to be a civilian. He wanted them to go help her, but Qian who had other ideas. They needed to get the heck out of this scenario immediately before they got caught up in this nasty fight. All the others were relieved that he was safe. The fire girl snarling and asking where the heck he was. When all of this was going down, the boy admitted that he had been hiding in the corner, but that did not matter. They needed to leave right away. Of course, Yohara did not feel good about running away when Miss Charlotte was fighting for her life. Yeah, that was the other way around. That monster in heels was going to be fine. The same could not be said about them. If she found out that one of them had stolen their stuff, it was not like the boy could tell them that the blonde lady was actually a worse villain than the first guy. However, Money already had a clear understanding of what was going on. If even her boss Song Jin was having a hard time, then there was no way they needed to help that woman. After what happened earlier, the sweet senior faked that she was so terrified she was an enemy, but the brunette could use that to his advantage still. He wondered why the girl was suddenly acting all scared and frightened. The truth was, the girl hated all of them, but she hated dying more. Intervening now would only lead to a worse outcome, so she was more than eager to bolt. She just needed to convince her other classmates to do it too. She was going to survive, and then get her revenge with her own hands. Such was the selfish nature of a monster. No matter how cute she was, since most of them were in agreement, the boy had found a way for them to sneak out, so all they had to do was follow him. With a serious frown on his face, he led the team, knowing that even if Jania was up to her usual filthy tricks, neither he nor she could do anything about this situation. They needed to run, and it was time to make their exit. Meanwhile, carnage, death, and destruction were being wreaked on the front lawn. Those two villains were tearing at each other like a pair of wild dogs fighting over bush meat, and their battle came with special effects. Both villains thrummed with different elements of high power magic, and neither of them looked interested in backing down. The man launched his black flames, and she launched her golden lightning, each of them trying to beat the brakes out of each other. Bird easily recognized the dark transformation attack and responded with her own high-level attack. Those were not even enough to distract her, and she met Song Jin head-on and face-to-face. As the man leapt forward swinging his mighty sword, one of her henchmen showed up and blocked the attack. It seemed they had quickly wrapped up killing the insignificant monsters, and they were now bored enough to join hands and beating the old guy. Of course, old Big Bad Mane was not crazy about interferes when there was someone he was trying to kill. However, he clearly had no idea who he was dealing with. They accused him of interfering first. This was their battleground and their trap, and now this idiot had shown up out of nowhere and tried to call dibs on their hero. Obviously, they were not having it. The slice from the first guy took out the main's leg, and then another subordinate showed up. One by one, they had quickly rounded up the first order of business that they had needed to attend to, and now they were turning their attention to the more noteworthy fight happening against their main. Madame the main was now starting to realize that something was off. Suddenly there was a whole group of S-rank mages around. He was now fighting a 3 against 1, and with the way things were looking, those numbers were going to just keep getting worse. He was sure that one of these people attacking him had to be the guy who had sniped him earlier, and he really wanted to kill that guy. Of course, this S-rank monster was not like the usual weaklings, and within seconds he had regenerated his leg, asking those jerks to get off him. Obviously they didn't listen, because he was over here, destroying and razing their property. There was no way that they could overlook that kind of lousy interference with their own plans. So the fifth continued, and the battle waged harsher than before, with all of her underlings now doing the fighting for her. Bert took a moment to reassess the situation. As she watched them fight, Jin reported that they had cleared out all of the mains on the first floor and the ones in the garden. Scar should just be rounding up and taking care of the monsters on the second floor. As well as for Lee Soo-jin, the hero that they were oddly focused on was safe, and the man had confirmed that the boy had escaped, along with the other student. The lady sighed because there were just so many things that she had wanted to ask the boy. Not this interference had ruined everything. Bacon Song and Natasha were told to wrap this nonsense up. Immediately, no more playing around. The main smirked, wondering who they thought they were to make such a harsh command. However, when he raised his sword to strike down the fighter in front of him, he found to his dismay that he could not bring that sword down. Natasha was working against him to keep his hands in the air, and that left him wide open. The black-haired villain scoffed, asking the old man if he had really thought that he would win just because he could regenerate. He growled that he was going to kill her, but he really should try to focus on the enemies that were right in front of him. Of course, Seong-jin immediately got stabbed by Baek In-song, who had been waiting for an opportunity. He did not even just stab that dude once, he poked through him almost 100 times. The man screamed in agony at such persistent torture, tearing through his body, mind, and soul. They roared in hatred of humans who would dare to oppose him like this. A huge explosion could be heard even far from the house, and all the students flinched. They were trying their best to sneak out, so that they would not be involved in such a difficult situation. As Seong-jin stared back at the house, so many questions on his mind concerning the woman who had come to save him, the man that had tried to kill him, and the mission they'd been hired for. However, it did not seem like he would get any of those answers. Right now he needed to focus on what he could do, which was escape. Man got all fired up. Clearly they were having a whole lot of fun in this ultimate battle between the big boys and the big girls. It was a matter of pride on the line. When a man that fed on human blood was pushed to its absolute limit, it would trigger a last resort for survival. In this case it was clearly the body quaking, roaring and life-bending transformation that the man was going through. His eyes blacked out completely as he activated the ultimate form of rampage. The man, who had come close enough to stab the rising monster, widened his eyes in horror when he realized that the man was slowly becoming something else. This was dangerous, and he yelled out a warning to his peers that this monster was clearly about to go berserk. There was a huge explosion as the students, shamelessly working very hard, tried to sneak out of this chaotic situation. No matter how they looked at it, it was way more than they could handle, so their best bet was really to get out of the premises as fast as they could. Still, the hero was such a nice guy that he worried when he saw the explosion. Meanwhile, the League of Villains stood around each other, falling back. When the monster transformed during a rampage, a main would lose all reason, but in exchange, they would recover a great amount of physical ability. Mana and all other states would rise dramatically. Mains that were a rank or stronger may even change their appearance to suit combat, which was exactly what the old main had done, cause now he was decked out in some high-class, fancy battle-like armor. It was rather impressive actually. Bro was decked out from head to toe, in full body covering armor, and his rampage berserk style looked very stylish. He even had horns on top and a nice magic sword to boot. Just at a glance, they could tell that the mage they were fighting was no ordinary monster, and they had to wonder what such a high-level monster was even doing on their property. In the first place, the stronger the main, the several times more dangerous it could get. During a rampage they all turned to Bert, their leader of course, and asked for some direction concerning their next course of action. Well, the fact remained that the monster was here, trashing their home uninvited, but they did have to take note of the fact that a dangerous nemesis had appeared. They wondered if there was anyone willing to risk their lives fighting such a terrible-looking beast. And of course, there happened to be one member of the villain league who was very excited about it, and he leapt in with joy, excited to see this dangerous enemy. With a grin, Scott declared that he would handle destroying this monster once and for all. He dove in, throwing a few hits that of course didn't land. It was way too early to defeat a monster that powerful after all, especially now that he was wearing his fancy new fit. Having dodged the first attack, the main happily retaliated by swinging and hitting the villain so hard that he was blown to the other side of the compound. That was kind of rude of him, but the berserker main happily flexed its muscles, like it was daring them to challenge it. Sky got to his feet, figuring that it was not such a bad greeting at all. Bert watched the fight carefully, while Jin assessed their environment. Before returning to the fight, Sky asked to be sure that Bert and Jin were okay. Jin was furious, telling the idiot not to say their names. They were supposed to sneak in and out of this environment undiscovered. Then again, anyone who would recognize them was mostly dead. It was just them and the beast right now. The beast was also not waiting around for any introductions, and it charged forward, breaking the concrete under its feet with every step that it took, following orders. The big blonde reported that he had killed only mains and did not touch the kids. Then he asked if they were over there, having fun and engaging in combat without him. Just sighed that they were just warming up, and she set her hand on fire as she prepared to face the beast. In front of her the monster also braced for combat, and then leapt right at them. Currently all the villains were standing together, so it only had to focus its attention on one place. The blonde lady instructed her group that from here on, as that dark and evil mass approached, they would fight as a giant. There would be no more holding back, especially since the kids were gone anyway. Meanwhile, as the kids continued their trek to safety, lightning and thunder danced in the sky from all of the fighting going on nearby. The hot-tempered, intense fire girl of the class felt a shiver run through the air. Those thunderclaps seemed almost familiar. For some reason, there was also the situation of the mana, scorching the air, which made her hand go numb with every breath. Even the sky looked just like a distant memory, one that she had tried very hard to forget, the day that her parents had been murdered by those creatures in human skin, but she could not accept them as human. The boys noticed the girl looking back of, and only the main character knew that. It would be difficult if she realized what was truly going on back there. In fact, they could feel the energy just sparking within the distance. It was definitely the power of an S rank. It was the right that they would have to bear from now on, especially once main plot points started kicking off. Currently Jane was fighting with a rampaging main, and they didn't need to involve themselves in that, but they did need to get stronger. An enemy with an overwhelming gap in power, so vast that it could not even be measured, was in battle. They utilized magic circles, and even more magical chains to restrain their enemy. Magical chains hold the rampaging main in place, while magic all attacks hit its weak spots. Jane attacking as a well-coordinated group, each of them striking fast and hard. The main bled from multiple points, while actively battling against the chains that held it down, the biggest weakness in its current attack being the fact that it chose to fight alone. Then the yellow lightning came down, scorching the sky and painting the clouds, roasted the enemy before them, striking sharp and unforgiving, and the old man screamed in agony as his body was lit up in pain and sparks. What the main character had truly wanted to show you, Era in Lee Soo-jin, was never a landscape this hopeless. What was currently going on down there was frankly a battle that they could not win, and just as quickly as it started, it had ended. Jane's sighed as the main fell to his knees, noting the end of that difficult fight. It was rare for a rampaging main to come back from it. That was quite a sight. Despite all that they had done to the old monster, it seemed to still be whole and in control of some of its senses. The more the creature regenerated, the more Skeg got to hit it, and that worked for the fight maniac very much. He even tried to get Bake and Song to agree, but the other fighter just sighed. Those names now. The main remembered where he had heard those names before, and he looked up in surprise at the remnants of June. The losers who had been wiped out by Kim Jinchul were still crawling around. Naturally, Bert did not take kindly at all to being called a loser, and that was rich considering the one calling them that was the idiot that they had just wiped the floor with. While he had been in his rampage state, Sky giggled that they were so popular that other villains were always able to recognize them, no matter what the girl yelled, that the man had outed them with his own stupid mouth by calling all of their names. It was so annoying. At any rate, they needed to deal with the fact that a stranger had raided their territory, and they wanted to know why. He had no right to call them a loser, and the dark-haired lady said so. However, curiously, the main just mumbled a command to kill. However, the blonde had completely forgotten the other plan. The lady in charge informed the man that he was not going to die. Not yet anyway. He had to tell them first why he had come all this way to kill Lee Soo-jin. If he told them that, then he would be allowed to die on his own terms. That was their deal anyway. The man, however, just chuckled and said that they would all die, regardless of his will. Not just him, but every single person in that house is there now. That was not just a threat. It also sounded like a warning of some sinister plan. Looking up, they saw something bright and pink in the sky. Coming down, Jane just could not rest, as they kept suffering trouble, back to back from various invaders in their house. It seemed that Little Rat had some more allies left, after all, which was very inconvenient. However, the blonde looked up and recognized that annoying mana. It did not belong to a main. The old man seemed to smile his agreement, as a big swirling pool that looked like a falling star came down on them. The blonde sighed, because she'd had enough of this nonsense. But it seemed that a new guest had arrived at the mansion. It seemed the person that our dude had been waiting for had finally arrived. The brunette's eyes widened as the third force finally appeared on that faithful night, and all the students stared with wonder at the falling ball of red. Giant Rock the muscle head pointed in alarm, but the other students managed to maintain their cool. Honestly, that dude had finally arrived, right on schedule. The beautiful sight that the main character wanted to show his friends. The power of S-rank villains was really overwhelming, so overwhelming that a normal hero could not even begin to grasp how to defeat such might and terror. However, the boy did not want the protagonists of this story to be crushed under a villain's power and fear, or to carry that scar that would taint their minds and haunt their dreams. What he wanted to show them was the figure that suddenly appeared in the air, carrying that big ball of red light. This was because no matter how powerful the villain, there would always be an even stronger ally who could overpower them with a wave of their hands. The new hero dropped the rock on the villains, and it split into a dozen pieces, falling like fiery rain one day. The main character wanted the heroes to believe that they would grow beyond these inspiring, ground-shaking heroes and that hope would shine through. At their darkest moment the Witch of Flames had arrived, and the young Yuira stared in awe at the appearance of her big sister, the perfect person to chase away her nightmare. The master of the Jian Victims Guild, the Blade of Dawn was a guild that consisted primarily of the victims of Jian. The master leading this small elite force, composed entirely of A to S rank mages, was none other than the almighty and powerful Witch of Fire, also known as Wian, who wielded the primordial of flame attribute, manifestation in the world. It seemed something had attracted her to this area, and she had finally found the enemies that she had been searching for. The scum known as Jian this time for sure. She swore to wipe them off the face of the earth. Meanwhile Birdside, as she greeted yet another very troublesome guest, this seemed to be a time for people just breaking and entering into her home. She had not even invited them either. It was very rude of them. The dark-haired Jian member immediately suggested that they bail. This did not seem a fight worth risking their neck about. However, the main laugh, that escaping the magic of the scale, was damn near delusional, and there was no way for them to run away from such an almighty force. That fireball was coming down fast, and the man laughed that at least the road to the afterlife would not be lonely. That sucker who had ruined their night was really rejoicing over the thought of them dying with him. He laughed that he would get to watch all of them burn to death as his entertainment. Skeg growled that he should crush that disrespectful main insect before they left the premises, but his teammates reminded him that focusing on nonsense like that was a stupid thing to do. They had to focus on running away first. The blonde lady smiled and told the blonde, bespectacled magic man that she was counting on. He always found a way to fix their messes. After all, the man could only use this charm once, but he activated it, and the magic bubbled around him like a rising wave. Slowly magic circles appeared underneath their feet, and the members of J and prepared to be magicked away. The main was of course disgusted and horrified to see that his enemies were clearly escaping, as they had seen a way to avoid such a tasteless death. They teased that they would love to take that guy along as well, but there was a limit on how many people he could carry. That was clearly because he then told the monster to rot in hell alone before the entire organization disappeared before the main's eyes. The poor murderer main would then have to die alone, and he sat in fear at the burning rock coming down on him. In his last moments he passed a message to his king, and praying in the usual fanatical worship that his dark king would reign forever. That burning rock came down and consumed him entirely, as well as the whole house. The resulting explosion was massive. That was the power of an S-rank hero. Flame rose into the air like a gigantic blooming flower, tinted in the colors of orange and yellow. But the kids saw the explosion from afar, of course, and it was so great that they actually had to lift their arms to cover their eyes as it came in. They were amazed to realize that the identity of their client, Miss Charlotte, was actually that of a member of the worst terrorist organization. A man from the guild landed before the kids and put up a shield to protect the students from the resulting blast. He warned the kids behind him to keep this encounter a secret. If information leaked that they had met up with Jaein, it would interfere with their pursuit of them. After all, their defender was the Blade of Dawn, and a ranked mage called Jung Jake One. The man yelled to his guildmaster that he had found the kids that they had rescued from that terrible house. As soon as Ayan heard that, she sprinted over at once, because her little sister was a part of that group. The amazing fiery lady descended, her hair flying behind her as she made her landing. As soon as she landed, her teammate asked for updates on Jaein. Unfortunately, those cowards had escaped, and they had a degraded copy of a teleportation sacred relic. How annoying of them to be so resourceful. Huan groaned, because he knew that was definitely Jin's handiwork. He hated that magical engineer with everything within him. Then the older fire lady paused. When she saw her younger sister, she stared at Era calling out to her, and the girl acknowledged her older sister immediately, without saying too much. The big sister pulled her younger one into a big hug. She was so glad that her sister was safe. The last time that her family had encountered those monsters, they had not been so lucky, so of course, she was loath to lose anyone to Jane ever again. The younger Era sighed that their enemies had been so strong. She hated them. She did not even dare to lift a finger against them. However, her sister also knew this. She had been chasing after them so long, but still she urged her sister not to chase revenge. She wanted her younger sister to live a blissful and happy life while she got revenge on their behalf. No older sibling would want to see their younger one suffer and struggle. After all, the girl yelled back that her sister knew that she could not do that. She was such an ambitious young lady that she wanted to join in on the hunt after Jay, and she also wanted to make them pay with her own hands for what they had done to her. The big sister could not believe that, even after everything, her little sister had refused to change. Thus was the way that life sometimes went. The girl smiled that her sister could not beat her stubbornness. She had not succeeded back then, and she would not succeed now. However, Ayan sighed that it was not stubbornness, but something so much fiercer. It was a promise. She looked down at a cloth wrapped around her hand, recalling the promise that was made for years ago. a promise between sisters, that the younger girl had asked her older sister not to hurt herself with a knife. Ever again it seemed. Era carried scars from when her sister used to cut herself, which was why she had reacted that way when she saw the main character's scars. In the darkest period of Yuan's life, she had lost even the will to live, due to the overwhelming helplessness in her life. Back then her sister had held her and cried, saying that she was all that she had left. The big sister also found herself brought to the point of tears, to hear her sister say that, and to see her little sister clinging to her, like she was a raft in the stormy sea. In the end all they had was each other, and they held on to each other as tight as they could. That promise was what had saved Yuan back then, and she had sworn that her little sister would grow to be a better mage than her someday. Well, Era seemed hell-bent on keeping that promise, and her big sister laughed. She decided that they would talk more about her sister's career path at another time, as they did a little talk in reunion. Seojin watched that little family. The hero himself felt a little jealous, and he wondered if he could ever become that strong. His muscle-head best friend smiled brightly, and asked what his friend was thinking so hard about. The hero smiled, saying that he was just thinking of a little this, and a little that, whatever the case. His best friend told him not to overthink things, just like the hanging incident, the hidden stage, and this one too. Everything had worked out in the end. No matter how much of a genius the young hero was, he could not solve everything by himself. In that case it was best for the hero to help others, as much as he had been helped as well. The hero smiled, thanking his friend Young Jin for the encouraging words. The musclehead grinned that if the hero was so thankful, then he should hurry and help him with his note-taking assignment. When they got back, the hero immediately told his friend to do that part on his own still. The main character was very glad that he had intervened in all of the happening. If he had not leaked the information to the Blade of Dawn anonymously, the plot would have gotten even more twisted. After Jae-in finished beating that main, they could have come after them, and then things would get ugly too fast. Yura's career concerns and Lee Soo-jin's motivation, the progression had changed, but it would still be a good foundation in the end for their growth. For now, the main character had achieved a successful hit on the S-ranked demon unlocked, and he had earned 5,000 points. He also indirectly defeated an S-ranked demon, which earned another 5,000 points. These rewards were getting more and more random. By the second he had made a minor contribution to the subdual of the S-rank villain, Song Jin, which was a major change in the story, and the efficiency had been increased by 1.2, while the progression had changed form before. It looked like nothing had directly affected Lee Xiaojun like this until now. The main brunt turned to glance at the fire girl, watching her hair blow in the wind. Yura had a brief encounter with Jin. She had seen them from closer than she'd been since the day they had ruined her life, and her drive to destroy them still burned strong. For now, the brunette had to start preparing for variables that would arise in the future. They soon headed back to the Blade of Dawn Korea headquarters, and, as expected, the specific details of the incident had remained undisclosed, and the news just reported that a huge forest fire had broken out on the outskirts of Gangwon province, with multiple Black Flame mercenaries dead. Maya Association Chairman Kim Jinchul had pulled some strings to ensure that the hidden connection between Lee, Seojin, and Jae-in would not become a subject of gossip. In the ruins of the mansion that served as Jane's hideout, they had not been able to discover anything special, really, but they guessed that the villain organization probably kept the important items stored elsewhere. Unfortunately, our dude had already wiped that area clean, and a huge fireball had contributed greatly to erasing his tracks. This time it seemed, the villain organization had the goal of approaching Lee Seojin. The older sister commanded that they withdraw everyone in the field. Immediately they had to go in pursuit of their enemies and eliminate them once and for all. Before they headed out, her colleague asked if she was gonna go see her sister one more time. The lady had always acted like she did not care, but Ji-won knew that Ian missed her baby sister. However, the lady said that she would not waste the time of someone who was busy. Things were going to get very busy from now on. Specifically, she should not take her eyes off Lee Seojin or those around him, which means that she now has a fancy excuse to see her little sister a bit more often. Her precious little sister. She swore that she would never let her sweet angel fall into danger again, this time for sure. She would definitely burn those J and cockroaches to ashes in a pile that they could never heal from. Meanwhile, in a wrecked-looking fancy place, footsteps echoed as a man walked through. The Blade of Dawn was a guild recognized by Jae-in, as they tended to serve as the biggest thorn in their side. Those jerks had definitely swept through the place in search of their magical items, but Jin was sure that they had not found their extra secret hideout. How curious that the house was still standing, enough that the man could still sneak in and walk through a mostly stable hallway, as expected of Jae. And they made their hideout out of some strong stuff. Even the paintings that Bert had drawn had all been burned up, and the blonde man was not so thrilled about that. However, his focus was on their secret safe stash. He opened the magical wardrobe and reached inside, sure that those stupid heroes had not been able to find this special spot. The real treasures that were hidden away as mere art pieces were worth way more than anything those guys had been able to find. In the house, Jin was feeling very confident about the one who had designed the security for his precious treasure too. However, he found that the perfect storehouse, completely swept clean, Xianwu had robbed them blind. The blonde could not believe that the hero organization could be so efficient, and he growled, asking which of their enemies that had suddenly shown up that day had been able to steal his stuff. Well, it was the enemy that he least expected, and the brown-haired youth was happily chuckling to himself about it. He sat in his room with his inheritance of the formless spirit relic and many other stolen artifacts. The main character smirked and said that he would be sure to make good use of. Mystery was a power that even science and magic could not explain. It was a power that reached the very root of the world. Items that harbored such mysteries were called relics. The legacy of the formless spirit. The relic was an item that imbued magic with an element. This ring was the only relic among the items that Jane had stashed away. Light, along with non-attribute, was the only element that could not be adapted through training. So if he was going to acquire one first, then the boy focused seriously. As he grew the power before him, naturally the talent he wanted to acquire now had to be the light element. A relic would also allow him to learn every element. If he added his newly grown power to this light formula that he was working on, there was one thing that the brunette had learned. After the battle in Gangwon province, it was a discovery that was limited to when he used elixir or skills. But the mana he focused to its absolute limit momentarily could reach a rank. The reason Seongjin the main had noticed the boy's sniping that he'd used to assist the hero of the story was because it had exceeded the C rank mana concealment limit from a rank onwards. Manifested magic could generate a silver aura. Now the boy had unlocked an achievement of silver mana manifestation, and his mana control proficiency had increased by 30%. He also got a reward of 5,000 extra points. Now if he could just get the hang of controlling this power freely somehow, then he would be able to excel a bit more. The main character focused and drew in a breath, sighing, because all of his training had just led to mana exhaustion. He was getting rather tired of feeling numb, while he worked very hard to succeed. Even using the heart of Mother Nature and an elixir had not been enough to buy time to compress it to the power level that he wanted. After all of this training, the boy just had a few of these extras left, and he wanted to save them until he really needed them again. As he considered his option, the boy recalled what it had been like to fight that powerful man. He could not let a situation like that happen again. The hero had come really close to dying. He did not dare lose Sujin now, especially after all the hard work he had already put in to protect the boy. Exhausted, the brunette flopped into bed, raising his hand to examine the ring that he had stolen. If he did not get stronger than he was now, the way he was right now, was not someone who could be of any help to Li Xiaojun. The brunette had stayed up all night, agonizing over what he could do right now. He had looked through the demonic beast, summoning scroll, and even the sun and moon pharmacopoeia. Besides the relic ring, those were the only useful tools that he had looted from the villain organization. He had already tested the demon beast, summoning scroll in battle, and Han Seong would love it. If he gave her the sun and moon pharmacopoeia, perhaps he could use that to get some extra points from the pharmacy company. The boy walked ahead and paused when he got a notification for character insight. Last of all, he had used the points that he had earned this time to buy a trait that would come in handy. Wera and his sweet student were waiting for him, and they happily waved for the boy to join them. The main character apologized for being late and decided to test out the character insight skill. I told him a bunch of stuff he already knew. The two girls before him were Yunhee Young and Yu Era. Both age 18. The ice girl had joyful mana, while the fire girl had calm mana. Ice girl was C rank and the fire girl was B. Era's interest in him was still on level 1, but his little student had risen to level 2. The ice girl happily said that she had saved a seat for her senior. The fire girl, Percy as ever, just asked why he was so late. This was as much information as he could get from the character insight, and he just laughed that he did not sleep well last night. The ice girl was surprised, asking if he was sick. The fire girl even suggested meditating before bed, so she did have a heart after all. Right now the boy was working very hard to mobilize every possible method available to him. In the morning they had the second-year class, a manifestation department class. They asked what they would be learning in today's manifestation class, and it would be mana shape transformation. First they were to form a mana sphere over their hand. Then the students should try to change that sphere into a different shape, demonstrating in front of the class. The teacher calmly changed her mana ball into slivers of lightning. The students were impressed with this transformation of the course, and were eager to get started and try it out as well. The teacher encouraged them all to begin their individual practice, because it helped them use their imaginations flexibly. After all, it was not as easy as it sounded. Of course, naming a shape straight away was one thing, but changing something that had already manifested into something else was a tad difficult. Looked down at the flame ball that she had created, and then easily changed the shape so that it looked more like a burning bush. Those flames grew around her and then expanded in size. The fire girl was clearly just showing off at this point, and everyone gasped at how amazing she was. As usual, they could not believe that she was so good at doing high-tech magic when she was the same age as they were. The girl just huffed like it was easy. Meanwhile, Haeyoung was also working on manifesting an ice cup, and they praised her for nailing it on her first try. Her skills had skyrocketed since the midterm exams. Shape transformation was a particularly useful skill for manifestation mages. By switching between offense and defense, using shape transformation, even a manifestation mage, who was typically weak in close combat, could lead battles fluidly. Kim Seung-woo, however, was struggling a bit too much. The boy had unfortunately become rather popular in class, so lots of people were waiting to see something cool. The poor boy knew that transformation was a much higher level skill than manifestation. Only those who were naturally gifted could do it. Well, from the start, he was trying really hard, and he wished his classmates would focus on something else. Suddenly he felt a familiar itch, and looked up to see that the fire girl was watching him, like a cat watches a mouse. He asked if this was hard. The first time, seeing someone who could not do a shape transformation, it wasn't. She just thought that it was a bit unexpected. She had sort of gotten used to seeing him excel at random things at random times. She knew that he had his circumstances, but she did not understand why he could not do a shape transformation when he could even use compression manifestation. The boy scoffed that those two were in completely different realms. Compression manifestation was an issue of control. It was something that a person learned through repetitive training. On the other hand, shape transformation was the power to handle the flow of your own mana. It was a purely innate ability, based on a person's imagination, and our dude happened to struggle with that a tad. So he was saying that compression manifestation was the realm of hard work, while shape transformation was the realm of talent. That was exactly what he was saying. So he needed to tell the two girls to lay off. Talent and hard work were two different things. However, the fire mage was still surprised. She had been so sure that Seung-woo was a young man, just bursting with talent. Meanwhile, the brunette decided to check up on his student and ask her if she was still keeping up with her practice. The girl beamed that she was, and she even invited him to train with her this weekend. As well, the fire girl had never seen it herself, but she was sure that the brunette had talent, and he had even surpassed his limits, with even more hard work than her. Yor was shocked by this realization, but then the boy suddenly spoke to her, telling her that he should probably focus on manifestation, or emission rather than shape transformation. The girl paused, so the boy went on to say that from what he could see, she was already complete in that area, and if she felt like her firepower was lacking, then she should focus on emission. Even scarier to the fire girl was how right the boy was. Even when they had fought the demonic humans in Gangwon province, and she had watched her sister fight, she kept thinking that her power was not enough. Yet now she knew why, listening to his advice. She felt like she could see the direction that her training should take. It was just like Haeyoung said. The ice girl had told her that if she hit a wall, Seung-woo had the power to break through it for her. The boy just laughed, because he happened to be pretty observant. Most mages were incapable of objectively analyzing their own abilities. Since he had pointed this out, he was sure that the fire girl's growth would start speeding up too. It was his job to make sure that all of the heroes would continue to grow. Suddenly, Yugar mentioned that she was curious about something, and she asked the boy if he had ever hit a wall anywhere. It was funny that she should mention that, because he was currently struggling with a very serious wall. The boy looked up surprised at the question. The girl had hit the nail on the head with that inquiry. The main character had indeed hit a wall, and he knew all too well what was holding him back. His lack of mana capacity was making it hard for him to grow. To make up for the fact that he had been using elixirs and the heart of Mother Nature to explosively boost his mana regeneration. While fighting, however, enemies stronger than Songjin would start showing up and causing trouble, and he needed to be ready for that. He could not afford to spend several minutes compressing his mana every time that he fought. In that case, he needed to seek help. So he went to a teacher to ask how to increase his magic compression speed. It was an odd request, one that he felt that the manifestation department teacher would be able to help him with. The boy was just trying to figure out a way to improve his compression manifestation. The faster he could compress, the more he could fire. He had thought that the teacher might know some kind of trick. Nisli was surprised that the boy, who was always helping other students, would struggle with something like this. However, she explained that there was no trick to it. When it came to magic, the answer was always talent, time and hard work. That was great, but he was kind of lacking in talent as well as time. He needed faster options here, however. The teacher then mentioned that there were other ways to grow, besides just speed under the light of the full moon. The boy knew that increasing his manifestation speed would require an immense amount of time and effort. However, he did not have that kind of time. The villains targeting Lee Soo-jin would not sit around and wait for him to get stronger. The conclusion that the boy had reached, after hearing the teacher's advice, was a manifestation detail. The boy drank an elixir and began to grow the magic in his hand. Yura's flames could unleash a powerful destructive force, even without compression. And the same went for Hing's ice. Even with the exact same shape, how delicately it was refined to match its element would determine the magic's destructive power. However, with his abilities, the boy knew that his limit was the basic spherical shape. However, that was simple too. The details mattered more. Perfection was difficult for anyone to achieve, But if the boy could not create perfection, then he would spend the night crafting something else. Shanwu focused, and made his magic into something sharper. He would keep the compression time the same, but increase the clarity of the sphere, to the absolute limit, as close to perfection as he could possibly get. That was his aim then. He would shoot, with all of his might at the target in front of him. It was not moving, but it made for great practice, and he obliterated the thing. The brunette paused to catch his breath for a second, and he unlocked yet another achievement. It looked like he was going to be really busy. From now on, our boy Shanwu was busy training again. He fired off a huge amount of blue mana, creating a huge blast that flew from his hands and soared across the field, right to the target that was set in the middle. The target right there was obliterated immediately. With the enemy vanquished, our dude took a moment to steady his hands and think very deeply about how busy he was going to be from now on. Later that evening, he had a little dinner with his favorite pharmaceutical head. The rank state that the main character managed to reach during training a few days ago was only temporary, and it was the kind of thing that he could only use thanks to the help of some hard magical drugs in order to fully master the technique and officially ascend to a rank. Our boy needed to train while under the effects of an elixir. Please, head of the pharmacist company happily handed our main character the box to check it for himself. Once the case was open, it revealed 100 bottles of elixir that he had asked for. The boy stared into the box, knowing that he was going to need a lot of them now. He knew it was an unreasonable request, but the lady really did live up to her title as a genius pharmacist. The lady just laughed and said that she would not have even gone this far if it weren't for his request. Thanks to him, she was able to achieve all sorts of new stuff, since his information had helped them catch the terrorist, threatening them. He should just consider this a token of her gratitude. The boy thanked her. The pharmacist smiled as she looked at him, asking if he was really sure that he would not join her side. She could really treat him so well, if he just considered it well. It was a great offer, but he did have to babysit the heroes, since his death would lead to the destruction of the world, as they knew it. So unfortunately, our guy would just have to pass. He really appreciated the offer, but he had to politely decline once again. This time she asked Jinwoo if he was waiting for her to take over the Hanson family. Then she teased that he would be too late by then. The man just smiled and said that it sounded like she was planning a new business venture. This got the pharmacist all excited, and she said that she would only give him a sneak peek, just because it was him and she trusted him. See, they had recently discovered a large dungeon in the province, and now they were going to build a massive hotel right inside it. Between the accommodations in the item auction, they were sure that the added value would be astronomical. The boy was shocked to hear that she was building a dungeon hotel, and she said exactly that. It was big enough to take 30 years to clear, which meant that it would guarantee a steady, long-term profit for her and her company. The lady shook off the terrifying image of her brother trying to get his hands on her idea, and she had been working so hard and losing sleep, trying to make sure that her brother would not be able to take it away from her. Yeah, our dude told her to stop immediately. Naturally, the lady was confused. She wondered what he was saying all that for. However, the main character revealed to her that the dungeon business was guaranteed to fail. He had seen it in the news before his regression. The Hanson group had poured a massive amount of capital into building a hotel in that provincial dungeon. Unfortunately, about 3 months later, an even larger dungeon appeared in Zool, turning the entire project into a useless white elephant. Now he knew that Han Sayan had been the one to push for that contradiction. It was impossible to predict, but it must have severely damaged her standing against Han Sajin, and it explained a lot. No, of course, this was a lot to believe. All of a sudden, she could not see how this dungeon hotel was going to fail, so she asked the main character to tell her more about his grounds for this belief. Naturally, he couldn't tell her that. He just saw all of that in his past life, which was impossible to prove. He just said that dungeons were hard to find right now, but a massive one could suddenly appear out of nowhere. Unfortunately, that was just an assumption, and she could not just cancel a project on the verge of being announced, based purely on speculation. Business required concrete data. After all, however, the boy was pleased with Han Sayan. He really needed her to take this advice seriously, and anyway, he pointed out that he'd never been wrong before. Well, that much was true, but she was still hesitant, so he decided to add on some extra stuff. If she was willing to trust him on this, then he would give her an extra something, and it would definitely make it worth her while. He had that fancy pharmacy book that he wanted to give him anyway, so he might as well use it to get some gains. It was the Sun and Moon Pharmacopoeia, the secret medical term that was lost 50 years ago. The lady could not believe how our dude had ended up with such a rare item. With this, she could improve the quality of every single product of Hansong Pharmaceutical. To think that the secret recipes of the prestigious Sun and Moon family had been in Jian's hands this whole time. Well, now, the villains couldn't profit from ancient time knowledge, and our boy could also use this to his advantage. The pharmacy lady found herself in a really tight spot, and he asked if she was going to change her mind. Well, she thought about it. See, the dungeon hotel was an undeniably promising venture, but there was no guarantee that it would succeed. However, this was the real Sun and Moon. MangaCapped right in front of her eyes. Her pride, as a pharmacist, would not let her miss out on that, and she wondered why the boy was tempting her, or if something like this was happening. The lady frowned and considered her option. This is a very frustrating situation. She had to decide whether it was a gamble, her future and the boy. Based on what her instincts were telling her, she was so overwhelmed that she grabbed her drink in frustration and engulfed just to help clear her mind. She yelled and asked if the boy had any idea how much money she had already poured into this fancy hotel. It sucked to have to give up now. The main character chuckled to himself that he guessed. He was kind of cute when she was drunk. It was adorable. The lady mumbled that he was playing dirty with his tip about the dungeon, the hotel being a flop. If it turned out to be untrue, he had better take responsibility for it. She was really maxing out her cute points because she looks adorable, getting all weepy and everything. Jingwoo promised that he would take responsibility, so he asked her again if they had a deal. He was just going to give her the book anyway, but at least this would remove some variable. She knew that the boy would not say something like that without reason, so she was just going to trust him again. However, it would be a waste to scrap a project right before its announcement. If it was doomed to fail anyway, she might as well just give it to her evil brother, who was working with demons. The main character smiled and told her that she was making an excellent choice. Later, with the moon shining high in the sky, the boy got out of the car. He was hoping that this would deal a decent blow to Han Senin, and finally that jerk would lose enough money that he'd stop hardcore sponsoring the mains, especially as their human collaborator. He needed to keep the main fact check so that another incident, like the one in Gangwon province, would not repeat itself. They should not have shown up at the Jeon house. At school, our bro had used the character insight skill to keep a constant watch on Jang Yi. He knew the basics about her, now that she was 19 and a main, and her attitude was tense with zero interest in him or his character, thanks to the official rumor that he had some kind of crush on her. It was a little embarrassing, but he was able to avoid suspicion when he followed her around like some kind of creepy stalker. The character Jong Yu was often displeased with him, but the feeling was mutual, considering that she was always working very hard to kill the hero of the story. Plus her hate was even earning him some extra points. Still, he wondered if it was really okay for him to leave things like this, and he wondered just how far he was allowed to intervene. In the original plot development, the boy hadn't had a drink in a while, so it was hard to think straight. The alcohol was really messing up his cognitive abilities. The boy cursed as he stared at the moon, when suddenly someone showed up and asked the senior what he was doing out here. The poor boy nearly leapt right out of his skin. The sudden fright was caused by none other than Choi Suoen, and the senior screamed before scolding his junior for startling him. The girl laughed easily, guessing that he was thinking about Senior Minnie, who was Jang Ye's human name around school. She could easily tell that he was thinking about his crush, because it was written all over his face. The boy protested that he was just taking a walk, and he asked what she was doing out here. The junior revealed that she was just on her way back from home. Around this time, the rich and popular junior girl was being constantly harassed by her main family, which happened to be one of the 5 great major families with the highest society. Major social events, the night of the pioneers approaching. Her father, Choi Jae-hyung, was forcefully dragging her out just to build his network. He knew his daughter was pretty and polite, so he really thought she would help to boost his image. The girl side is said to have wanted to go on a field trip with the upperclassmen too. She had to come back to school without even having the time to wash off her party makeup. The boy side and noted that she's been going through a lot, forgetting that he wasn't supposed to know that. Whenever she got family events and was treated like an accessory, she would always wonder why her life was like this, and whenever that happened, she would think of the person who saved her life, and it was a brightness in her dark world. And the original that was supposed to be Sujin, but now it was our dude Seon Woo. He was someone who set his own goal and worked desperately to achieve it. No matter what, he was someone that she aspired to be like, and someday she really would. Just hanging out with him made her blush. Then she sent her something strange. The girl pointed out that she could smell alcohol on. Our boy panicked. Technically, he was old enough to be drinking alcohol. After all, he did come from a second life, and he was an adult back then too. But it was still awkward to be a teenager with an alcohol scent on him. Knowing that the game was over, he turned around and begged her to please keep the alcohol a secret from the others. She sweetly agreed with one condition. Of course, from now on, she didn't want to be so formal anymore. She wanted to call him senior, which translates to Appa. The boy blushed that she had no manners, but he agreed to it anyway. Now that the girl had his permission, she sweetly reminded her Appa that they now shared 2 secrets. She was gone ahead in now, but she told her Appa not to drink too much, to get some sleep. As she walked away, she thought about her senior who was drinking. It was really an unexpected side of him. As the girl happily ran away, the boy sighed and was relieved that she didn't discover too much. Now that she was gone, he should really try to get back to training. There was no point in worrying over the Jang Yi issue on his own, and he just needed to focus on getting stronger. In his own way, he was prepared to intervene in the original plot development, so if Jang Yi showed any suspicious behavior regarding taking the protagonist's life and our was prepared to kill her with his own hands. Meanwhile, the girl's question was already up to a lot of nefarious activities. She now, before the shadows of mains gathered around her, and the main king gave her permission to speak. The S-ranked king asked the B-ranked main Zhang Yi if the one who had killed his loyal subject, Song Jin, was truly the villain group Jian. The evil old lord commanded the girl to speak. The girl narrated to the Dark Lord that they had set a trap and had been waiting from the very beginning. The moment the Lord, Song Jin, attempted to kill Li Seo Jin, Jae-in had intervened while the loyal noble main had been fighting off the villain group. He had ended up perishing under the attack of the Blade of Dawn, who happened to be pursuing Jae-in. The 10 main association S-ranked main, Harry Young, was present and listened closely to this tale. Beside him was none other than the old 10 main association's eldest member, the S-ranked demon Wanheo. The old man got heated when he heard what had occurred, and he declared that this was a blatant provocation from Jae-in against all mains. He insisted that they must launch a full-scale war against them to restore the prestige of their race. The other man that we've been introduced to earlier in the story could tell that this old man was just looking for an excuse to run wild under the guise of revenge if they blew this out of proportion, and Kim Jun-chi all stepped in personally. Such a fight would lead to the eradication of the entire main race. This revenge could end with everyone getting wiped out, but he also knew that the old man was a violent monster who would kill even his own men if they displeased him. In that case, the coward at the back decided that it would be better to stay quiet for now. However, someone else spoke up at that moment, and she said that if they truly desired revenge for the Lord Song Jin, then the target they should attack should be Li Seo Jin. All the mains murmured in surprise, and the coward at the back was surprised when he saw Zhang Yi step forward. The old violent man was horrified, of course, and he wondered why a mere defeated soldier intruded upon a meeting of the 10 main association. The king told the young girl to continue, interested in her words, and she stepped forward. Depending on her usefulness, the king would decide whether or not to take her blood. The devil said that revenge must be rational. Killing Li Seo Jun, the child of prophecy, is the mission Lord Song Jin could not finish, and the collective desire of all demon. Now that it had been revealed that Li Seo Jin was a person of interest to the villain organization Ji, and destroying the hero would surely inflict an even greater humiliation upon them. As the one who could most easily approach the young hero, the girl offered that she would carry out the late lord's will and take his life. However, her old mentor protested, stepping out and explaining that the young Zhang Yi had only just reached B rank. Surely she was too young and weak to be trusted with such a vital mission. However, the king spoke and said that his concern was that his shadow fell upon the young girls. A noble resolve. If Chen Hai was so worried about her lack of power, then that was something that he could just resolve by filling it with the power coming from his very dangerous-looking hand. With the wave of his hand, man emptied an order of evil strength on the girl. Without any heads up, the kingdom declared that he had injected her with a bloodstone created from the blood of a rank mage. The poor girl quickly became overwhelmed with that power, and she fell to her knees. Normally one should take their time to absorb it slowly, but with her resolve to save the fate of their race, he was sure that she would be able to withstand the recoil of absorbing it all at once. The blind confidence in her abilities sure was overwhelming, because that power brought that girl to her hands and knees. She was struggling as blood leaked from her eyes and mouth, but she knew that she had to endure it. See, Jane, you had stepped forward because that hater had an even greater plan, and her liking was not about to stop with Li Sujin. He was just the starting point of her revenge. Once she had to kill the child of prophecy and earn the recognition from the 10 main association, then she would target Young Hyundai, Kim Jin Woo, and Shin Young Jun. Every person who had contributed to the death of her father would pay. She would not rest until she had snuffed out the life of every single one of them. With her own hand does she know that they're just killing the hero would end the entire world. But she was so focused on her revenge that she wrote that it would not end. She was so intense that her mentor started looking at her with some concern. With the new power absorbed, the king told her to rise, and she got to her feet. Then he commanded her to go for the sake of all of them and kill the hero Li Xiaojun. Power bubbled through her body in uncontrollable waves and leaked around her now that she had been reborn. The girl declared to her grandfather that she would be going now. Meanwhile, in a completely different part of town, the lights were on in the building, and everyone seemed to be having a swell time. There was an old man looking out from the windows, and someone came in and greeted him because he had been called by the old man. It turns out that the old man was the grandfather, and he was also the Mage Association chairman. The old man noted that his grandson looked remarkably well for someone who had gone through such a bizarre ordeal. The old man also happened to be the strongest mage. Kim Jin-chil, the grandson in question, was Li Xiejin, and he mentioned that he had heard that the team leader, Kim Dio-kyan, had already reported the events in Gangwon province. Words had a way of distorting memories, so the old man said that he would verify himself. With that, he placed his fingers on the head of his grandson, and he activated his powers. That formed the shield around the hero's head. Kim Jin-chul's special trait was called Mana Scan. By mere touch, he could perceive the magic that the opponent used, and by tracing it back, he could then read memories as well as emotion. With this special skill, the old man was able to recall memories of the brunettes, and then the blonde evil person. His face was serious as he looked through everything his grandson had been through, and then pulled back his hand. He gasped, upset that his grandfather would do that. He had told the old man not to read his memories without his permission. The old man insisted that the boy had nothing to hide anyway, so he shouldn't be acting like that. The heir was a bit disgruntled. He could not even react to his grandfather's movement for even a single second. This was truly the power of the strongest mage, who stood at the pinnacle of all three fields: enhancement, support, and manifestation. Then the grandfather ruffled the hair of his little one and asked if he was bothered by what Bert said about the family. However, the boy smiled and said that he never felt lonely, not even once. After all, his grandfather had taken him in, and the members of the special task force always looked after him. Besides, he had friends at school too. The grandfather was pleased with his disciple's positive behavior. That aside, he acted as if the boy was still the strongest among his school friends. The hero confirmed that he was, and they both laughed about it. Then, the old man asked about the very interesting fellow that he had seen in his grandson's memories. The hero could immediately tell that he was talking about Seon-woo, the young, unpredictable class genius. Sometimes did things that were hard to understand, but he was always reliable in a crisis. In the end, he was the type who delivered the best result. Even the hero admitted that he didn't know much about the main character in the first year, but his grades suddenly shot up too. If he ever got stronger, he admitted that he'd like to have a deal with him. Someday the old man considered it, and even thought about the deal. Then he chuckled that it might not be long before that boy grew to the hero's level. Seo-jin was surprised by this assessment. He knew that Seo-woo might be good at catching people off guard, but he was not at that level yet. The old man just chuckled. The people only saw the moments a flower bloomed, and assumed that everything happened overnight. However, the seed had taken time to take root and endure the winter, and that was something that never showed on the surface. The main character's green eyes seemed to hold a lot of secrets, and he must have put in a grueling amount of effort where others couldn't see. This was the old man's assessment anyway, and those with eyes like that, well, for better or worse, they would always end up making their talent bloom. As the old man spoke, he looked at the picture. That looked like he was holding on to some former student, one of them looking like Seo-jin. At any rate, he told her, Hira, to keep a close watch on that Seo-yun fellow. He was sure that the boy would be able to fill the gaps in the hero's own strength. Seo-jin agreed with his grandfather. Right before the old man left, the hero had one question. His grandfather had probably already read it from his memory, but he wanted to know if he knew anything about the power of ruin. Later in class, the hero sighed in annoyance to his grandfather, wondering what he had meant by saying it was just a legend passed down by word of mouth. Apparently there was a story that 300 years ago, a human possessed the power that acted as a natural enemy to mains. No one really knew that person's identity, or if they even truly existed. A main slaying attribute that was apparently separate from the light attribute. It really made the hero ponder. He wondered if that was the power that saved him from that main attack. Back then, however, thinking about it was just a normal rank non-elemental spell. He wanted to know on Earth who could be the special child of prophecy. As the boy thought deeply about this, Brunette watched him closely. A main destroying attribute, separate from the light attribute. The hero wondered if it could have been the power that had saved him back then, but that also felt rather unlikely. That was just a normal rank shot. After all, it really made him ponder who on earth it had been that had saved him. In that last moment, the culprit in question was seated right beside and watching the hero get deep in thought. Licia John 8 human calm, within a rank mana, and a level 2 interest in our main character. Seon-woo had to keep an eye on this boy in particular, considering he held the fate of the world. In his lifespan, the hero was normal as always today, though he was kind of jealous of the boy's ability to hit a rank mana. At 18, the teacher suddenly called their attention and informed the students that next week, all of the students would be participating, and he would announce the method for the second midterm exam. The method was to hunt monsters living on a deserted island, owned by the school, and collect the magic stones inside their bodies. A relatively simple mission. Scores would be decided based on the quality and number of magic stones retrieved, and alliances were allowed regardless of grade. But duels between students were strictly forbidden. For safety, surveillance drones were placed across the island, so they were advised not to do anything stupid. The teachers were watching. That was all. The students murmured after hearing this announcement, and they wondered if this was going on a deserted island because of the demon attack that happened during the last midterm. No duels were allowed and they had surveillance drones, so it was kind of clear that the school was focused on their safety. The second midterm exam was going down, just like in the original, and all the students were expected to participate. Jang Yu would likely be there too, and our dude would not be surprised if she tried something. Just thinking about Gang 1, our dude considered the fact that drones alone would not be enough. It made Seon-woo wonder if there was an item in the point shop to strengthen surveillance. The boy was surprised to check his phone and suddenly get an alert from Park Monet, who asked the boy if he had a moment Now this was surprising. Most of the time the girl avoided him, but she was the one reaching out first. Of course he came to the meetup point and sure enough, there she was. The girl smiled softly, saying that she was worried, since the boy had not been coming to the training room. After the Gang 1 incident, she was wearing her prettiest, cuttest girl act as she asked how he had been, and if he was well. The boy laughed nervously, and just said that he had been thinking about her. Day and night he had also been training every night, while drinking elixirs, so he could not rise early enough to meet up with them. In the training center a few days ago, he had noted that Jiangzi's mono rank was B. She was not his opponent, so there was no reason to be nervous. So now he asked if there was anything that she needed. Absent-mindedly the boy activated his character insight, and not much had changed about the senior, except her mono rank of course. For some reason now the already impossibly strong girl was now rocking a rank mono overnight. The boy was horrified to see this upgrade in skill. Not only had her mono rank risen to a, but he could also now detect the darkness just emitting from her power. This girl was so very clearly up to no good, and that was very concerning for a whole lot of reason. Mono rank was usually determined by combining manifestation power and control usually. B rank was a professional level that could make a living with magic, and reaching that level in your teens was considered highly talented. From a rank magic users then became agents of government organizations with the power to combat serious, high-level villains. They could also be the main force of guilds and mercenaries, and the rarest rank in the world were treated like individual incident, like the superpowered dude who worked for the pharmacist, and a few other overpowered individuals who were recorded in history. Raising mono rank took years of dedication and practice, at a minimum or even a lifetime for some people. That was why Li Sujin, who was a teenager with a rank, was a different level of genius. Zhang Yi was impressive, but she was not a supernova genius to suddenly be rocking an A when she was B ranked just a few days ago. The girl looked at him with concern, pointing out that he looked pale all of a sudden. The boy gasped when the girl suddenly came in close and smiled in his face, asking him if it was uncomfortable talking with her. The boy blushed and turned around boldly, admitting that being alone with her was making his heart beat too fast. The girl chuckled and then led him away, saying that they should sit and talk for a moment. The boy was worried about the current situation and wondered if he should start a fight right here and now before things became difficult. However, he could only temporarily use a rank mana. If he started a fight now, he would lose, and he stood the risk of looking like a jerk if the girl did not get exposed. As a main, the boy wondered if he even could defeat a rank main head-on. Well, the girl was focused on other matters, and she drew the attention of the main character. For this second midterm, she asked if he would be so kind as to team up with her. Now this presented an interesting golden opportunity. The girl wanted to team up with as many people as possible, and since this boy would make it a pain for her, she was going to make him be the one to pull Seo Jin into her group, since she wanted to get as many of her enemies in one stroke. She told him to go ahead and invite Young Jin too. They could have a full house in this exam. After all, she wanted to give them all a very good experience. She was acting like this was going to be some kind of wild fun, when she actually just wanted to gore them to death. The boy could easily see through her ruse. Shin Youngjun had also been involved in her father's death, and the girl would take advantage of the situation to also eliminate her nuisance stalker. This girl sure was driven. The boy nervously spoke and then he all out refused. If he could so easily see through her trap, then he would not give this overpowered woman a chance to kill them all in this kind of exam. Rather than forming alliances and sharing rewards, he insisted that it was better to hunt alone and take everything the girl's side, that he usually clung so persistently to her. But now that she was approaching, he was stepping back. The girl then smirked that perhaps the problem was that, next to Seo Jin, the boy knew that he had no match, so he was backing off. Even in the hidden stage, the boy was passed out pathetically, until the hero saved him. She was clearly trying to goad him, and the main character smiled wickedly to himself. In fact, he said that it was exactly as she said. He was just a pathetic guy who stayed unconscious until Li Sujin had saved his life, since they both knew that he would be taking his leave now, since it was time for the written exam. The girl glared at the boy, thinking that he was such a useless clown. He was so impossible to read, and she wondered what he was true. After the second midterm exam, the written exam began. Seo Jin was busy scribbling away, and our dude was busy with his exam. As he considered the situation, she had tried to use him as a way to approach Li Seo Jin, but it became an opportunity instead. Zhang Yi's sudden growth spurt must be the result of the 10 main assemblies involvement before the girl grew into a bigger threat. The main character knew that he had to assassinate Zhang Yi during this exam. However, problem was how to do this honestly. He was thinking so hard about the current problem that he was finding it hard to concentrate on the exam. The boy got to his feet after a while, and then walked forward to submit his paper. He set the paper in front of the teacher, and the teacher was surprised. It had only been 10 minutes since the exam started, and he asked if the boy was giving up, without even reading the question. The boy denied that. In fact, he was so worried about the girl that he had just activated the outsider's benefit and used that to solve all of the question. There was a villain currently trying to end his life, and the lives of those he cared about. He did not have the time to sit around, playing with books. Meanwhile, in a different part of town, with the moon high in the sky, a man lay dead and drenched in his own blood. A high school girl stood over his body. And of course it was Zhang Yi. She was really rocking this evil villain mode, like it was a lifetime dream of hers. She cooed with excitement, loving that the Bloodstone's power would make her this strong. Zhang Yi continued to monitor her, warning the young girl not to get so drunk on power that she acted recklessly. The girl acknowledged her senior, and he offered to her what she had requested. It was an item that could disable all electronic devices. Within a 30-mile radius it was an artifact, a support from a human who had long supported the 10 main assembly. Since this mission carries the fate of their race, they had to prepare as best as possible. The man was cautious, careful. It was almost a shame that all of that would be a waste, considering how reckless his little prodigy was. Because John, he just smiled, saying that no preparation was needed. The power granted by the king would surely be enough to put her on equal footing with Li Sujin. The man warned that strategy came before power. Until now the girl had built a comm image at school, so she could gather information without raising suspicion. He warned her to observe her surroundings carefully. If there was someone lying to her, that person would likely be the child of prophecy. However, the girl told her mentor not to worry so much. This time she would definitely target the right person and get her necessary revenge. Meanwhile, our dude was making his own preparation. He looked at all the tools spread before him. His thoughts focused on Zhang Yi, and her thoughts focused entirely on Li Xiaojun. With murder burning in both their eyes, they both swore that they would definitely take the lives of their enemy. This was their promise. That's it for this episode. Until next time.